Chapter 183. Lin Song felt wronged. He was just a peak master of the fog snow alchemy sect. Moreover, he had been trapped here for half a year. Although he had a lot of gold coins, he couldn't just casually take out 10 million gold coins. Did he think he was running a bank? It was possible to open a bank, but if it was some sect, how could they have so much money in their hands? The scene was extremely awkward. As a peak master, you can't even take out 10 million gold coins. Li Zongjio also cast a disdainful look at him. However, when it came to money, Li Zongjio didn't have much in his storage ring. Take out whatever you have. In the end, Lin Song also took out his entire fortune. It was a total of 200,000 gold coins. Li Zongjio rummaged through his pockets, and in the end, he only found 3,000 gold coins. Li Zongjio didn't know when the money came into his pocket. Lu Manxian and the apprentice looked at each other. Who exactly were these two people in front of him? Were they here to show off? However, they didn't get angry. After all, they didn't say they didn't have money. Wait a moment, Li Zongjio said. Then he looked at the high-end restaurant behind him and waved his hand. At this moment, Qin Lai and the others were about to order food. When they saw Li Zongjio waving his hand, it seemed that something was wrong. Protector, Li seems to have some trouble. Let's go down and take a look. Qin Lai said. The three of them walked into the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Li Zongjio opened his palm. Hand over all the money you have on you. Qin Lai and the other two were also confused. What? In the end, the three of them searched their pockets. Elder Jin Shui was even more ruthless. He directly took out a stack of gold notes from his shoes. However, the total wealth of the three elders of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was only 1,600,000 gold coins. On average, each of them didn't even have 600,000 gold coins. How can the first elder of the Fierce Peak be as poor as you? Li Zongjio held the 1 million gold coins in his hand and immediately scolded the four old men in front of him. One by one, they scolded him. They couldn't be relied on at such a critical moment. The four of them only had so little money. Was it that difficult to earn money? Qin Lai and the others were also extremely wronged. They were usually active in the sect. After all, they did not need to spend money on the things in the sect. After all, they were not on a mission to earn money. Usually, the expenses of the sect were managed by specialized personnel. Most of the time, they spent on cultivation. Their meals were all taken care of by the sect. To be able to have so much money, they were all left over from scrimping and saving. Cough, cough. Do you still want this medicinal ingredient? Lu Manxian said. Although these people were embarrassingly poor, it could be seen that they were not weak at all. Everyone's aura was faintly discernible and powerful. A Yuan general level powerhouse. There were actually 4 Yuan general level powerhouses beside this young man. From the looks of it, they seemed to hold this young man in high esteem. It wasn't because they were oppressed by Li Zongjio's aura, but because they were subdued by his aura. Who knew what kind of charm this little Li Zongjio had? Can I write a note? Qin Lai asked coldly. Who do you think you are to write a note for something worth more than 10 million gold coins? Lu Manxian couldn't refute him directly. She looked at Qin Lai apologetically. Her expression was already an answer. Here's a total of 1,700,000 gold coins. Take it as a deposit. I'll give you the rest tomorrow. Li Zongjio pushed the money on the table over. He had no other choice now. Since he couldn't find so much money on himself, the Northern Medicine Alliance should have the same amount of money. Since the Northern Medicine Alliance was about to be destroyed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, Lu Manxian said with a smile. She had the trainee girl put the money into the basket, and she wrote a receipt for it. This is the deposit. No need. Get it ready tomorrow. I'll take it when I see the money. Li Zongjio stood up and said calmly. Then he turned around and walked out. Lin Song and the others followed closely behind. After Li Zongjio and the others left, Lu Manchuan's eyes lit up. The female trainee also looked at Lu Manxian hesitantly, her eyes filled with doubt. "Chief, do you think they can afford it tomorrow? They only had one night. Even if they used some special method, they wouldn't be able to raise the remaining 10 million gold coins. The 1 million gold coins in their hands wasn't even enough to make up for the difference. I'm not sure. Our 1,000 Taste Herb Hall is only in charge of buying and selling medicinal herbs. We don't need to care about other things. If they can't afford it, we'll just take the deposit." Lu Manxian was a proper businesswoman. "Since you said it was a deposit, you can't afford it." She couldn't be blamed. When doing business, one had to pay attention to principles. They walked out of the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall. Li Zongjio said, "Let's go eat." "But we don't have any more money." Qinlai and the others looked a little embarrassed. They were here to support Li Zongjio. They didn't know that they had to spend money. Moreover, they had worked hard to save that money. They had to admit that these people were really too poor. If they had eaten in the original restaurant, it wouldn't have cost more than a few thousand gold coins. But now, they were so poor that they couldn't afford any gold coins. All of it had been plundered by Li Zongjio. "I still have 6 silver coins. Let's eat noodles." Li Zongjio touched his pocket. In the situation just now, Li Zongjio couldn't take out the silver coins. Finally, the 5 of them came to a noodle stall. Each of them ordered a bowl of noodles. They spent 5 silver coins and got an extra silver coin. Li Zongjio also bought a stack of salted vegetables. Qinlai and the others never thought that they would end up like this. They had to eat noodles from a small stall here. If they were in Luoxia City, they could go to any family. Not to mention how much money they would receive, at least the food would be indispensable. In the end, it was indeed a little embarrassing to end up like this. "Hey, you don't say. The noodles are quite delicious. The salted vegetables taste good too. Give me some too." When night fell, a cold wind blew from the sky to the ground. In front of a noodle stall, the 5 of them stood side by side and looked up at the tall loft in front of them. "Boss, is this the Northern Medicine House? The people of the Northern Medicine Alliance are all here?" Li Zongjio asked. "Yes, this is the famous Northern Medicine House of our Northern Medicine City. It's imposing, right? But now it's closed and not open to the public. You have to line up at 7 tomorrow morning," the owner of the noodle stall said. Then he looked at Li Zongjio and the others. A kid brought 4 old men to eat noodles at a noodle stall. Did they want to enter the Northern Medicine House to buy elixirs? "But I still advise you not to line up. It's a waste of time. The elixirs inside are very expensive. Any one of them is enough to keep my stall open for 10 years, the old man said. It could be heard that the owner of the noodle stall was very sincere in persuading Li Zongjio and the others. He didn't have the slightest malice. "Let's go." Li Zongjio directly led the 4 people to the Northern Medicine House. As soon as they got close to the Northern Medicine House, they saw 6 guards in blue clothes with long sabers at their waists. They reached out and blocked their way. "It's closed now. No one is allowed to enter." Li Zongjio didn't stop. Seeing that Li Zongjio dared to ignore them, the 6 guards immediately snorted and drew out their sabers. The sound of the sabers was sonorous. However, before they could make a move, they felt a few tyrannical forces locking the 6 of them. Bang! 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 The 6 people were directly sent flying with a wave of his hand. They fell on the road and landed right in front of the noodle stall. The boss, who was below, jumped in fright. Boom! There was a loud noise. The 5-feet-tall bronze door of the Northern Medicine House that was tightly closed was torn apart in an instant. Chapter 184. This loud sound alarmed countless people. Some of the houses around the Northern Medicine Tower poked their heads out to see what had gone wrong. There was actually such a loud sound. By the time they saw it, They had already discovered that a pile of dust had risen from the top of the northern medicine tower. The door had already been shattered into pieces. There was actually someone who dared to kill their way into the northern medicine tower. Could it be that these people didn't know that the experts of the two sects were gathered here in the northern medicine tower? Iron Leg Sect, Cold Light Sect. These two sects were both sects in the city. Not all sects placed their addresses on this mountain. Some sects' cultivation methods were focused on drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this address was set up deep in the mountains and forests. However, in reality, there were a portion of sects that couldn't afford to buy a house, couldn't afford to buy such a large area of land, couldn't afford to pay the rent, so they simply placed their sects in the mountains and forests. This way, they could also use the name of training their disciples, because in the wilderness, there would often be Yuan beasts coming to visit them. However, in this city, at the very least, before the city was destroyed, you would definitely not be harmed in any way. Moreover, if the sect was in this city, it would be more convenient for many things, such as in terms of publicity. Thinking about it, if a sect was deep in the mountains and forests, if they wanted to rely on their reputation, who knew how much time it would take and how many peak experts they would need to achieve such a status? Let people be familiar with it. However, in this sect, if they were in this city, then they could casually do some publicity and cause a little bit of trouble. It would be enough to let most of the people in the city know about you. Of course, there were also drawbacks. After all, this way, the competition would be great. Sometimes, this conflict would even be very obvious. This was the Iron Leg Sect and the Cold Light Sect. In this area, they were also extremely famous. The sect master of the Iron Leg Sect was known as the Scorching Sun Leg. The sect master of the Cold Light Sect had a set of grade 3 origin skill, the Cold Light, sword technique. As long as he had such a consummate skill, he would be able to make a living in this city. This was a very normal thing. These two sects were also loyal friends of the Northern Medicine Alliance. The armed forces of the Northern Medicine Alliance were limited. Most of the people who came were alchemists. Otherwise, the Northern Medicine Alliance would have become the Yuan Sure Alliance. Only those who were qualified could enter. Correspondingly, he would need some sects to protect him. Li Zongjiu and the other four walked in. The house had been cleaned and emptied. Even the windows were locked by heavy steel locks. Clearly, the other party had been prepared for this. Boom! Boom! The torches on the walls were instantly lit. The luminous pearls on the ceiling, the surrounding stone pillars, and the back of the counter also inadvertently revealed a trace of killing intent. Tap, tap, tap. A few figures appeared on the stairs ahead. The leader limped down the stairs with an iron leg and stood in the center. Staring at Li Zongjiu, the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. His unkempt appearance made him look like a beggar from the countryside. How could such a person appear on such an occasion? However, it was this man with an iron leg who had kicked 13 opponents to death in the sacred martial arena of the Northern Medicine City. Finally, he stood on the arena and announced the establishment of the Iron Leg Sect. His self-created peak grade 2 origin skill, Vajra Destruction Leg, had unparalleled power. This person was the leader of the Iron Leg Sect, Guang Chenyuan. A group of country rats who can't even afford a meal want to cause trouble in the Northern Medicine Alliance. It seems that they really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Guang Chenyuan said coldly. Although Qinlai and the others looked angry, they were also a little embarrassed. After all, they really couldn't afford a meal just now. Obviously, their movements were constantly monitored after entering the Northern Medicine City. What? You sent a cripple? Can you stand firm? Qinlai had a fiery temper and directly retorted when he saw the situation. These words directly made Guang Chuanyuan's expression turn sluggish. As the saying goes, people are most afraid of what they don't have. As a cripple, he naturally hated being called a cripple the most. Therefore, as long as someone dared to call him a cripple, he would use his crippled leg to show him what a cripple really was. Let's see how tough your mouth can be when death is at hand. Kill them. With a loud boom, a heavy stone that weighed millions of tons fell behind Li Zongjio and the others, blocking the entrance. Li Zongjio couldn't help but turn around to take a look at the huge commotion. Then he looked over. "I'll leave this place to you two elders," said Li Zongjio. The two elders, Jin Shui and Wu Tong, nodded. Looking at these people, it seems that they have forgotten the name of the Fog Snow Pill sect. "Just go ahead." Elder Wu Tong rolled up his sleeves, revealing a series of iron rings under his wrist. Light flowed from the iron rings. "Humph, don't even think about leaving." Guang Chunyuan coldly snorted, then leaped towards Li Zongjio. "Your opponent is me." Elder Wu Tong's arms suddenly shook. A strong airwave immediately formed in the surroundings, blocking Guang Chunyuan's path. His fists shook, and a water spout was blasted out. Guang Chunyuan also turned around and kicked towards Elder Wu Tong. Boom! The collision and shock formed a terrifying aura. At the same time, from the surrounding dark corners, members of the Iron Leg sect rushed out to kill. These people all cultivated leg techniques and did not carry any weapons. Elder Jin Shui circulated his own origin energy, and a sharp metal sword was unsheathed from his hand. Boom! A fierce battle suddenly broke out on the ground floor. Li Zongjio, Lin Song, and Qin Lai walked up the stairs together. The elders of the Iron Leg sect immediately wanted to stop Li Zongjio. However, the aura of a 6th grade origin general burst out. In an instant, these people were sent flying. Li Zongjio and Lin Song both went up to the 2nd floor. Behind them came the sound of vibrations. Qin Lai flipped his hand a few times and sent the elders of the Iron Leg sect flying. Then he quickly caught up with Li Zongjio's footsteps. The two were not at the same level. The elders of the Iron Leg sect were only at the 1st or 2nd grade origin general level. The sect master, Guang Chunyuan, was also slightly stronger. He had the cultivation of a 4th grade origin general. However, he was firmly suppressed by Elder Wu Tong. The elders of the Fog Snow Pill sect often encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, or when they wanted to comprehend some origin art or origin skill. They would directly go deep into the mountains and old forests to find some origin beasts to engage in a life and death battle. And these people who established their own sects in the city, perhaps at the beginning they would have a fierce aura. After all, only by taking one step at a time like this could they establish a foundation. However, after they succeeded, there would be more messy social interactions waiting for them. The fierceness on their bodies might have been ground away long ago. Naturally, he wasn't a match for these elders. Naturally, there were enemies waiting for them on the 2nd floor. A person who claimed to be the sect master of the Cold Light sect. More than 20 sword experts were all blocking the staircase. "I am the sect master of the Cold Light sect. Today, I ask that you leave your heads behind." Chapter 185. The sect leader of the Cold Light sect was the first to attack. The sword light in his hand surged. Seeing this, Li Zongjio also smiled. To be able to find the technique to use this elemental energy, you can be considered pretty good. However, it's a pity that you should change your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjio was the first to withdraw. He rushed to the side of the sect leader of the Cold Light sect. The 6-turned steel blade in his hand was suddenly pulled out. Shwa! Li Zongjio's steel blade released an even more terrifying cold light. It was as if the light of this blade had already overshadowed the sect leader of the Cold Light sect. The saber force was ferocious. Clang! The sect leader of the Cold Light sect wanted to use the power of the Cold Light sword art to intimidate the 3 of them. However, he never thought that Li Zongjio would be even faster and would directly cut his sword in half with a single slash. Clang! What? The sect leader of the Cold Light sect was shocked. But in the next moment, he saw a black shadow flying towards him. It was Elder Qin Lai. Qin Lai's fighting style and intuition were also quite fierce and violent. After this figure approached, a flaming fist filled with elemental energy directly sent the sect leader of the Cold Light sect flying. Bang! With this loud sound, the sect leader of the Cold Light sect felt as if he had been hit by a 10,000-ton boulder, and his entire chest was in the middle of it. When the sect leader of the Cold Light sect landed on the ground, a flame lotus that had long been brewing was waiting for him. This was the might of the flames that Lindsong had released. Ah, so hot! The sect leader of the Cold Light sect immediately roared in shock. The three of them attacked and defeated the sect leader of the Cold Light sect in one move. Don't move! An elder of the Cold Light sect roared, and the disciples behind him also stopped. Let go of our sect leader and let you pass. This elder's eyes were also quite sharp. It was obvious at a glance that they were no match for the people in front of them. After all, to be enemies with these people was clearly a thankless task. If these people were just some hooligans, then it would be fine to take care of them. However, he did not expect these people to be so difficult to deal with. In fact, the two of them were not even on the same level. If they rushed forward recklessly, they would only end up being killed. The most important thing now was to protect the sect master. At the very least, he didn't want to be crippled. They had lost a sect master for nothing. Li Zongjio gestured. Lindsong raised his hand and extinguished the flame, leaving behind the sect leader of the Cold Light sect, who was almost charred black. The three of them swaggered through the crowd of cultivators. Although the cultivators were furious and wanted to take action to stop Li Zongjio's group from leaving, after weighing the pros and cons, they dared not do anything other than glare at them and put on a ferocious front. Who would be able to block those moves just now? Quick, save the sect leader. Carry him down. The pitiful sect leader of the Cold Light sect had only been acting cool for a second before he was slapped in the face. No, this time, his face would probably be burned off. His fate was truly miserable. I don't have the mood to continue walking. Charge! Li Zongjio raised his hand, and a wave of elemental energy brewed, and directly smashed towards the ceiling. Boom! Immediately, a beam of light broke through the roof of the Northern Medicine Tower. The three of them leaped up and rushed towards the 6th floor. However, during this process, Qin Lai and Lindsong both dealt with their enemies and charged towards the other floors. For a moment, there was a reign of terror. With the cover of the two elders, Li Zongjio's figure landed on the 6th floor. The moment Li Zongjio's figure landed on the ground, he felt a few waves of killing intent coming from behind him. Boom! Dozens of masked, black-clothed, and blood-rimmed people charged out from the darkness. Each of them carried an awe-inspiring killing intent. At the same time, the blade in his hand was incomparably sharp. Li Zongjio could see that in the slightly lit area in front of him, there was a figure sitting there, as if he was in control of the entire situation in this pitch-black and chaotic environment. Everything was under his control as he calmly stared at Li Zongjio, waiting for the moment his head fell to the ground. As for Li Zongjio, the corner of his mouth also curled into a meaningful smile. The six-turned steel blade in his hand flickered with an ice-cold light. It seemed that he had been brewing for a long time. When these people rushed out, Li Zongjio had already swung his blade. Boom! A sword slashed out. Immediately, a person who was charging forward was sent flying. The weapon that was connected to his body was also broken into two pieces. Bang! Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. In the darkness, there weren't even any screams. Just like that, one of them was killed. The rest of them also charged forward. Boom! The person who attacked had clearly locked onto Li Zongjio. His blade could clearly cut Li Zongjio in half. However, when the blade fell, there was no resistance. Obviously, it didn't touch Li Zongjio. What? Just as the person who attacked was puzzled, Li Zongjiu's appearance directly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the person's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw Li Zongjiu's blade slashing towards him. Crack! From head to toe, he was cut into two halves. At this moment, he could even clearly see the other half of his body moving away from him. The commotion in the darkness had been going on for quite a while. However, the sound of swords clashing was relatively rare. Most of the time, there were only muffled sounds of people falling to the ground. There were also sounds of people falling to the ground and splashing water. Fu Chunlei couldn't help but be shocked by this. So what was the situation now? Turn on the lights, Fu Chunlei said in a deep voice. Immediately, a subordinate lit up the lantern. Immediately, the interior of the building was brightly lit. However, under the light of the lantern, the blood-red color was revealed. When people saw it, they couldn't help but feel afraid. On the window, there was a long trail of blood. On the ground, there were also countless streams of blood gathered. There were also many internal organs scattered in the blood. Some things that looked like hearts seemed to be beating on the ground. The broken limbs were also involuntarily moving. Hiss! Fu Chunlei almost sucked in a breath of cold air. There were broken limbs everywhere. It was simply a hell on earth. Among the pieces of flesh and blood, a figure walked towards Fu Chunlei. His hands were already stained with scarlet blood. After putting the 6 revolution steel blade on the table, Li Zongjiu pulled out a chair and sat down. He sat down in front of Fu Chunlei. Just then, he saw a tea set in front of the table. Li Zongjiu poured 2 cups of tea. After drinking this cup, you can go on your way. Li Zongjiu pushed the cup of tea over. His eyes were filled with indifference and mockery. Fu Chunlei also felt his throat dry up. He was someone who had more or less seen bloody storms. However, this was the first time he saw someone who could sit still like a mountain in this bloody storm. The person who caused this hellish scene was actually here to discuss drinking tea with him. Send me on my way? Your Excellency, aren't your words too full of yourselves? Although Fu Chunlei was shocked that Li Zongjiu was able to kill all these black-clothed guards by himself as if they were cabbages, he already had a trump card. He wasn't afraid. It wouldn't be so easy to take his life. Just as Fu Chunlei finished speaking, Li Zongjiu had already reached out and grabbed the steel blade. He didn't move from his original position and directly slashed out with the blade. A grade 7 Yuan Master's Yuan energy poured into the blade aura. With a swoosh, Fu Chunlei's head was cut off. It was directly smashed into pieces by Li Zongjiu's blade. Bang! Blood-flying sword. Li Zongjiu didn't use the blade for this move. Instead, he used the side of the blade. It was like slapping garlic with a kitchen knife. Fu Chunlei's head directly turned into countless pieces of blood and flesh. His 2 eyeballs also rolled on the ground like glass beads. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Zongjiu picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. The puppet is already dead. Why aren't you showing yourself? Chapter 186. There was a moment of silence in the surroundings. Soon, an empty voice was transmitted through the air. To be able to kill Fu Chunlei, a grade 3 prime general, with 1 strike, your strength is very strange. A figure slowly walked out of the house. It was a skinny old man. Li Zongjiu did not know who the old man in front of him was, but he was the first person he had sensed since he entered this place. He had even sensed the presence of this aura outside the medicine refinery building. Even if he wanted to hide this powerful aura from Li Zongjiu, it would be difficult to do so. Li Zongjiu's mind power was already very sharp. Furthermore, he didn't try to hide his figure. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu in a relaxed and arrogant manner. Rosemary Orchid? I didn't expect the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance to be defeated by such a small thing. When the old man came to the table and saw the cup of tea on it, he immediately understood. It was no wonder that Li Zongjiu could kill him so easily. First, He wantonly killed here and used the strong smell of blood to cover up the smell of the rosemary orchid. Fu Chunlei, who was in a state of high tension, naturally overlooked this point. By the time he reacted, Li Zongjio had already made his move. However, it was already too late. When Li Zongjio waved his saber, he had already lost the opportunity to defend himself. He could not mobilize the Yuan power in his body. You are young, but you are not afraid in the face of danger. I will give you a chance now. Join Qingyuan Villa. Not only will I let you live, but I will also help you become the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance. What do you think? The old man said slowly. As he spoke, he drank the tea with the rosemary orchid powder. He did not even need to circulate his Yuan power to dissolve the poison. A prime ancestor level expert, Li Zongjio's heart skipped a beat. The skinny old man before him was actually a sky origin ancestor. With this old man's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a guest in any second-class city. Even in the entire Northern Medicine City, there might not be a single sky origin ancestor level powerhouse. To a sky origin ancestor martialist, a city like Northern Medicine City was basically a rural area that lacked resources and had a low level. It was like a tiger living with a flock of sheep all day long. There was no pressure or challenge at all. Therefore, after a breakthrough in cultivation, without any special reason, one would usually walk towards a higher level. People walk towards higher places. The Misty Snow Pill sect master was only a sky origin ancestor. The old man before him was also a Yuan Zone elite. It was no wonder that he was so confident. So it's someone from the Qingyuan Villa. Hee, I'll give you a way out. Kneel down and lick me now, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll destroy your Qingyuan Villa sooner or later. Li Zongjio said calmly. When it came to acting tough, who was afraid of who? Since he was so arrogant and wanted to ride on Li Zongjio's head and control Li Zongjio, he had better be prepared to be slapped in the face by Li Zongjio. You're courting death. The old man was enraged when he heard this. He had originally thought that Li Zongjio had some talent and that he would be a good knife in the future if he was groomed. However, from the looks of it, Li Zongjio was clearly courting death. It didn't matter if he had insulted him, but he had actually insulted the Qingyuan Villa. This was equivalent to stepping on the old man's ancestral grave. Instantly, he screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and charged towards Li Zongjio. Since you're courting death, you can go to hell and regret it. The moment Li Zongjio had insulted the Qingyuan Villa, his fate had already been decided. Li Zongjio's figure also flew backwards. It was definitely not a wise move to fight the person in front of him head-on. Whoosh! Li Zongjio's figure retreated rapidly. However, his speed was still slightly slower than the speed of a sky origin ancestor. A gust of wind blocked Li Zongjio's path. With a wave of his sleeve, his Yuan power turned into a frosty sword and pierced towards Li Zongjio's chest. The frosty air filled the entire room. In an instant, everything in the room was covered in a thick layer of frost. A chill spread in all directions. Li Zongjio also felt the hair all over his body stand on end. At this moment, it was as if thousands of ice needles were streaking across his body. Every single one of them seemed to want to pierce into his body, but they didn't. Hidden dragon art. Both of Li Zongjio's fingers flew as he quickly unleashed a set of Yuan skills. In an instant, dragon aura enveloped his body. Li Zongjio split into 3 clones on the spot and tried to quickly flee into the distance. However, they were easily defeated by the old man's frosty Yuan power. Boom! 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 These 3 clones were actually fake. Then, where was the real Li Zongjio? Place the white piece. Li Zongjio's mental energy spread out while the old man was still in shock. When he felt Li Zongjio's mental energy attack, the old man sneered. You want to defeat me with mere mental energy? Don't underestimate the strength of a sky origin ancestor. Boom! As he spoke, the old man's aura was already at its peak. In the next instant, A terrifying frosty air was released from his body. A ray of light actually emerged from the old man's body. Thousand-year ice toad. The instant the ice toad appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted. At this moment, the originally flowing viscous blood water had also turned into little blood ice crystals. Yuan spirit power. Li Zhongjio's pupils visibly shrank when he saw the thousand-year ice toad appear. Yuan spirit power could be said to be a sky origin ancestor's technique. This was also why one could only be considered a true cultivator after becoming a sky origin ancestor. Furthermore, no matter what, a Yuan general would never be able to defeat a sky origin ancestor because of the existence of the Yuan spirit. Before reaching the Yuan general level, although there was a cultivation direction, it wasn't very clear. Even the moves and origin skills that you have mastered are more mixed. However, once the Yuan spirit power was integrated, then one's cultivation method would undergo an earth-shattering change. One would experience the power of the Yuan spirit power and the various magical abilities it would bestow upon one. This could also be said to be the most perfect combination between a human cultivator and a Yuan beast. At this moment, Li Zhongjie was only able to fuse with the power of the Yuan spirit displayed by the old man in front of him. It was only in a rudimentary state of control. However, such a state was enough to make people feel deeply shocked. After the thousand-year ice toad appeared, it directly opened its mouth and ate the white chess piece that Li Zhongjie's mind energy had transformed into. Buzz! Li Zhongjie immediately felt his feet tremble. His mind was dizzy, and he felt as if he was about to faint. His entire body also felt cold from the inside out. TSK, your mind energy is really a great tonic. The old man immediately sneered. At the same time, there was a look of satisfaction on his face. This made one feel disgusted. If you are satisfied, then be satisfied. Why do you have to stick your tongue out and lick your mouth? Li Zhongjie really couldn't bear to watch the scene. The Yuan bead within his body trembled. It seemed to have sensed that danger was close at hand. Suddenly, a wave of power erupted from Li Zhongjie's body. The shadow of a white dragon gradually emerged. The white dragon appeared. It was only about 10 feet long, but its figure was already enough to crush the ice toad. The ice toad trembled in front of the white dragon. Roar! What? You also have an Yuan spirit. When he saw the white dragon Yuan spirit released from Li Zhongjie's body, he was stunned. The old man was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. It should be known that the Yuan spirit power could only be possessed by an expert who is at least at the origin ancestor realm. Li Zhongjie was so young, but he was able to display the Yuan spirit power. He was either an origin ancestor realm expert, or Li Zhongjie was the legendary natural Yuan spirit. The moment the white dragon appeared, it didn't show any mercy. It directly crushed the thousand-year ice toad with its claws and took out the mind energy, white chess piece that it had just swallowed. It was domineering and majestic. The moment the ice toad's Yuan spirit was broken, the old man was like a deflated balloon and was severely injured. At this moment, Li Zhongjie stretched out a finger without hesitation. During the process, his finger gradually turned into a golden color. You want to kill me? The old man instantly erupted with all the essence energy in his body and blocked in front of him. Even if his primordial spirit was broken, the defensive wall formed from this terrifying essence energy of his was not so easily broken. Golden Dragon Finger. Chapter 187. Li Zhongjie's finger turned golden. In the hall that was filled with blood-red light, it also emitted a dazzling light. This is such pure power. The old man felt Li Zhongjie's attack. Before this pure power, the old man had already forgotten that he was a sky origin ancestor. He just stood there in a daze. The purer the power, the more powerful he was. This was an unchanging principle. Therefore, when he felt Li Zhongjie's tyrannical power, the old man was shocked. The old man was completely shocked by this power. Li Zhongjie's finger pierced the old man's chest. The power that had gathered around him was unable to block this terrifying attack. Even the inner armor that the old man was wearing was destroyed by Li Zongjiu's golden dragon finger. It was easily pierced. Uft! The old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The 1,000-year ice towed above his head was also sent back into his body. The power that burst forth from the golden dragon finger instantly sent the old man flying. He smashed several tables and finally landed on the bookcase with a bang. Only then did he stop. Cough, cough. You, who exactly are you? The old man could not believe it. He looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. A small hole had been pierced through his heart. Even though he was a Sky Origin ancestor, he was still able to protect himself. He used all the power in his body to block the wound in his heart. He stared at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him. He recalled the scene that he had just experienced. The old man could not help but cry out, Innate Yuan spirit. You are actually an innate Yuan spirit. Li Zongjiu was so young. With his Sky Origin ancestor cultivation, it was impossible for him to master the power of an Yuan spirit. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill Yuan beasts and absorb their Yuan spirits. The only way was to have an innate Yuan spirit. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu was actually that 1 in 10,000 innate original soul expert? This discovery convinced the old man wholeheartedly. This innate Yuan spirit was an innate cultivator. They were warriors chosen by the heavens. Even if ordinary people tried their best to catch up, they would not be able to match up to them. Now he had finally witnessed how strong this natural Yuan spirit expert was. Even he, a Sky Origin ancestor, found it difficult to resist. Li Zongjiu walked in front of the old man and looked down at him. Don't worry, that Qingyuan villa will also accompany you. After speaking, Li Zongjiu directly pressed his hand on the old man's head. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't properly refine such a fresh Sky Origin ancestor? Refine. The origin energy in his palm immediately sucked in the old man's blood and condensed it. The old man was also unable to move. Although there was no enmity between the two of them, they were already standing on opposite sides. Since that was the case, it was impossible for them to give up so easily. Li Zongjiu did not treat the old man as a dying old man. He only treated him as a real enemy. All the vital energy and blood condensed in Li Zongjiu's palm. In the end, it condensed into a blood-colored crystal. The power of the blood crystal is 10 times purer than the power of the blood bead. He is indeed a Sky Origin ancestor powerhouse. Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up when he sensed the power that was transmitted from the blood crystal. This thing would be an extremely powerful weapon, regardless of whether it was consumed when one was injured or used as an aid during cultivation. In fact, this blood crystal was equivalent to a rank 3 spiritual pill. If used properly, it could even be comparable to a grade 4 elixir. This was the benefit that the blood crystal brought. The old man's skeleton fell to the ground. Looking around, there was no longer anyone alive on the ground. Li Zongjiu took the storage ring from the old man's hand, as well as Fu Chunlei's storage ring. Fu Chunlei's corpse was still sitting in its original position and had not moved at all. The only strange thing was that his head had exploded. Damn, these guys are so rich. When Li Zongjiu checked the storage rings of the two men, he was immediately stunned by their collection. Just the storage space alone was 2 to 3 times larger than Li Zongjiu's previous storage space. After all, Li Zongjiu's storage ring had previously been given to him by Zhang Haoren to store his items. With a casual glance, he saw that there were no less than 1,000,000 gold yuan in the storage ring. In addition, there were many bank notes. The face value of each note was 10,000 gold yuan. Li Zongjiu counted and saw that there were 1,000 bank notes in this box alone. There were also many wooden boxes like this. In the old man's storage ring, there were close to 20 of them. Damn, they are so rich. Fu Chunlei's storage ring was even more exaggerated. There were 50 boxes in total. It seemed that these gold yuan were just spare change to them. Li Zongjio had no concept of money. In his previous life, if he wanted something, he would rarely spend money to buy it. He would either rob or steal it. Just in the process of growing up, after killing many people, the amount of money he had snatched from them was innumerable. If he liked something, someone would give it to him. However, when he went to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall to buy things today, he realized the importance of gold yuan. He had obtained so much money by casually killing the Union Master of the Apothecary Alliance in a third-grade city. This made Li Zongjio even more amazed. What the fuck? These people are so rich. However, Li Zongjio misunderstood this point. This was because this money was not considered their profit. Instead, it was given out by the Qingyuan villa to bribe the higher-ups. Originally, they had given out 700 million yuan. However, when it reached the old man's hands, 200 million yuan was deducted. Then it was given to Fu Chunlei. Of course, Fu Chunlei could not use this money privately. It was just placed here. If he spent it on something, he would have to report it. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Qingyuan villa's strength was. Now that the Qingyuan villa had started to make arrangements, it would be a potential disaster for the Xinyan dynasty. However, the most valuable things in these two storage rings were not the gold yuan or the banknotes. The most valuable things in these storage rings were, of course, precious medicinal herbs and pills. In Fu Chunlei's storage ring alone, Li Zongjio found more than 100 grade 3 pills. There was even a 4th grade pill in the black-robed old man's hands. There's actually a 4th grade pill. Li Zongjio opened the medicine box and saw that there was a letter inside the box containing the 4th grade pill. It was a letter written by King Qingyuan. It was written for the city, Lord of the Northern Medicine City. TSK, this is really a big deal. Using a 4th grade pill and an earth grade armor to win over a mere city, Lord of the Northern Medicine City. They are really rich. After reading it, Li Zongjio was secretly speechless. In fact, although this world seemed to be stable, there were undercurrents surging behind the scenes. Li Zongjio was also very clear that this world had never been peaceful. However, in Li Zongjio's view, as long as they did not provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to involve the Li family, then Li Zongjio would have to sit down and reason with them. This earth-grade armor was equivalent to an earth-grade divine weapon. It was already not low, 1 level higher than the 6 revolutions steel blade in his hand. It would be good to bring it back to his father. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew out from the hole. When they landed, they instantly smelled the thick stench of blood. Qinlai and the others looked at the corpses all over the ground and widened their eyes, feeling deep disbelief, especially when they saw that the only one standing was Li Zongjio. Cough, cough, you guys have big guts. Elder Wudong carried a person in his hand. It was the Iron Legs sect master. One of the sect master's iron legs was already crippled. After all, they were just some sects that stayed in the city to enjoy life and only knew how to do some messy things to promote themselves and earn money. There was no need to be afraid of them. The Iron Leg sect master originally wanted to angrily scold and scare Li Zongjio and the others so that they would release him. However, when he saw the corpses all over the ground, intestines were flipped out from the stomachs. Brain matter splattered all over the place. He was about to vomit. It's all settled. Let's go and find a place to take a bath. Li Zongjio clapped his hands and said. Even Li Zongjio's body was stained with a lot of blood. Qinlai and the others looked at each other. They also saw the shock in each other's eyes. They already knew that this protector Li Zongjio was an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect master would not have directly appointed Li Zongjio as protector Changgu. However, when they saw this hellish scene, compared to the people below, they felt lucky that they were not facing Li Zongjio. Today, the Northern Medicine House had been thoroughly bathed in blood. Chapter 188. The City Governor's Mansion of Northern Medicine City. The news of the Northern Medicine Tower being broken into and the iron stone sealing the door quickly spread to the city governor's mansion of northern Medicine City. The city governor, Ao Yong, used to be a bandit tyrant in the surrounding area. Later on, the dynasty recruited Ao Yong to take up the position of city lord. It was because Ao Yong's strength had reached the peak of the Yuan general level, and he had 4 grade 9 Yuan generals under his command. If such a lineup really wanted to cause trouble in the dynasty, it would cause a lot of trouble. The dynasty was in need of people. Since Ao Yong had something to talk about, they would sit down and have a good talk. The matter of enlistment was already 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, Ao Yong had also lost the courage and impulsiveness of his youth. Now that he was the city lord, there were many people who flattered him. Most of the time, he didn't need to deal with things himself. Naturally, there would be people who would help him deal with it. So when Ao Yong heard the news, he didn't care at all and just waved his hand. Since the Northern Medicine Tower wants to clean it up themselves, let them do it themselves. Clean up the surrounding 6 blocks and don't hurt the civilians. In addition, inform the city guards to maintain law and order. Everything else will be as usual. Ao Yong said indifferently. This 9 meters tall man sitting in front of the narrow desk looked quite out of place. His hands should be carrying a giant axe and hacking the heaven and earth. But now they were clean, and he liked to drink tea. Ao Yong also knew about the Northern Medicine Alliance. These days they sent a lot of things to him so that he, the city governor, could take a look. Some things were left to the Northern Medicine Alliance to deal with. Although Ao Yong was a city governor, he didn't have a strong background. However, in this dynasty, there wasn't much of a strong background. They could only rely on their own means. So Ao Yong was naturally willing to make friends with the Northern Medicine Alliance. After all, it would be good for both sides if they were on good terms. I heard that a group of country bumpkins came to seek revenge. How funny. What do they think my Northern Medicine City is? Ao Yong smiled as he drank his tea. Behind Ao Yong, there were always 2 guards following behind him. Ao Yong had a total of 4 grade 9 prime general level powerhouses, who took turns to guard Ao Yong's side. After all, when he was a bandit in the past, it could be said that he had made countless enemies. Over the years, he had never let his guard down. After the Northern Medicine Tower dealt with these country bumpkins, they would slowly clean up the scene. As for how the crime scene report would be written, it would be up to Ao Yong to decide. This tea is indeed fragrant. I've been living too leisurely these days. I'm afraid that the imperial court is already wary of me. Once the world stabilizes, how can people with criminal records like us not be kicked out? Ao Yong also saw it very clearly. Previously, Fu Chunlei had already mentioned the Qingyuan villa. Ao Yong also knew that this might be a turning point for him. Otherwise, according to the development trend of this peaceful world, he might not be able to last for a few years. I have to be prepared. Ao Yong was carefully tasting the tea that was offered by the people below. It was late at night. The person who reported the situation had only been here for half an hour. Soon, another piece of information was presented to him. What could be done in half an hour? The front and back streets had just been sealed off. Could it be that the battle was already over? The enemy this time was not good. How could they be defeated so quickly? City Lord, bad news. The Northern Medicine Tower was massacred. The leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance, Fu Chunlei, was shot in the head. The communication officer who came to report was extremely shocked. When he heard about this, he still couldn't believe it. He even personally went to the Northern Medicine Tower to find out what was going on. His legs were almost paralyzed on the spot. If it were not for the help of the servants, he would not have been able to walk. He did not come out so calmly. As soon as he left the Northern Medicine Tower, he came to report to City Lord Ao Yong at the fastest speed. What? Say it again. Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? Ao Yong's eyes suddenly became gloomy and fierce as he stared at the communication officer before him. the Northern Medicine Tower was massacred. A total of 37 people were killed, including the newly appointed leader, Fu Chunlei. When Ao Yong heard this accurate report, he immediately stood up. "Take me to the scene." The leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance had been killed in his own territory. How could such a thing happen? As the city lord of the Northern Medicine City, he naturally had to give an explanation. Most importantly, Ao Yong also needed to know whether his things were ready. Fu Chunlei had previously promised to prepare a grade 4 elixir pill for him to break through to the Sky Origin Ancestor Realm. These 2 days were supposed to be the day of the transaction. But who would have thought that this would happen? The hope of a breakthrough had been right in front of him, but it had been snatched away in the blink of an eye. How could Ao Yong tolerate this? After killing his way out, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. Give the order to lock down the entire city. No one is allowed to go out. Only entry is allowed. Ao Yong immediately gave the order. The city guards hurriedly raised their torches and rushed to the top of the city wall. The city gates were tightly locked. Countless crossbows were aimed at the streets leading out of the city. In order to prevent thieves from escaping, an open space and passage would be set aside between the city walls and the residents of the main city. This way, it would be convenient to lock down the entrances and exits of the city. Secondly, it would be a good defense in case a Yuan beast attacked. Although the cost of the construction was relatively high, it was still considered a perfect defense facility. Rumble. The city gates were shut. Ao Yong led his men into the Northern Medicine Tower, which was filled with the smell of blood. The fresh blood on the ground had already become viscous. When he arrived at the 6th level, he felt a sinister chill. The remaining cold aura in the surroundings caused Ao Yong to furrow his brows. Judging from the aura left behind, the strength of the person who did this is not below mine. Ao Yong felt the cold aura left behind by the old man and was shocked. After all, the old man's identity had always been hidden in the dark and had never stood out. Therefore, Ao Yong did not know of the old man's existence. In addition, he had already been sucked into a pile of waste by Li Zhongjio. In such a bloody scene, who would notice that there was a dead person here? A total of 38 people died. This was simply a massacre. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was unacceptable. This matter is quite tricky, Ao Yong frowned. The other party was able to destroy the Northern Medicine Tower in such a short period of time. The experts from the 2 sects were already very difficult to deal with. However, the other party seemed to have directly ignored them. This was clearly a way to crush them. This made Ao Yong fearful. Is there anything missing from the medicine storage pavilion? Ao Yong asked. No, nothing is missing, City Lord. The elders from the Northern Medicine Alliance want to come in. We can't hold them off. One of his subordinates came forward to report. Although the Alliance chief and some guards were dead, there were still many alchemists in the Northern Medicine Alliance. These people's qualifications were not below Fu Chunlei's. If they moved their fingers, they could cause a storm. Take away all the elixirs and herbs in the medicine storage pavilion, Ao Yong said to a personal guard beside him. A glint flashed across the guard's eyes, and he immediately understood. He turned around and headed towards the medicine storage pavilion. After all, this place had already been reduced to such a state. It was normal for some things to be missing. Even after becoming the city lord, Ao Yong did not change his bad habit of being a robber. However, even if he took away all the herbs and elixirs now, no one would suspect him. No one would dare to suspect him. Gaozhuang Restaurant. Li Zhongjio and his group each booked a room in the inn and washed off the stench of blood on their bodies. Then they ordered a table of dishes and gathered together to eat and drink. Chapter 189. I've finally vented my anger this time. Thank you, elders, for your help, Li Zhongjio said as he raised his cup. You're too polite, Enforcer Li. Enforcer Li's matter is our snow elixir sect's matter. Naturally, it's our matter. As long as there's a place where we can be of use, just let us know. Li Zongjio nodded. They all came from the same sect. Perhaps they weren't treated as equals in this matter. However, after tonight, they had a faint feeling that Li Zongjio, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was actually stronger than them. He never did things sloppily. He was straightforward and decisive. This kind of ruthlessness wasn't something that anyone could have. It could only be accumulated under a long period of experience and learning. These are the things that we seized earlier. Let's split them. Li Zongjio generously took out the boxes that contained the banknotes. Each of the 4 elders had a box. After all, Sunset City would be under the Snow Elixir sect's rule in the future. If something happened, they would more or less take care of each other. For Li Zongjio, it wasn't impossible to make friends with some people. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had always been a loner and was used to acting alone. However, it was different now. Since his family was here, he naturally had to prioritize his family. Oh my God, these people are so rich. When Qin Lai and the others saw the money, they were almost speechless. Their Snow Elixir sect seemed to be glorious, but in fact they were already doing their best to subsidize the elders. However, due to the surrounding conditions, there weren't any big cities or big families. Everyone cooperated with each other, and the Snow Elixir sect wasn't very famous. After leaving the area, one could hear about this sect. That was already very little. It was difficult to keep up with the consumption just by selling pills. Therefore, some disciples couldn't help but go down the mountain to gain experience. Their main purpose was to earn money for the sect. There were also some disciples who didn't want to go out and were directly kicked out. Now he saw the box of banknotes. His heart started to beat uncontrollably. They had never seen so much money in their lives. However, in front of the younger enforcer Li, he had to show a certain demeanor. Cough, this. Elders, please accept it for now. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Then we'll thank Protector Li first. Come, let's have a drink. Qin Lai said. He was already smiling in his heart. He had never seen so much money before. In this day and age, if you didn't have any money on you, you would be too embarrassed to go out. This box was worth 100 million gold coins. How could he not be happy? After massacring more than 30 people in the Northern Medicine restaurant, they could still sit here and eat peacefully. No one dared to believe that Li Zongjio and the others had such guts. This time, they came to solve the problem of the Northern Medicine restaurant. Li Zongjio didn't hesitate at all. However, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. In the next few days, he had to play with the people of the Northern Medicine restaurant. There was another hidden danger. Since Qingyuan Manor had already thrown an olive branch to the city lord of the Northern Medicine City, Li Zongjio had to find out the situation of the city lord of the Northern Medicine City. Since he would become an enemy sooner or later, it was better to eliminate him now. In Li Zongjio's mind, in fact, he didn't really care about those messy rules. In his opinion, these weren't problems. The rules themselves were meant to be changed. As for the consequences of killing a city lord, Li Zongjio really didn't know. Even if there were any consequences, he didn't care. He would just solve it. Could it be that he would let the city lord continue to be arrogant? The next day, the incident of the Northern Medicine restaurant had spread throughout the city. The most affected was the business of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. This was because the Northern Medicine restaurant could be said to be the golden signboard of the Northern Medicine Alliance. It was on par with the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. After all, the quality of their elixirs were similar and very reliable. Other small medicine stores or elixir halls opened by alchemists might not have such a comprehensive range of elixirs. Moreover, the quality of each elixir couldn't be guaranteed to be of good quality. The Northern Medicine House had been massacred, and even the medicinal pills and the like had been looted. The people of the Northern Medicine City could only go to the Thousand Taste Herb Hall to purchase herbs and elixirs. The chief of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall, Lu Manxian, was grinning. I don't know which chivalrous hero it was, but he finally taught the Northern Medicine Tower a lesson. Lu Manxian was in a good mood. If I find out, I'll definitely treat him to a meal and give him a big kiss. Haha. It was obvious that Lu Manxian was in an extremely good mood. She was already very happy to be able to say such words. This was because today their 1,000-flavor herb hall's performance had already exceeded the total for the day after they opened for less than 4 hours. Increase the supply of herbs and let the alchemists refine more batches of elixirs. Take advantage of the Northern Medicine Restaurant's current state to make a big profit. Lu Manxian instructed. The 1,000-taste herb hall had its own alchemists. Some of the high-grade elixirs were also sent by the headquarters. I wonder if that guy still wants the 1,000-year ice toad nonsense grass. 17,660,000. That's not a low price. At the thought of this, Lu Manxian thought that if she could add this sum of money, she would be able to hold her head up high when her branch opened for business this quarter. Lu Manxian was very unhappy at the thought of being suppressed by that woman. Now, she finally had a chance to improve her performance. Knock, knock, knock. Chief, the young man from yesterday is here. Lu Manxian was daydreaming in her office when someone knocked on her door, startling her out of her reverie. Speaking of which, my luck today is really extraordinarily good. With that, Lu Manxian hurriedly tidied up her outfit and walked out. Chief, there in the VIP room. Very good. Lu Manxian said. Yesterday, she had instructed that if these people came again, they should be directly invited to the VIP room. After all, these people were not simple and could not be underestimated. What's wrong? You look weird. The young pharmacist apprentice seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Chief, they want to pack all the level 4 herbs. Chapter 190. No wonder the pharmacist trainee was so nervous. In their Northern Medicine City's warehouse, there were only 3 stocks of level 4 spiritual herbs. The one with the lowest value was the 1,000-year-old ice toad nonsense grass. As for the other 2, one was a 3,000-year-old head orchid. The other was a 4,000-year-old redbud fig. Every single one of these herbs was incomparably precious. If the age was doubled, then the price would also double. The 3,000-year-old head orchid was worth about 50 million gold coins. As for the 4,000-year-old redbud fig, it was even more precious. It was worth at least 90 million gold coins. There were so many of them, even if many of them were to be eliminated. The final total was more than 100 million gold coins. It was even close to 200 million gold coins. Where did these people get so much money? Where did their tone come from? Could it be that they wanted to play dirty? There were a lot of tricks in the underworld. However, if they really wanted to play tricks, then they really came to the wrong place. Although the 1,000-taste herb hall was only a place that sold herbs. However, the people who were raised under the medicinal herbs were not freeloaders. Let Elder Gong and the others get ready. I'll go and see what's going on. This was a business worth over 100 million gold coins. Even Lu Manxian did not dare to be too relaxed. After giving the order, she walked towards the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Li Zongjiu and the others had been waiting for a while. When they thought about how the 5 of them searched through their pockets yesterday and only managed to gather a little more than 1 million gold coins, it was an extremely embarrassing act. But today, each and every one of them was sitting here in high spirits. When they were in Luoxia City, they were naturally high-spirited and arrogant. After all, they were the elders of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. However, here they were even more restrained. After all, the people here did not know much about the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. They only thought that it was a small sect in the countryside. Today, even their sitting posture was even more relaxed. After all, everyone had 100 million gold coins in their hands. They could afford anything they wanted. On a branch, the door was pushed open, and Lu Manxian walked in wearing a red dress with a professional smile on her face. Mister, welcome again. I haven't had the time to ask you since we parted yesterday. May I know your name? No problem. Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu of the Li family, Li Zongjiu said. Then he pushed the medicinal herb recognition book in his hand out. I want all 3 of these level 4 medicinal herbs. Lu Manxian repeated this name in her heart, trying to find some memories of this name. However, she didn't have much of an impression. Luoxia City, on the other hand, was quite famous for its scenery. However, this city was lacking in resources, so it wasn't attractive at all. Most of the people living there were only a few Aborigines. Not many outsiders came to increase the productivity of the city. Without talented people moving in, how could such a city develop? However, in such a small city, there might be some ancient powers residing here. Ahem, all right, I'll help you calculate. No need. Go and get the herbs, Li Zongjiu said. Then, Lin Song took out a total of 20,000 banknotes. He placed them on the table. They were all packed in boxes. Otherwise, if they were scattered around, it would take a lot of time to clean them up. These are banknotes from Bowning Bank. They're real. Lu Manxian was also extremely shocked. She was not someone who had never seen money before. However, when the 20 boxes were placed on the table, it was the first time she had seen such a shock. Basically, if someone could take out so much money at once, they would more or less exchange it for purple yuan or bank notes of a higher denomination. After all, the bank notes of Bowning Bank were worth millions or tens of millions. Let's count. Only some ordinary individual investors, or in other words, in order to distract their attention, to carry out some bribery or bribing actions, would exchange such a deposit ticket for such a face value. Seeing so much money in front of her, Lu Manxian calmed down. Lu Manxian calmed herself down and waved for a few people to come over and check. Let Elder Gong take out the herbs. Since the other party had paid so generously, Thousand Taste Herb Hall couldn't be so stingy. Of course, they had to take out the herbs. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjiu and the others, they didn't seem to be worried that they would steal the money. This was only a big order in Northern Medicine City. If it was in other second-tier cities, there might be several orders in a day. This kind of transaction was also common. After all, this was a different level. Please wait a moment. Eat some fruits first. Our elder will bring the herbs over soon. Lu Manxian smiled. Then, she gave Li Zongjiu a name card. This is my name card. If you need it, we can consider a long-term cooperation. Of course, if you need some customized alchemy services, you can come to me. With young Master Li's name, you can get a 10% discount. Li Zongjiu took the name card. Lu Manchuan's name, address, and a string of codes were printed on it. This code was equivalent to an anti-counterfeiting code. As long as the code was reported, it would be recorded in the corresponding file. After all, in such a big environment, it was very important to be introduced by acquaintances. There were many services that could not be accessed without the introduction of acquaintances. Third-class chief. Li Zongjiu looked at the title engraved behind Lu Manchuan's name card. This is my position. Lu Manxian said proudly. To be able to sit in the position of chief at such a young age, she didn't rely on her eloquence. Instead, she relied on her outstanding management and sales skills. A third-grade chief was equivalent to the highest level of authority in a third-grade city. If an ordinary person wanted to sit in this position, it would take at least 8 to 10 years. What's the position of a first-class chief? Li Zongjiu asked curiously. This was because Li Zongjiu also remembered that in his previous life, there was a first-class chief from Thousand Taste Herb Hall who wanted to help him run errands. However, Li Zongjiu ignored him. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry wanted to run errands for Li Zongjiu, he was not qualified at all. A first-class chief is already the core of Thousand Taste Herb Hall's power. In the entire Thousand Taste Herb Hall, there are only 6 chief executives in the 13 states of the dynasty. A chief executive is in charge of the business in 2 states on average. What kind of concept was this? Within the two prefectures, there were countless first-class and second-class cities in the prefectures. Those who were able to reach such a level were at least top-notch powerhouses within the origin ancestor realm based on their cultivation base alone. This was really shocking. Oh, Li Zongjie nodded. It turned out that this chief executive was quite powerful. He had looked down on people in his previous life, but he hadn't expected them to be at such a high level. However, it wouldn't be long before Li Zongjie stepped on these people again. However, this wasn't his goal. His ultimate goal was to protect his family and allow his family to rise to an extremely high level. Although this path was difficult to walk, it would be achieved one day. Chief Lu, the herbs have been delivered. An old man in a purple robe walked in. Lu Manxian immediately stood up to welcome him. The old man came to Lu Manchuan's side and took out 3 jade boxes from his storage ring. He gently placed them on the table. "Young Masterly, please inspect them." Lu Manxian stood up and said. Li Zongjie and the rest also stood up and walked over to the jade boxes. Just as they were about to open them, they heard an angry roar from outside the door. "In the name of the city lord, we are here to arrest a murderer. Seal the door. No one is allowed to leave." Chapter 191. There was a commotion outside the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. When Lu Manxian heard the commotion, her face turned cold. The city, Lord Mansion of Northern Medicine City, was too arrogant. They dared to come to the Thousand Taste Herb Hall to arrest criminals. They even wanted to close the door of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. Wasn't this stepping on Lu Manchuan's head? How could she, Lu Manxian, allow such a thing to happen? However, he needed to greet Li Zongjie and the others. He glanced at Elder Gong beside him. Elder Gong immediately understood and turned around to leave. Before he reached the door, he heard a deep roar that sounded like a large bell. "Who dares to close the door of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall?" The voice was imposing. "I'm sorry. If there's no problem with the herbs, it's a deal." Lu Manxian smiled apologetically at Li Zongjie and the rest. After Li Zongjie opened the 3 jade boxes, he inspected them. The dense spiritual energy emitted from the boxes caused the elders to widen their eyes in shock. "I didn't expect a level 4 herb to have such dense spiritual energy." Even Lin Song couldn't take his eyes off it. The density of the spiritual energy was too attractive. One couldn't help but want to refine it. However, if that was the case, Li Zongjie would probably kill them. These herbs couldn't be touched carelessly. "No problem. Deal. Take the extra money as the fee for today. The Thousand Taste Herb Hall will help you deal with today's trouble." Lu Manxian glanced at Li Zongjie and the rest and smiled. "Please wait here for a while. I'll go and send the people from the city, Lord Mansion, away." Qin Lai and the rest looked at each other. She seemed to know what they were doing in the city. However, Qin Lai and the rest knew that the conflict between the factions would at most involve benefits. As long as the money was in place, everything would be easy to solve. Moreover, they didn't kill many alchemists. In such a small place, even if they did something wrong, they wouldn't be afraid. They were not afraid. After all, the affairs of the underworld were managed by the underworld, and the dynasty could not manage too much. When they returned to the Snow Fog Alchemy sect, would there be anyone who would dare to raid the Snow Fog Alchemy sect? If that happened, it would cause a huge storm. Based on what Lu Manxian said, she must have guessed something. Li Zongjie, on the other hand, did not care. That Northern Medicine City Lord will definitely become a stumbling block for our Li clan. I need to go and beat him up. Li Zongjie put away the herbs with a cold glint in his eyes. Even if that Northern Medicine City Lord didn't come looking for him, he would personally pay him a visit. But if Li Zongjie were to come knocking on his door, that would be fine. But now, these people actually came knocking on their door. What was the meaning of this? They actually wanted to cause trouble for them. Li Zongjie laughed. He had been around for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Therefore, Ao Yong was destined to meet his end. At the entrance of the 1,000-flavor grass hall, Zhao Sima, the city guard army's main general, was dressed in martial attire. Behind him, there were hundreds of black iron shields. Behind the shields, there were incomparably sharp weapons that could pierce one's heart. This attack was enough to pierce through a person. Iron shield array, iron spear array. When Elder Gong of the 1,000-flavor grass hall saw this scene, he laughed in disdain. Dressed in a long robe, he blocked the entrance by himself. On both sides of him were the guards of the 1,000-flavor grass hall. Both sides were at daggers drawn. At that time, when Zhao Sima saw Elder Gong in front of him, he was obviously a little afraid and did not directly give the order to attack. "Haha, Lord Zhao, what do you mean by this?" Elder Gong spoke in a deep voice. His eyes were just like an eagle's as they stared intently at the prey in front of him. For Elder Gong, Zhao Sima was already in his bag. If he wanted to finish him off, he only needed a breath's time to do so. Elder Gong Xing. This order was directly given by the city lord. "Don't make it difficult for me." Zhao Sima said in a deep voice. If he faced the old man in front of him head-on, the one who would suffer in the end would be him. There was no doubt about that. However, Zhao Sima also needed to live. He was not a careless person. The city lord was born as a bandit. He, Zhao Sima, had painstakingly climbed up, bit by bit, from a small soldier. However, he had no choice. Now that he was under the command of the city lord, he had no choice but to obey the city lord's words. "Oh, if you want to search my 1,000-flavor grass hall, you will need a state capital pass. Don't tell me you don't know such a simple thing. Leave immediately. Then, you and I will look better. If we get into a deadlock, no one will have a good time." Gong Xing said slowly. His tone also gradually became gentler, as if he was giving the other party enough time to consider. After Zhao Sima heard it, he was also in a difficult position. "Haha, your 1,000-flavor grass hall is really bold. You actually dare to openly protect a murderer. Now, you even dare to obstruct justice. Are you the biggest in this city?" A voice sounded. Zhao Sima, who was beside him, immediately retreated to the side and welcomed the person who came. "Greetings to the city lord." It was the city lord of Northern Medicine City, Ao Yong. Ao Yong, who was wearing a brocade robe and an official's hat, walked out of the army, followed by 4 experts. Now that the 4 experts had gathered at the same time, it was obvious that they were going to make a big move. Otherwise, these people would not have gathered like this. Gong Xing, don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you are a grade 9 prime general. Today, if I want to go in, no one can stop me. Ao Yong came forward and said. Gong Xing was a grade 9 prime general and was a well-known expert in 1,000-flavor grass hull. His name was like thunder. However, others might be afraid, but Ao Yong was not. The 4 grade 9 prime general experts beside him were enough to make Gong Xing retreat. Moreover, Ao Yong himself was at the peak of the prime general level. As a result, Gong Xing's aura was slightly weaker than before. Gong Xing's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was necessary, Gong Xing would not be afraid of this bandit leader in front of him. If they really fought, with the yuan skills he had learned, he would not be afraid of this insignificant Ao Yong in front of him. After all, the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall had its own armed forces department. It even had a specialized yuan skill pavilion. This was to allow the people who worked for the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall to enjoy the best treatment. If City Lord Ao wants to come in, no one will dare to stop him. As the voice fell, Lu Manxian, who was dressed in red, walked out of the house. She waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Although the 1,000 Flavors Herb Hall wasn't afraid, they couldn't openly go against the city lord's mansion. They would definitely be criticized, and people might even dig up old scores in the future. If City Lord Ao wants to come, the 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall will naturally welcome you. However, I have to make things clear. The 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall is a place specially approved by the state government. If City Lord A.O. thinks that the Thousand Flavor Herb Hall is a place that is harboring wanted criminals, you have to be careful. Lu Manxian said indifferently, her eyes full of arrogance. The meaning behind her words was very obvious. If Thousand Flavor Grass Hall was a place where wanted criminals were harbored, then it would be a challenge to the state government. The state government of Kuan State was where the highest authority of the dynasty was located. When it came to this level, even if A.O. Yong's words made the other party dissatisfied, the other party only needed to move his finger and he could turn A.O. Yong into ashes. Bitch, I'll press you under my body sooner or later. A.O. Yong cursed in his heart, but on the surface he chuckled. Chief Lu, you're exaggerating. You also know that I'm a rough person. Last night, the Northern Medicine Hall was massacred in the city, and 37 people died. We caught one alive and said that the person who did it was from the Li family of Luoxia City. And this morning, there was news that they had entered the Thousand Taste Grass Hall. As he spoke, A.O. Yong moved his fingers, and a figure was forcefully pressed forward. There was a thud. Ying Lai knelt on the ground with blood all over his body. His body was also shackled. Obviously, A.O. Yong had also taken control of Ying Lai. Although he was found in the Northern Medicine House, Ying Lai wasn't a member of the Northern Medicine House. Even if he had joined the Northern Medicine House, nobody would know because Fu Chunlei was already dead. Chapter 192. Seeing that Ying Lai was captured, she didn't expect that there was still someone alive. This made Lu Manxian frown, but she didn't relax in the slightest. You want to search my Thousand Flavor Herb Hall just because you caught a random person? If you come here once a day, my Thousand Flavor Herb Hall will not be able to operate. If the city lord wants to search, then bring the search warrant first. Lu Manxian waved her hand and said, Elder Gong, see the guest out. Gong Xing stepped forward and extended his hand to lead the way. Please. His words were already very obvious. If they still wanted to barge in, then they would really fight on the spot. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. However, Lu Manxian also knew that she couldn't stop these people for too long. If A.O. Yong wanted to search, he had to have a reason. After all, A.O. Yong was a bandit. At the same time, A.O. Yong's methods weren't limited to this. After staring at Lu Manxian for a while, A.O. Yong's lips curled into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Director Lu, I hope you don't regret your decision. I officially order that Mingqing, Mingyuan, and Mingwang streets will be locked down for an indefinite period of time. Anyone with a suspicious identity will be thrown into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion for investigation. Before the murderer is caught, the martial law will be in effect. These 3 streets were the streets around the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. If one wanted to come to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, they had to pass through these 3 streets. Now that martial law had been ordered, even those with a little bit of a criminal record wouldn't dare to pass through here easily. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had the final say on what was suspicious about them. As long as the city lord's mansion felt that they were suspicious, they would basically arrest them one by one. What could they do? Could it be that they could escape? That was the reason why they wanted to catch all the passers-by. This way, in order to avoid trouble, the customers would choose to go to other places to buy medicinal herbs. Those who wanted to buy medicinal herbs were basically here to save lives. Who could wait indefinitely like this? Director Lu, think carefully before coming to me. A.O. Yong stared at Lu Manxian and said with a laugh, this was the benefit of power. With just one sentence, he could use such a method to make the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall unable to survive. Seal off the 3 main streets immediately. Zhao Sima waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly took action. One by one, they blocked the road, and their faces turned ugly. This had unknowingly increased their workload, so they didn't show the slightest mercy when they acted. Where do you live? What are you doing here? What are you hiding in the bag? Open it. In front of Lu Manxian and the others, the city guards began to carry out their orders. Many of them rushed back home when they heard the martial law order. Some of the customers in the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall hurriedly threw down their medicinal herbs and left. A few of the braver ones also chose their medicinal ingredients before leaving. However, most of the people left in a hurry. From this, it seemed that the business of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall had been greatly affected. Even in the next few days, there would be a similar threat here. This made the faces of Lu Manxian and the others extremely ugly. Is this Ao Yong crazy? How dare he go against us like this? That Northern Medicine House isn't a good place either. I heard that there are some problems. It seems that there's something going on here. Lu Manxian said in a deep voice. This matter wasn't complicated. If there weren't any benefits, why would Ao Yong be so proactive? There must be a reason behind it. However, although the other party's method was despicable, it was very effective. Let's wait and see. Don't get into a conflict with them, for the time being. Sealing off the 3 streets didn't only affect the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, but also many other businesses. These people weren't a big deal individually, but if Ao Yong went overboard when they really joined forces, Ao Yong would have to bear the consequences. Director, just now, young Master Li and the others all left. Lu Manxian was about to go back and tell Li Zongjio what happened here, but the pharmacist trainee hurried over and said, Left? How did they leave? When Lu Manxian heard this, she was stunned. The surrounding area had just been cordoned off, and the streets were filled with city guards. If they weren't careful, they would definitely bump into them. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Just open the window, and then swoosh, they left. The trainee was probably a little nervous. She gesticulated with her hands and feet to describe the scene just now. Li Zongjiu and the others left the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall so easily. If they had said that they were leaving, I would have let them in. Then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Really, Lu Manxian was also very troubled. Since they had left the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, it had nothing to do with the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall anymore. Of course, if they still wanted to buy any medicinal herbs, Lu Manxian would be very happy to serve Li Zongjio and the others. After all, she was a businessman. If she came to talk about business, she would naturally be the happiest. As for the grudges, Lu Manxian didn't care at all. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zongjio was rich and generous and gave a total of 200 million yuan, she wouldn't have given them the change. Then, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Ao Yong and the others were also walking on the road. Zhao Sima came in front of Ao Yong. He was incomparably respectful. Keep an eye on the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. If you find anything, immediately take them down. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Yes, sir. Zhao Sima immediately said. Seeing that Ao Yong and the others were leaving, he continued, Farewell, sir. Ao Yong, who was walking, looked up at the sky. Black clouds were surging, and it was raining. That's strange. It was cloudless just now, and now it's raining. What bad luck. Ao Yong waved his sleeves. His grade 4 medicinal pills must have been taken away by that damn Li family brat. It didn't matter if you killed someone or took away their money. However, this medicinal pill wasn't something that could be bought with money. For Ao Yong, it was something that could raise his realm and allow him to have a higher level of existence. How could he be willing to give up such a treasure? If he waited until Li Zongjio and the others left the northern medicine city, then there would be even less of a chance. Therefore, he had to take action within these 2 days. Therefore, he, Ao Yong, also brought these 4 experts with him. Whoosh! The rain was pouring down. The 4 people beside Ao Yong held up umbrellas to protect him. When the 5 of them turned into this small alley, the 5 of them couldn't help but stop. In front of the alley stood a figure holding a black oil paper umbrella. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. The rain fell, but it splashed 3 inches away from his shoes. Powerful yuan qi protected his body. Not a single drop of rain stained his body. In front of him was a heavy downpour. The curtain of rain blocked his view, making it difficult for Ao Young to see clearly what the small man in front of him looked like. However, the purpose of this person's visit was already very clear. Interesting, Ao Young sneered. Then he turned his head and saw that behind him, another 4 people walked out and blocked their path, openly intercepting and killing a city lord. How dare you? You washed the Northern Medicine Tower with blood, and you still want to attack me? Ao Young sneered. The 4 experts beside him had already separated into 2 sides. 3 of them walked to the back, while the other 1 faced the person in front. He put away his umbrella and took out his ice blade. Seeing this, Li Zongjio smiled faintly. Actually, you don't have to die, as long as you make a smart decision. Chapter 193. You don't have to die. Make a smart decision? Hearing this, Ao Young immediately raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Even the heavy rain couldn't cover his laughter. With your Yuan Master level cultivation, take down these audacious assassins. Ao Young did not waste any more time and directly gave the order. The 4 experts beside him immediately stepped forward. In the rain, this figure constantly dashed forward, shattering the raindrops in front of him. From this, one could see how fast this person was. The person who charged towards Li Zongjio was the most senior and strongest of the 4 guards. Dong Wenhu, Dong Hu! A pair of iron hammers suddenly appeared in Dong Hu's hands. The other side of the iron hammers also had spikes. This kind of short and dangerous weapon could often display a terrifying power. These spikes were like the fangs of a tiger king, filled with danger and ferocity. Looks like you made the wrong choice. Li Zongjio helplessly shook his head as he watched Dong Hu charge over. The 2 hammers in his hands were like a storm. Metal attribute, Yuan energy. The Yuan energy of a grade 9 Yuan general instantly erupted and covered the iron hammers in his hands. Immediately, the pair of hammers turned into a pure gold color. Boom! The twin hammers descended towards Li Zongjio's head. However, Li Zongjio's figure had already leaped up. From behind him, he directly swung the umbrella in his hand and smashed towards the hammers. The ground shook as the raindrops spread out and swept up like a wave. Seeing Li Zongjio's umbrella swing over, Dong Hu raised his hand. He raised a hand to block the umbrella. Clang! A collision sound rang out and a burst of sparks exploded, sending Dong Hu's figure flying. The iron hammers were the ones that flew, but they were firmly held in Dong Hu's hands, making him feel as if he was smashed away. What a strong force! Dong Hu was shocked. There was a steel blade hidden under the umbrella. Dong Hu glanced at his iron hammers and saw that there was actually a deep mark. A glint flashed across his eyes. 6 revolution, steel blade. At a glance, he recognized the weapon in Li Zongjio's hand. The craftsmanship of the 7-star fire room and each weapon were at the peak. It must be completed with the most complete craftsmanship and the most rigorous techniques. Whoosh! After Li Zongjio's attack succeeded, he leaped up again and charged towards Dong Hu. Dong Hu was not careless. This was because he had seen the scene of the Northern Medicine Tower. Almost all the people on the 6th floor had died under the steel blade. Therefore, the person who wielded the steel blade was extremely dangerous. Although Li Zongjio didn't look very old, but at his age, there were often monstrous geniuses. As long as one left the northern medicine city and went to see the top geniuses of first-tier cities, then it wouldn't be strange to see them in the future. Golden thunder, thunder tigers roar. Dong Hu spun the twin hammers in his hands and suddenly swung them in Li Zongjio's direction. Boom! The golden thunder fury hammer was accompanied by the tiger's roar. It continued to advance, and the ground cracked. At the same time, a sound wave rushed towards Li Zongjio. This was a pretty good killer move. It was actually hidden in this Yuan skill, a sound wave technique. However, in front of Li Zongjio, it was obviously not good enough. No matter how despicable the move was or how complicated and troublesome the chain of attacks was, it was nothing in front of Li Zongjio. After all, he was someone who had seen everything. He pried a brick from the side and threw it forward. The brick was smashed into pieces by the sound wave, but the sound wave was also completely exhausted. Boom! The 7 waves of Yuan Qi collided. In an instant, the air on the street became extremely sharp. The air within 100 meters was filled with the aura of battle. Qinlai and the others were already fighting with the 3 experts. Although the cultivation of the 3 experts was much stronger than Qinlai and the others, they could still hold on for a while. However, if the battle dragged on, they would not be able to hold on. Therefore, they could only hope that Li Zongjio would end the battle quickly. Qinlai and the others' goal was not to defeat the enemies in front of them, but to stall for time. Therefore, the 4 of them cooperated and dodged the attacks instead of facing them head-on. They fought well. Bastard, eat my hammer! Dong, who waved the iron hammer in his hand and directly exploded with Yuan Qi. It formed a strong force field and directly fixed Li Zongjio's body on the spot. Li Zongjio did not resist, and even allowed the force to press him towards Dong Hu. No matter how good you are at tricks, in front of absolute power, any action is superfluous. The force gathered in Dong Hu's hand was enough to kill a dozen Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio did not give his opponent a chance. The iron hammer in Dong Hu's hand reached out and was already smashing towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio had already reached out his finger. The power of the golden dragon pattern in the origin bead instantly attached to his finger. Break! Facing the iron hammer that Dong Hu dropped, Li Zongjio turned it into a pure gold finger. So what if your finger turns golden? Dong Hu was disdainful, but the falling iron hammer. Suddenly, with a clink, it flew out of his hand. The strong force caused his wrist to hurt. Not good. The moment the iron hammer flew out, he already felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment he felt a pain in his chest. Even his inner armor did not provide any resistance. It was directly pierced by Li Zongjio's finger. After piercing the man's heart with one finger, Li Zongjio did not hesitate. He pulled out the long saber in his hand and directly chopped down on Dong Hu's head. Whoosh! The head fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere. This slash was not sloppy at all. Dong Hu had died an unjust death. He had not even figured out what had happened to him before his head was chopped off with a single slash. No matter how strong your origin chi was, your head was already chopped off. What else could you do? You're courting death. Ao Yong saw Li Zongjio kill Dong Hu so decisively. First, he was amazed by Li Zongjio's strength. Then, he was shocked by Li Zongjio's resolute attitude. He was determined to be his enemy. There must be a battle today. It seems that the thing must be in your hands. If I don't kill you today, how can I manage this northern medicine city in the future? Ao Yong said indifferently. Although Dong Hu was dead, the death of his bodyguard for many years was a very regrettable thing for him. However, Ao Yong did not take this matter to heart. Speaking of bodyguards, Ao Yong did not need so many people to protect him. It was just that there were occasions where it was necessary. Moreover, it was more convenient for these people to take action than to do it himself. Since Li Zongjio was dead, so be it. He couldn't possibly be sad over it. The most important thing right now was to kill Li Zongjio and snatch that thing away. A shiny saber appeared in his hand. It's been almost 6 years since I left the mysterious underworld mountain. My golden fragment blade is about to rust. If I don't destroy you today, I'll definitely kill you. If I don't kill you today, how can I, Ao Yong, go out in the future? Ao Yong let out a low roar. Instantly, a terrifying light burst out from the Zamadeo and rushed towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Saber chi burst forth. When the saber slashed out, the rainwater within a 10-meter radius evaporated. Li Zongjio executed his footwork and did not fight it head-on. After all, if he fought it head-on, the outcome would be very miserable. Li Zongjiu's origin qi cultivation was far from being a match for Ao Yong. Chapter 194. Ao Yong's speed was extremely fast, and his attack was also extremely ruthless. After this attack, he once again caught up. The Zamadeo was like a light that was brewing as it suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. Clang! Li Zongjiu blocked with both hands. The sixth revolution steel blade in his hand also shook violently. It constantly trembled in his hand. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's figure was also knocked back dozens of meters. Boom! His feet streaked across the water. The steel blade in Li Zongjiu's hand fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the remaining force of Ao Yong's attack instantly hit the ground, causing a large earthquake. The bluestone slabs on the ground were directly shattered into hundreds of pieces. I thought you had some great ability. Today, leave your head here. Ao Yong roared. He had been in northern Medicine City for so many years, but he had never met anyone who dared to rob him. If he didn't make a move and let these people know that he was the originator of this robbery, they would really think that he had ascended to heaven. He once again circulated the Yuan power in his body, condensing it on the Zamadeo in his hand. The Zamadeo suddenly bloomed with brilliance, as if there was a giant crocodile lying on the Zamadeo. As the blade fell, the crocodile also fiercely swung its tail. Li Zongjiu looked at the scene in front of him. This was not a real Yuan spirit. Now that Ao Yong was at the peak of the Yuan general level, he more or less had some contact with Yuan spirits. Before he truly had the ability to absorb Yuan spirits and condense his own Yuan spirit, he would also try to use his own Yuan power to create a Yuan spirit. It helped him to feel the power of the Yuan spirit in advance. Although this was a fake Yuan spirit, its power was still quite strong. When the blade fell, even if Li Zongjiu was hiding in the distance, he would definitely be affected by the blade. The only way was to face it head-on. Blood Frenzy Guide. Golden Dragon Yuan Spirit. Ancient Golden Body Shield. Li Zongjiu bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence, blood, into his palm. Immediately, he could feel that the Yuan power in his body was rapidly increasing. Boom! The elemental energy in Li Zongjiu's body instantly surged. He had broken through the limit of the Yuan general realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the realm of a second-grade origin general. The ancient tyrant golden body cover was like a layer of golden light that fell on his body. When Li Zongjiu's entire body was covered by the golden light shield, Ao Yong's blade just happened to fall. Boom! Li Zongjiu held the saber above his head with both hands and took the saber head-on. The energy within Ao Yong's body was like a terrifying waterfall. It suddenly poured down and washed away Li Zongjiu until he was about to collapse. If an ordinary person was hit by this blade, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, Li Zongjiu's Yuan Sutra was able to absorb this energy. Golden Dragon. Ao Yong was not blind. Although Li Zongjiu's Golden Dragon origin spirit was very low-key, it had already covered Li Zongjiu's entire body. This was the genuine power of the origin spirit. You're actually a natural origin spirit. Ao Yong was immediately taken aback. His face was also filled with shock. Li Zongjiu did not give the other party too much time to be surprised. He stretched out his hand, and his finger suddenly turned golden. Ding! The finger fell on the saber. It was like a treasured saber that could cut through iron like mud. It directly broke the saber in half. My golden fragment saber! Ao Yong exclaimed. He had hired a professional blacksmith to forge his golden fragment saber. Although he was not a blacksmith at the level of the 7-star flame room, he was definitely a top-notch existence in northern Medicine City. His personal weapon for many years was now so fragile in front of Li Zongjiu. This also shocked Ao Yong. However, Li Zongjiu's movements did not stop. After breaking the saber with one finger, the finger once again turned into a sharp sword and pierced towards Ao Yong's body. This finger actually has the power to pierce through gold. Ao Yong felt the power of Li Zongjiu's golden finger at close range. Previously, Dong Hu had died because of this move. However, Ao Yong did not see it clearly at that time. He died before he could see it clearly and thought that something had happened to Dong Hu. Now that Ao Yong was facing this move personally, he also felt the terrifying threat in it. However, this was not the first time Ao Yong faced such danger. Immediately, the yuan power in his body burst out. Just relying on the yuan power fluctuation of a peak yuan general, it was enough to send Li Zongjiu flying. This was the gap between levels. There was never any suspense. However, just as Ao Yong was about to release his power and send Li Zongjiu flying, suddenly he saw Li Zongjiu's eyes. When he saw Li Zongjiu's eyes, Ao Yong felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Although he clearly knew that this was a dangerous thing, and it was very easy to lose his life here, he still couldn't help but look at Li Zongjiu's eyes when he stared at Li Zongjiu. The pain in his chest woke Ao Yong up. What evil soul eye! Li Zongjiu's most powerful killing skill. Under normal circumstances, Li Zongjiu wouldn't need to use such a skill. When he had killed Mu Yuan, Li Zongjiu had used this move. Now, with the increase of his mental power and yuan power, the attributes and effects of the evil soul eye were also more impressive. Even Ao Yong, who was at the peak yuan general level, could not resist it. What kind of move is this? Ao Yong was unwilling, but Li Zongjiu did not answer him. Li Zongjiu withdrew his finger from Ao Yong's body. When he executed the metal elemental finger, it consumed a large amount of elemental energy. Because he wasn't confident that he would be able to hit Ao Yong, Li Zongjiu forcefully executed the evil soul eye to stop Ao Yong. In fact, the effect of the evil soul eye was targeted at some experts who had weaknesses in their hearts. With a glance, one would be able to see the weakness in the depths of one's heart. Then, it would be like a test of one's inner demons. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was still not enough. Therefore, the effect of the evil soul eye was only to cause one to be in a trance. That brief moment of absent-mindedness was enough. It was enough for Li Zongjiu to kill a person. Although the 6 revolving steel blade in his hand was chipped, it was still sharp. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and slashed at Ao Yong. Pa! Ao Yong reached out and grabbed Li Zongjiu's blade. Who exactly are you? If someone were to tell him that Li Zongjiu had really come from the tiny sunset city, then Ao Yong would never believe it. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he longed for an answer. Ao Yong, had been in northern Medicine City for so long that everyone had to give him face. Li Zongjiu was clearly here to kill him. His goal was very clear. He really wanted to know who the person who killed him was. Li Zongjiu looked coldly at Ao Yong. With a gentle twist of his wrist, he cut off all 5 of Ao Yong's fingers. Then, with another slash, he took Ao Yong's head. Plop! Ao Yong's head rolled on the ground with a pair of ferocious eyes wide open. Never in his dreams did he expect this. He had been keeping a low profile in the city for several years. Even in the perilous, mysterious underworld mountain range, he had survived. In the turbulent northern Medicine City, he had lived a prosperous life. Today, he had died in the hands of an unknown person. On such a cold and rainy day, Ao Yong's body fell. Li Zongjiu naturally took off his storage ring. Who knew how much money was inside? Ever since Li Zongjiu knew that his family was short of money and was actually so poor, Li Zongjiu was also interested in the storage ring. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu usually would not be so interested in these things. These things were just worldly possessions to Li Zongjiu. City Lord is dead. The 3 people who were fighting with Qin Lai and the others suddenly realized that Ao Yong was dead. Their expressions immediately changed. They naturally did not care if others died, but Ao Yong was dead. They would not live for long either. As a result, the 3 of them stopped moving and stopped tangling with Qin Lai and the others. They just stood where they were and allowed the rain from the sky to fall on their bodies with a pitter-patter. Li Zongjio glanced at the 3 people who had stopped. I can cure the 100-ghost heart-devouring poison in your bodies. Chapter 195. Li Zongjio's voice wasn't loud, but the 3 of them heard it clearly. It could be cured. Could it really be cured? The 3 of them looked at each other. They had been trapped by Ao Yang's side all these years. It wasn't because of Ao Yang's ability to convince the masses and make them loyal and devoted, willing to follow Ao Yang wholeheartedly. It was because Ao Yang had hired a poison master who was good at refining poisons to refine an extremely toxic, slow-acting poison called the heart-devouring 100 ghosts. It was a very obscure poison. After the poison was successfully refined, Ao Yang had directly killed the poison master. The 4 of them were the ones who had been forced to take the poison. That was why they had stayed by Ao Yang's side so wholeheartedly. If they didn't take the antidote regularly, they would die from the backlash of the heart-devouring 100 ghosts in less than a month. In fact, the 4 of them weren't the only ones who had taken the poison. Only the 4 of them had survived. Only Ao Yang knew the formula for the antidote. Now that Ao Yang was dead, there might be an antidote in this world. However, it was almost impossible to find it in a short month. How can we believe you? Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a couple. The man was called Chang He, and the woman was called Luo Ri. There was another man who was slightly older. He was the strongest after Dong Hu. He didn't talk much, but when he fought, he was also a ruthless person called Luo Sha. The one who had spoken was Luo Sha. At the moment, they seemed to have no choice. If they didn't believe Li Zongjio, they would die from the pain of the heart-devouring 100 ghosts in a month. No one would be able to save them. It wasn't easy to attain this level of cultivation and kill Ao Yang. However, there was no way to survive this poison. They couldn't see any hope in it. Li Zongjio only found out that these people had been poisoned after killing Dong Hu. After all, he was an experienced alchemist. Li Zongjio's judgment in this aspect couldn't be wrong. The heart-devouring 100 ghosts poison was indeed not weak, but in front of Li Zongjio it was nothing. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had seen poisons, and even poisons that he had personally tasted, were thousands of times more potent than this. Even the poison pill that he had refined some time ago was much more toxic than the heart-devouring 100 ghosts. If an ordinary person took that poison pill, the effect would be very significant. Only a body like Li Zongjio's could withstand it. Qin Lai and the others also flashed and landed beside Li Zongjio. They looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. His heart was also filled with shock. It was 4 against 3, but none of them succeeded in the end. They were even on the verge of defeat. If it was night, they would probably be dead. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 of them alone. He didn't even suffer any injuries, yet he had already killed all of them. The difference between them was very obvious. Lin Song propped up an elemental energy field, blocking the surrounding rainwater outside of his body. There is a black line on the left side of your chest. If this black line reaches your throat, it will be the day you die. If I'm not wrong, the medicinal soup that this person gave you every month didn't weaken the poison. Instead, it suppressed it. Moreover, the poison is accumulating over time and is constantly getting stronger. Even if you continue to take that medicinal soup, you have at most half a year to live. Li Zongjio said slowly. Although they were unsure of the authenticity of the medicinal soup, the black lines on their chests were indeed, as Li Zongjio had said. Even the information that they had privately gathered and the pharmacists that they had visited all had the same opinion. If they were to continue, only death would await them. As long as the black line reached their necks, there was no turning back. Give me 7 days. I can refine an elixir that can suppress the heart-devouring poison in your body for half a year. Half a year later, I will detoxify you and let you go. Li Zongjio stated his condition. It was very straightforward. What if we don't agree? Then I'll kill you today. There's no need to wait a month, Li Zongjio said indifferently. The three of them looked at each other and whispered to each other. Does this person really have that kind of ability? Ordinary people don't know about the poison in our bodies. This kid has the ability to kill Aoyong. Maybe he really has that kind of ability. We're going to die anyway. If Aoyong doesn't die today, we'll continue to be puppets. We might even die half a year later. Why don't we take a gamble now? I don't want to die at such a young age. This kid looks unlucky. If we don't make a stand today, I'm afraid we won't be able to live. Sunset glanced at Li Zongjio. Although the four experts by Li Zongjio's side were nothing to be afraid of, the fact that he could mobilize so many experts at such a young age was enough to prove his strength. In addition, he wasn't weak. He killed Aoyong directly. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to kill Aoyong, but only Li Zongjio succeeded. What kind of heaven-defying ability did this kid have? After some discussion, Luo Sha stepped forward and knelt in front of Li Zongjio. I, Luo Sha, am willing to submit to young master. Changhe and Sunset looked at each other, then knelt beside Luo Sha. Changhe and Sunset are willing to submit to young master. Li Zongjio nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his finger, 3 elixirs shot out. Swoosh! The 3 of them reached out and caught the elixirs. This is an antidote. It can expel a small portion of the poison in your body. 2 days later, come to the Li family in Sunset City to find me. After speaking, Li Zongjio turned and left. Lin Song and the others followed closely behind Li Zongjio. At this moment, Lin Song and the rest were extremely impressed with Li Zongjio's methods. Even though it seemed simple, it wasn't easy to take in all these people. These people had done all sorts of evil deeds. In order to survive, they were willing to do anything. If it wasn't for the poison in their bodies, they might have killed Aoyong. However, Li Zongjio's performance made them feel an invisible pressure. Although they had already submitted, this antidote was a moment to prove his strength. It proved that Li Zongjio had the ability to cure them and expel the poison in their bodies. In addition, they had to report in 2 days to give them enough time to think. After all, they were fast. They would only need 1 day to reach Sunset City. The speed of these experts was difficult to estimate. It was normal for them to run for half a day. Now, they might still have some regrets and doubts, but after eating the detoxification pill, they would not make such a decision. Instead, they would run to Luoxia City to look for Li Zongjio. In this trip to Northern Medicine City, they had seen Li Zongjio's strength. No one dared to believe that Li Zongjio was so young, but his strength was so strong. No one here could be Li Zongjio's opponent. The matter of the Northern Medicine Alliance had been resolved. That night, Li Zongjio and the others had dinner in Northern Medicine City and then left. When they arrived outside the city, they sat on the white crane and soared into the sky. They flew towards Sunset City. Soon, Aoyong's body was found by the city guards. This piece of news could be said to be incomparably heavy, and it directly caused an uproar in Northern Medicine City. What kind of concept was this? This might be the biggest thing that had happened in the Xinyan dynasty for a long time. A city lord was directly killed by someone. There were many different opinions about the person who did this. No one knew who it was. To have the strength and guts to kill the city lord, this was a serious crime. Once it was found out, the whole family would be executed. When Lu Manxian of the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall heard the news, she put down the account book in her hand in shock. What? Aoyong is dead. Although Lu Manxian didn't know who the culprit was, when she heard the news, her first thought was that it was the young man who had just appeared 2 days ago and had a calm expression on his face. Was it him? No one gave Lu Manxian an answer. Chapter 196. Outside the Flying Cloud City, the Huangyuan, or valley, was surrounded by the guards of the Li family and the Bai family. Although the two families were working together to mine resources from afar, not many people dared to provoke them. Firstly, the Su family had already offered the 80 million gold coins with both hands. They knew the consequences. If the young man came again, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Su family was also completely defeated in this battle. The Dixian Merchant Alliance did not choose the Huang family to join. Originally, it was a choice between the Huang family and the Su family. On the surface, the Su family had a better chance of winning. However, after Su Tianfeng's actions, the Su family was directly dragged down and collapsed. It would take at least 10 years for him to recover from the loss of his primordial qi. Fortunately, Su Tianfeng was already dead. Otherwise, Su Tianfeng would have been tortured to death. However, the Dixian Merchant Alliance did not extend an olive branch to the Huang family. Instead, they sent an application to the Li family, hoping that the Li family could join the Dixian Merchant Alliance. This action was extremely puzzling in the eyes of many people. After all, the Li family was only a family in the Luoxia city. It was difficult for them to reach the top. In comparison, the Huang family's strength was obviously above the Li family. If they were to compare, the Huang family's joining would be able to inject more powerful and fresh blood into the alliance. The Li family was happy, but the Huang family was not. Initially, they didn't want to provoke the Li family. However, now that the Li family wanted to step on their Huang family's head and shit on them, they couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, the vicinity of the Huang Yuan had become lively recently. They would be attacked from time to time. Fortunately, Li Xuelan and Bai Luoxua were there. The two of them cooperated very well. During this process, Li Xuelan also recognized Bai Luoxua's ability. How could such a girl be born in the Bai family? Why didn't the Li family have such an outstanding disciple? Of course, Li Zongjie didn't count. Li Zongjie was already a god. It could be said that Li Zongjie had fought for this country. Apart from that, the sales of the Huang Yuan had also reached a stalemate. This was because the Huang family had done something behind the scenes, blocking the sales of the Huang Yuan ore. The amount of Huang Yuan that had been mined was already piled up like a mountain. It was placed in the warehouse. Firstly, there was no way to sell it. Secondly, the price would be very low. Secondly, with so many valuable things piled up here, it was more or less a danger. Perhaps someone was thinking about him all the time. After all, the trouble caused by the Huang family was short-lived. However, the Li family and the Bai family had encountered some problems. It was the entrance of the newly opened tunnel. It was indeed detected that there was a new mine within. Moreover, the grade of this mine was several grades higher than that of the Huang Yuan ore. Even some of the crystal fragments at the edge of the mine were detected to have a much higher degree of energy than that of the Huang Yuan ore. However, when the mining team wanted to continue their exploration, they discovered that the entrance they had opened led to a tunnel. The appearance of this mysterious tunnel seemed to have been formed by itself. However, apart from this piece of news, there was no other news. All of the exploration teams had disappeared. Yesterday, Elder Li Xuelan had personally gone there. In the end, Elder Li Xuelan had escaped with serious injuries. The rest of the guards had all died in the mysterious tunnel. This had happened at the same time that Li Zongjie had left the Li family. Li Tianqing had also arrived at the Huang Yuan site on the same day. According to Elder Li Xuelan's description, in the mysterious tunnel of the Huang Yuan there was a very dangerous and terrifying crawling meta-beast. As for what it was, Elder Li Xuelan couldn't say. They are very fast and use 4 legs to crawl. In addition, their tails are longer than their bodies. Their main attack is using their tails. All of the guards died because of their tails. Elder Li Xuelan had already been sent to Flying Cloud City for treatment. On the second day, the entrance of the tunnel was temporarily sealed. No one was allowed to enter. After many rounds of research, they finally had an idea of the meta-beast inside. Living corpse? There is such a meta-beast? Li Tianqing looked at the information in his hands. Living corpses are not considered living creatures. They are bodies of power born from the nourishment of strong yin energy. They only have power but no intelligence. A bespectacled elder from the Li family said. This elder's name was Li Taishu. He was considered to be the most knowledgeable person in the Li family. He wasn't strong, but he knew a lot about metabeasts. These living corpses must have mutated. That's why they grew such a long tail. It is an offensive weapon derived from their excessive energy. If one is bitten by it, one will be infected by the corpse demon. However, don't worry. The environment in which they can survive is the place surrounded by the yin energy in the tunnel. If they leave that place, it will be difficult for them to survive. They must be guarding something in this place. There might be a tomb below. Elder Li Taishu said. Corpse demon? Li Tianqing gasped as he thought about the wounds on Elder Li Shuelan's body. If that was the case, then it was very likely to be true. Tomb? Is there any record of who is buried below? Li Tianqing asked. Li Taishu shook his head. This area used to be part of the Blackwater Forest. It was later developed, so there are no specific records. However, based on my speculation, the cultivation of the person buried here is at least at the Yuan monarch level. Yuan monarch level. Even Li Tianqing was shocked. They had never thought that they would come into contact with such an unattainable powerhouse in their lifetime. However, they had only taken over the Yellowstone mine for less than a month and had already unearthed the tomb of a Yuan monarch. This was a huge leap in level. Li Taishu's breathing was a little hurried. He had been studying for a long time. Finally, he had encountered a time when he could unleash his potential. Furthermore, after serving the Li family for so long, he also hoped to see the Li family soar and spread its wings one day. Perhaps there was an opportunity in this Yuan monarch tomb that could make the Li family a wealthy family. Even if they couldn't do it now, as long as they could obtain the treasures in this tomb, they would definitely be able to make the Li family soar and shine with the accumulation of time. Family head, this is an opportunity. This news must not be leaked. Elder Li Taishu said in a low voice. There were only the two of them in the meeting tent. Before this, Elder Li Taishu had already sensed that this matter wasn't simple, so he had cleared everyone out. This matter is of great importance. We need to convene an elders' meeting. The Li family alone won't be able to take it all. Li Tianqing could see clearly that if Li Taishu's guess was true, then it wouldn't be simple. It definitely wouldn't be something that the Li family could take down. Besides, we have to wait for Zhongjiu to return first. Li Tianqing thought of Li Zhongjiu. Although Li Zhongjiu was still a child, Li Tianqing had a feeling that only Li Zhongjiu had the experience to deal with this matter. If he rashly gave the order and forced his way into the tomb, then it might bring disaster to the Li family. Young master. The young master is still young, and this matter is of great importance. Family head, you have to think carefully. This might be the glorious future of the Li family. Li Taishu was a little anxious. In his opinion, he should immediately organize a group of people to head over and extract the treasures in this tomb. Although it was said to be the tomb of a Yuan monarch powerhouse, so much time had already passed. Besides some living corpses, there probably wouldn't be anything that was a threat. Rest assured, Elder, I naturally won't hand over the Li family's glorious opportunity to others, Li Tianqing said with a wave of his hand. Upon seeing Li Tianqing's attitude, Li Taishu knew that he couldn't persuade him. In the end, he had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 197. After Elder Li Taishu left, Li Tianqing ordered the area to be temporarily sealed off. No one was allowed to get close. The peace would only last for 2 days. A group of elite and experienced assassins descended from the sky and took advantage of the night to kill their way into Li Tianqing's tent. Suddenly, battle cries rose one after another. Flames appeared in the night. Enemy attack! A Li family guard had just finished shouting when his head was chopped off by a blade. Kill! Several black-clothed men who had just climbed up the hill skillfully crept toward Li Tianqing's tent. It's here! These people looked at each other. Just as they were about to break the tent in front of them, they suddenly heard a low whistling sound. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whizzed past in front of him. The leader tilted his head and dodged it, but he didn't expect that the arrow would directly pierce through the other person's cheek. The arrow went in from the left side of his face and came out from the right side. "Watch out for the archers!" The black-clothed masked man shouted, but it was too late. When the arrow whizzed past, he saw two figures descending from the sky. "Bastard, eat my saber!" Zhu Yan's figure descended from the sky, and the saber energy in his hand burst forth. The black-clothed man panicked and tried to block, but his speed was cut off by the saber. As he retreated, the archer who had been watching from afar released another attack. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot. Ding! He was lucky to block it, but the long saber in his hand trembled from the impact. He did not expect that Li Tianqing would have so many experts guarding him. Could it be that Li Tianqing had brought all the experts of the Li family with him? "Boss, run!" Suddenly, a black-clothed man's figure fell, as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. With a plop, the black-clothed man fell to the ground. He had already lost his breath. However, no one beside the black-clothed man made a move. Suddenly, the leader of the black-clothed men was shocked. "Run!" The leader of the black-clothed men whistled. It was impossible for them to escape using the original route. The only way was to charge into the valley and kill their way out from the other side. That was just a mine. Although there was a cliff outside the mine, with their equipment they could easily slide out. Don't let a single one escape. Li Tianqing rushed out of the tent. He was doing some research on the living corpse to see if there was any way to deal with it. However, the sudden attack of these people was beyond Li Tianqing's expectation. However, Li Tianqing wasn't someone to be trifled with. A black-clothed man who was close to Li Tianqing charged over, but Li Tianqing directly twisted his head off. "You're courting death. How dare you attack my Li family's campsite?" The Li family's guards also reacted very quickly. In addition to the traps and mechanisms that were set up in the surroundings, more than half of the nearly 20 black-clothed assassins were killed. Swish! Swish! The 100-mile archer god, Old Hay, with his bow, guarded a path that led to the mine. It was directly sealed off. The remaining 7 people gritted their teeth and quickly rushed to the other side. This new side was the newly opened mine of the Li family. It was also the place that was proven to have a graveyard. "Don't chase anymore." Li Tianqing stretched out his hand to block the pursuing guards. Seeing those people rush into the graveyard passage, Li Tianqing hurriedly said, "Nearly 100 Li family's guards moved together. If they wanted to chase, they could definitely kill these 7 people. However, since Li Tianqing gave the order, they stopped." "Family head, are you okay?" Zhu Yan came to Li Tianqing's side and asked, "I'm fine." Behind the group of guards, a young girl in a light green dress walked out. Xiaoya. Xiaoya's mental strength had stabilized at the 3rd level under Li Zongjio's guidance. Even Li Zongjio didn't expect such progress. He couldn't even believe it. Xiaoya's innate original spirit was the Millennium Water Lily. Such a divine object couldn't be easily mastered. However, looking at Xiaoya's strength, it seemed that she had a natural understanding with the Millennium Water Lily. Moreover, the degree of understanding was very high. Therefore, the speed at which she mastered it was very fast. Those dead men in black didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, they were tortured to death in their sleep. This was the most terrifying method. You can't say when you will be killed without any evidence or wounds. This mercenary team didn't continue to take risks. Instead, they stayed by Li Tianqing's side and became his personal guards, secretly protecting Li Tianqing. With Li Zongjio's strength, naturally he didn't need their protection. However, Li Tianqing's strength was still a little lacking. Tonight, it happened that they were here. Therefore, they could easily block the attack. Everyone, strictly guard the checkpoint. If these people come out, shoot them directly. Don't allow them to come close to the camp. Li Tianqing said. Yes, family head. Old He jumped down from the hillside. He was curious why they stopped chasing. If they continued to chase, these people wouldn't be able to escape. They actually dared to attack the Li family's camp. They were really desperate. Were they tired of living? Very quickly, Li Guo reported the identities of these people to him. They are all from the Huang family in Flying Cloud City. Even if I don't check, I have a rough idea, Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Not good. Quickly send people to Flying Cloud City to protect Elder Xuelan, Li Tianqing said immediately. Since these people dared to launch an attack on the Li family's campsite, it was very likely that they would launch a sneak attack on the injured Li Xuelan. If they kidnapped Li Xuelan, the Li family would also be restrained. Not only Li Xuelan, but by Luo Xue was also arranged to go to the city. Firstly, she was to take care of Li Xuelan. Secondly, she was to deal with some merchants in Flying Cloud City. After all, the Huang Yuan ores had to be sold. Inside the mine, those who managed to escape to this place were relieved when they saw that the Li family members didn't chase after them. At least for now, they had a chance to catch their breath. I didn't expect Li Tianqing to have such an expert by his side. The leader of the black-clothed men took off his mask. It was the second head of the Huang family in Flying Cloud City, Huang Pei. My leg was also hit by an arrow. Huang Pei's leg had a bloody hole. It wasn't that the arrow missed. Instead, when he was running, the arrow directly pierced through his leg. Blood flowed continuously and seeped into the ground. After bandaging the wound, blood continued to flow out from the wound on his leg. This fucking arrowhead even has the function of bleeding. Huang Pei cursed angrily. If he went out and found this guy who shot him in the back, he would definitely crush his head. Do you guys smell something? Huang Pei suddenly felt a pungent smell. This kind of disgusting smell, as long as one was a person, they would not be able to ignore it. Not only Huang Pei, but the others also smelled it. It was as if something had entered their nostrils. Drip! Huang Pei felt the top of his head sink. It was as if something was dripping on his head. Huang Pei reached out his hand and touched it. He found a green sticky substance sticking to his hand. His subordinate, however, was looking at him with an extremely terrified gaze. What happened? Did you see a ghost? Huang Pei couldn't help but ask. Suddenly a cold wind blew. Huang Pei, who was alert, shrank his neck. He seemed to have understood something. Huang Pei slowly raised his head and looked up. His eyes were filled with terror. Roar! Just as Huang Pei raised his head, a heavy object fell from the ceiling of the cave. A long tail instantly coiled around Huang Pei's head. With a loud bang, Huang Pei's head was coiled off. Then he forcefully pulled out the head. Blood splattered everywhere. Ghost! When the remaining members of the Huang clan saw this, they immediately cried out in alarm. Everyone got up and walked out of the cave. However, before they could take a few steps, they saw 3 of the same creatures falling down from the cave with a loud bang. They lay on the ground, sticking out their scarlet tongues. The tongues were as long as whips. In this valley, only a few screams were left. After that, there was no more sound. Li Tianqing and the others in the distance frowned. Some of them were puzzled, but when they looked at Li Tianqing, they seemed to understand something. Seal this place. No one is allowed to come close. Chapter 198. Li Zongjiu and the others rode on the White Crane and flew to Sunset City. Currently, there was only an old housekeeper in Sunset City. In addition, there were some guards and Gu Xuanwu. Protecting the women and disciples of the Li family was not a problem. Along the way, they followed Li Zongjiu to see the city. It was also a great harvest for them. Even now, they were not willing to return to the sect. Since we are already out, we might as well stay for a few more days. The Li family had a good relationship with the elders of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. In Li Zhongjiu's opinion, it was naturally a good thing. After all, the Li family relied on the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Although the Li family's current level could not reach the level of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, Li Zhongjiu believed that it would not be long before even the Fog Snow Alchemy sect would have to look up to the Li family. "Young master, you are back." The patriarch sent a message. "If you come back, you should quickly go to the Yellow Plains mine to find him." Seeing Li Zhongjiu return, Elder Li Jian also came forward and said, "Now, there were only these people left in the Li family. Most of the fighting force had been brought out. The Sun family had been beaten to a pulp. In addition, the Gu family and the Bai family were inextricably linked to the Li family. The Gu family's old man was a guest in the Li family. Even if Li Tianqing and the others were not there, nothing would happen. Moreover, it was said that the Li family and the city lord's mansion were very close now. What kind of tricks and shady dealings were involved in this was not something that outsiders would know. After the incident 2 days ago, he had already sent a message to the Li family. This kind of strange matter was believed that Li Zhongjiu would be able to handle it better. "Okay, I will set off immediately," Li Zhongjiu said. Very few people knew about this trip to Northern Medicine City. There was basically no one who knew that Li Zhongjiu had dealt with the Northern Medicine Tower and the city lord of the Northern Medicine City. Only the elders beside him were present. They helped Li Zhongjiu kill the city lord. They were already on the same boat, so there was no other way. Since they were already on the boat, there was nothing to regret. They had lived an ordinary life in this world. Now that they had left nothing behind, it was time for them to roam the world. If the sect master found out that Li Zhongjiu had taken these elders and killed a city lord, who knew what kind of expression Chu Aoran would have? Even after returning to the Li family, Li Zhongjiu did not rest. Taking advantage of the slightly brightening sky, he led Lin Song and the rest into the sky. Boom! Boom! The white crane danced in the air and flew towards the flying Cloud City. With their speed, they would reach soaring Cloud City in less than 6 hours. However, at this moment, above the mountain, now there was a stalemate. Early in the morning, they saw the third head of the Huang family, Huang Tianjia. He led a large group of people up the mountain to force Li Tianqing to hand over their second head, Huang Pei. The people who came to ambush them last night were led by Huang Pei. Now that they had not returned for the entire night, it was obvious that the mission had failed. In their opinion, Huang Pei was not killed by the other party. They should have been captured. Did these people from the Li family really think that this was their territory? They actually dared to wantonly kidnap people from the Huang family. Li Tianqing, you are very bold. Since your Li family dares to cross the line, don't blame our Huang family for being merciless. Huang Tianjia scolded. Behind him were more than 100 experts from the Huang family. Just the elders at the Yuan master level alone had reached as many as 7. Other than that, there were also some helpers mixed in with the group. If every time they went out to fight, it would be their own family members who could not afford it. Therefore, they would usually spend money to hire some people to settle the matter. Moreover, it was only a waste of money. The lives of their own family members were more valuable. But if it was someone else's life, they would not care so much. What are you talking about? Third head Huang, you lost your people, so you came to me to find them. You even said that we crossed the line. We are mining legally. What do you think? If you have any questions, you can go and ask the Su family. Li Tianqing said slowly. What he meant was that if there were any questions, then go and see what happened to the Su family. He believed that after seeing it, there would not be so many questions. Headley, let's not beat around the bush. Hand over the person today, and my Huang family will not make things difficult for you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame us for having a hard time in the future. Huang Tianjia said, who would believe your words? If we really handed the person over to you, you would turn hostile in the blink of an eye. We can't do anything about it, right? It's not our first day out in the world. Such a naive trick won't work on us. Haha. Third head Huang, please go back. I was on this mountain last night, but I didn't see your second head Huang. How about this? I'll ask the people in the mine to keep an eye out. If they see him, I'll call him back and ask him to go back to you. Li Tianqing said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he was secretly reminding the people around to be vigilant. Go back? Li, I brought so many people here today. You want me to go back with just one sentence? Fine, I won't force you. Did anyone not come back last night? Until now, there hasn't been any news. Huang Tianjia said with a cold smile. Li Tianqing glanced at Huang Tianjia. He was shocked. He knew that Huang Tianjia was talking about Li Xuelan and Bai Luoxue. Both of them were in the city. Last night, when he sent people to protect Li Xuelan, it was already too late. He found that they had already moved. Now, Li Tianqing had asked Li Gui to bring people to search for them in the city. If necessary, he would take action. Although Li Tianqing was extremely worried about the situation of the two, he also knew that the Li family had to establish their image as they fought their way to this place. If one were to endure blindly and repeatedly make money through harmony, then it would be impossible to be looked up to and accepted by others. If one wanted to succeed, then one would have to use blood to wash the sword in one's hand. It seems that your Huang family doesn't want to live anymore. Li Tianqing's smile disappeared. Instead, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. When Huang Tianjia saw Li Tianqing's change of expression, he was shocked. What did this guy mean? Was he not afraid that they would kill the hostages? The situation was obviously under his control. Why would something like this happen? Was Li Tianqing going to take action? Immediately, Huang Tianjia was shocked. It was obvious that they were aware of the unfriendly atmosphere that was spreading. Don't let any of these Huang family people go. Chapter 199. Huang Tianjia did not expect that Li Tianqing would dare to give such an order. Could it be that he did not care about the lives of the Li family's people? Although they did not manage to catch this person, they had already sealed off the big and small exits of Flying Cloud City. At least, they could cut off the connection between them and Li Tianqing and the others. It was precisely because of this that Huang Tianjia dared to use the empty fort stratagem. However, Huang Tianjia did not expect that Li Tianqing would actually dare to make a move. Previously, in order to avoid any other problems, or to prepare to deal with the Li family at the first step, he had brought so many people with him. However, Li Tianqing did not seem to be afraid at all. After the order was given, the Li family's guards immediately attacked. As for the Huang family's people, they were just putting on a show before. Now that they heard the deafening battle cry, they widened their eyes. One after another, they grasped the weapons in their hands. They were ready to fight with these people at any time. However, in the past few days, the guards of the Li family had stopped the bandits no less than 10 times in the Huangyuan mine. They had even stopped those bloodthirsty people. So how could they possibly fear the guards of the Huang family? With that ferocious roar, the Li family's guards basically fought like lone wolves. Every one of them looked like they didn't care about their lives as they rushed in and slashed randomly. However, they cooperated very well with each other. They were able to take care of each other even if they were just a little distance away. Clang, 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 clang. Li Tianqing also rushed towards Huang Tianjia with 2 Li family's elders. These Li family's stinking hooligans. Huang Tianjia did not even think of making a move on this mountain. After all, this was the other party's territory. Moreover, this time he came here to bluff. Who would want to fight with his life on the line? That Huang Pei was most likely in danger. He should be dead by now, but Huang Tianjia couldn't risk his life here. Quick, escort me down the mountain and stop that lunatic. This lunatic? I don't need to fight with these lunatics. Huang Tianjia quickly roared. The experts of the Huang family also quickly stood beside Huang Tianjia to protect him. Although Huang Tianjia was a coward, he was still the second head of the Huang family. Whether he died or not, these elders would not have a good time. They must protect Huang Tianjia well. Li Tianqing landed on the ground and struck out with his palm. The overbearing fire attribute origin energy exploded and formed a torrent in front of him that blasted towards Huang Tianjia. The two third-grade masters by Huang Tianjia's side went up to block him. The instant the essence energy erupted, it formed an essence shield. Boom! The two of them flew out and rolled to the side. They were defeated by Li Tianqing's single move. Li Tianqing, who had cultivated the Sky Blaze Lion King technique, was like a crazy flaming lion in battle. Fire elemental energy swirled around his palms. Li Tianqing's origin energy cultivation had actually stepped into the realm of a 7th grade origin master. Fire lion palm. Li Tianqing, who had succeeded in one move, did not stop there. Instead, he continued to attack Huang Tianjia. This chase also shocked Huang Tianjia. Quick, block him for me. Block him for me. Huang Tianjia quickly roared. At this moment, Huang Tianjia had forgotten that he was a 3rd grade origin master expert. He had even forgotten that he possessed origin energy. The remaining 5 people behind him also attacked together. The 5 masters didn't hold back in the slightest as well. When they attacked, they used all sorts of techniques, including thunderbolts and storms. However, in front of Li Tianqing's fire lion palm, they were all defeated. Bang! 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 The 5 of them flew out together without any room for discussion, spitting out blood. The elders of the Li family took the opportunity to step forward and subdue all of them. The remaining Huang Tianjia had no way to escape. Li Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. Li Tianqing's powerful ability to kill 5 people in one move was inconceivable in anyone's eyes. No one was willing to step forward to face such a top expert. The most important thing was that his aura was here. 1 against 100, one seeking defeat alone. Once he attacked, there would be casualties. Li Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Huang Tianjia, who had already collapsed on the ground. Li Tianqing, you dare to touch me? The people of your Li family will be reduced to ashes. Huang Tianjia quickly said. Li Tianqing, on the other hand, smiled faintly. In the next moment, he leaped and landed, directly stepping on Huang Tianjia's leg. Huang Tianjia's leg was immediately broken. Huang Tianjia immediately let out a tragic cry. Not good, run. Brothers, retreat. Some of the people who were hired immediately fled into the distance when they saw this situation. Not only did Li Tianqing have the power of a war god, but the surrounding Li family guards were also like a group of people who had taken drugs. Was there a need to be so fierce? The people brought by Huang Tianjia immediately scattered. Even some of the people of the Huang family immediately mixed into the group and fled when they saw the situation was not good. Those who were loyal enough to stay were, after all, the minority. If these people fled back to ask for help, they would probably be punished. However, the momentum of the Li family was too fierce. They didn't seem like a family from a mediocre city at all. Compared to the bandits in the Huang Yuan mine, the Li family was almost 10 times more ferocious than them. Offending my Li family is a path that you should never have taken. Li Tianqing coldly looked at the isolated and helpless Huang Tianjia. The Li family guards who surrounded Huang Tianjia quickly tied him up. Looks like I have to enter the city personally, Li Tianqing thought in his heart. Since such a thing happened, he had to go personally. After all, Li Shuolan was his biological sister. In addition, Bai Luoxue of the Bai family was also a good seedling. With proper training, she would definitely become a capable assistant in the future. In addition, the relationship between the Li family and the Bai family was not bad. After all, they were partners in cooperation. Otherwise, the Li family wouldn't have left their family headquarters empty in the Luoxia city and brought a large number of people out to start a business. They must have stabilized their backyard before they could come out and fight without worry. There's something in the sky. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted loudly. Li Tianqing also raised his head and looked up. The aura coming from the sky also attracted Li Tianqing's attention. Li Tianqing frowned. He didn't see clearly what the figure in the sky was that was rapidly descending. He felt the powerful aura coming from it. When he saw it clearly, Li Tianqing relaxed his tightly knitted eyebrows. Boom! 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 5 white cranes landed on the ground. Li Zongjio jumped down from the white crane and looked at the devastation on the ground and the smell of blood in the air. Father, someone is here to cause trouble. Chapter 200. It's the Huang family. Li Tianqing said. Li Zongjio did not know where the Huang family came from, but it seemed that Li Tianqing had already taken care of them. Obviously, Li Tianqing was able to take care of the small thieves on his own. The Li family was no longer the small force that was holed up in Luoxia City. Now, they were able to take care of their own affairs. At the very least, they had already revealed their fierce reputation. These are just small thieves. Since you're here, you should go to the Huang family immediately. Your aunt might have been taken away by them. Li Tianqing said. It was obviously easier and more convenient to leave these matters to Li Zongjio. Okay, Li Zongjio said and turned around to head to the Huang family in Flying Cloud City. Hey, wait, is the matter of the Northern Medicine Alliance settled? Li Tianqing asked. Yes, it's settled. That's good. Elders, please wait. There are some things that I would like to consult you about. Li Tianqing said. Qinlai and the others also glanced at Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio also waved his hand. You guys stay. I'll go alone. Although he did not know what was going on, Li Zongjio believed in Li Tianqing's judgment. After all, the head of the Li family was Li Tianqing. As long as it was not an irreversible and destructive mistake, Li Zongjio believed that he would be able to salvage the situation. As for how to make a family reach its peak, although Li Zongjio had lived for 3,000 years, he only had one goal, which was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger, only then would he be able to guarantee other situations. As for the management and operation of the family, it was like running a business. Li Zongjio was not good at it. Li Zongjio was good at solving problems efficiently. In the end, for the sake of safety and for the sake of convenience, Elder Wudong was allowed to follow Li Zongjio. It was more or less convenient to have an ancestor-level expert by his side. Other than that, the Li family didn't even need guards to follow them. There was no way for Huang Tianjia to return. This place was a mine. Any random pit could become an airtight dungeon. If someone was thrown in there, it would be impossible for them to escape. Li Zongjio and Elder Wudong rode the white crane towards Soaring Cloud City. At this moment, in Soaring Cloud City, Li Gui and the others had entered the city last night to bring Li Xuelan and the others back. However, when they arrived at the clinic, they discovered that Li Xuelan and the others had already disappeared. However, judging from the intensity of the Huang family's pursuit, it seemed that they hadn't fallen into their hands yet. In that case, where exactly were Li Xuelan and Bai Luoxue? Li Xuelan was heavily injured. Although Bai Luoxue had practiced all kinds of martial arts, she was still a weak woman. Where could she hide with such a heavily injured person? That night, Li Gui and the others did not have a good time either. They were hunted down by the Huang family. Not only that, the Huang family seemed to have joined forces with a local gang. It was called the Poisonous Serpent Gang. Together, they hunted down Li Gui and the others. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to find Elder Li Xuelan, Li Gui and the others would have already killed their way out. They wouldn't have to hide like this. In the west of the city, in a ruined temple in the northwest corner, Li Gui and Guman were resting in this dilapidated temple. There were a total of 8 Li family guards around them. 2 of them were heavily injured. However, After consuming the family's pills, although they couldn't display their full strength, their lives were at least not in danger. The ones who could truly fight were these 6 people, in addition to Guman and Li Gui. Now, Guman could be considered half a member of the Li family. He could be considered to have become one with the many Li family guards. They had gone through fire and water with each other. This kind of revolutionary feeling was the strongest. Many members of the Li family had been saved by Guman before. Guman was good at everything. The main thing was that sometimes his brain couldn't think straight. We've searched the few strongholds in the city. There's no news. Could it be that they disappeared into thin air? Li Gui drank the water in his hand and frowned as he pondered. A map was spread out on the ground in front of him. This was the map of the power distribution in Flying Cloud City. They had been attacked many times in the territory of the poisonous Serpent Gang. These people were everywhere. Moreover, they were in their home ground. Therefore, for Li Gui and the others, it was a very bad thing. Could it be that they've been killed? Guman said. The air seemed to be quiet for a second. Drink your water. Li Gui threw the water bottle in his hand over. What kind of crow's mouth was this? However, it seemed like there was only one possibility. However, if a normal person used their brain to think, they wouldn't do that. Unless they had the confidence to directly destroy the Li family. They shouldn't have. Those people from the Huang family didn't attack directly. Instead, they hid in the crowd of the poisonous Serpent Gang. They want to hide their identity and kill with a borrowed knife. They don't want to fall out with us so quickly. They've sealed all the exits. In reality, they're not looking for us. They're looking for the elders. That must be it. Li Gui thought to himself. He didn't know why, but it seemed that his mind had become sharper as his cultivation level increased. He was now able to consider things that he couldn't see in the past. This made Li Gui surprised that he had become so smart. Captain, there are traces of enemy activity 300 meters ahead. There are about 17 to 18 of them. A guard came to report. After Li Gui heard this, he started to think, no matter what, we can't just go back like this. Since the poisonous Serpent Gang wants to become enemies with our Li family and is suspected of killing the elders, we'll destroy them. Li Gui's eyes were filled with coldness. When this idea came out, Guman had already swallowed it. The poisonous Serpent Gang was more or less a local tyrant in Flying Cloud City. It was a big gang. Even an ordinary family wouldn't dare to provoke them. Li Gui was only the captain of the Li family's guards. He had 8 people under him. Including Guman, there were 9 of them. It was indeed very admirable for him to have such courage. However, for Guman, this kind of challenging matter was also very much looking forward to. I'm starting to get a little excited. He was indifferent to life and death. If he didn't accept it, then he would fight. He didn't have that much time to blindly compete with others. Let them in. We'll kill our way back and directly attack. Li Gui said indifferently. This was undoubtedly very dangerous. However, it was very likely that Li Xuelan and the others were trapped in the poisonous Serpent Gang's territory. In the sky above Flying Cloud City, 2 figures swept across the sky. Li Zongjio didn't go to the Huang family first. Instead, he went to the Su family. Boom! The 2 figures once again landed in the Su family's courtyard. Instantly, there were thousands of waves of shock. You, what are you doing here again? Money. I've already given the money to your Li family. When Su Yuliang saw Li Zongjio's face, he was both frightened and angry. You didn't keep your word. Didn't they say that they would let them go if they gave them the money and the mine? Was Li Zongjio going back on his word? Chapter 201. Su Yuliang seemed to be afraid of Li Zongjio. The last time he came was only half a month ago. Su Yuliang originally said that he would pay after a month, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to get rid of Li Zongjio as soon as possible. So he sent the 70 million gold coins to Li Zongjio as soon as possible. Withdrawing so much money in such a short period of time was a great blow to the Su family's vitality. They had no chance with the Merchant Alliance. On the contrary, the Huang family caught up with them, which made the Su family very unhappy. But now the Huang family's strength was only enough to protect themselves. If they provoked someone like Li Zongjiu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the whole family would be directly destroyed. Don't be nervous. I'm here to ask you to lead the way. Where is the Huang family? Li Zongjiu said, lightly. Li Zongjiu was not familiar with Flying Cloud City. It was such a big city that it would be troublesome to find it. But since there were locals here, it was naturally convenient to find it. Huang family? It turned out that they were here to find trouble with the Huang family. From the looks of it, they weren't here to discuss any cooperation with the Huang family. Moreover, Su Yuliang had recently received news that some of the Huang family's actions seemed to have begun to lay a comprehensive net, preparing to wipe out the Li family in one fell swoop. Such a situation was naturally a good thing for Su Yuliang. No matter who lost, he would be happy. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. However, thinking about Li Zongjiu's strength, it was impossible for both sides to suffer heavy losses. He estimated that the Huang family would be completely annihilated. It's easy to find the Huang family. The Huang family's courtyard is on the Golden Avenue. Almost half of the road there is the Huang family's property. The Huang family's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. In this city, there were always some outstanding people in all walks of life. The Huang family was quite skilled in some rare ores and some gemstones. Therefore, it was probably because of this that they had formed a competitive relationship with the Su family. After all, the Su family was also in the mining business. Naturally, there was a conflict of interest between them. Take me there. Without another word, Li Zongjiu took Su Yuliang and left the Su family. Although the Su family was on high alert, they didn't dare to make a move against Li Zongjiu and the old man behind Li Zongjiu. What's more, the family head hadn't given the order yet. You don't have to be nervous. Do your own things. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Su Yuliang led Li Zongjiu and the other two to the Golden Avenue. The two white cranes also settled down in the Su family. After all, the scene of fighting and killing should not be tainted by a fey like the white crane. Otherwise, what would happen if its pure white feathers were tainted? It would not be able to wash them clean. The Golden Avenue was only 5 blocks away from the Su family's residence. Li Zongjiu and Su Xian quickly passed through it. Along the way, many people saw the family head of the Su family coming out in person. Those who recognized him wanted to go up and curry favor with him, but they were immediately stopped by Su Yuliang's unfriendly glare. What kind of situation was this? Still trying to stir up trouble? In front of the Huang family's residence, the door was tightly shut, but there was a sign hanging on it. The word "shut" was written on it. It meant that they were closing the door and not seeing guests. It's here. 2 big red lanterns were hung high. Seeing this scene, the door was still tightly shut. What did the Huang family want to do recently? Why were they acting so strangely? If Su Yuliang personally came to the Golden Avenue as the family head of the Su family, there should be more or less people coming to greet him. But now, it was in such a desolate state. It was hard to believe. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. Li Zongjiu waved his hand, then stepped forward. Then he kicked the tightly shut door open. Bang! With a loud sound, the 2 bronze-engraved doors, which were nearly 3 meters tall, were shattered. The door plank was sturdy and it fell down vertically. Elder Wudong couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Although it wasn't the first time he worked with Li Zongjiu, such an arrogant and overbearing attitude was still shocking. It was indeed enough to shock the hearts of ordinary people. After all, this was the rule of the challenge. An arrogant and overbearing attitude directly crushed them. This meant that he was telling them that he wasn't here to negotiate. He was here to cause trouble. After waving his hand to disperse the dust, Li Zongjio walked in, and Elder Wudong followed closely behind. "Who dares to be impudent in my Huang family?" The Huang family's great elder, Huang Yu, growled. Wearing a golden robe, he flew out. The Huang family seemed to be prepared. The great elder rushed out, and behind him, the great blade team had been waiting for a long time. With this order, they could rush out and chop Li Zongjio and the others into meat paste. Elder Wudong's eyelids were drooping, and his hands were in his sleeves. No one could see any reaction from him. Even if the other party was fully armed, they were still extremely weak and useless in front of Elder Wudong. To be honest, destroying the Huang family was just a matter of squatting in a pit. However, ordinary people had rules and orders when doing things. If there was anything to say, it had to be said clearly. "Do you have the final say in the Huang family?" Li Zongjio looked at Huang Yu in front of him. Huang Yu frowned slightly. When Su Yuliang, who hadn't gone far, heard these words, he almost fell down. How similar were these words? When Li Zongjio landed in the Su family, didn't he say the same thing? Although some changes had been made, the meaning of the words was exactly the same. "I am the Huang family's great elder, Huang Yu. Who are you?" Huang Yu growled. "It seems like you don't have the final say. Take him down." Li Zongjio stood in his original spot. Elder Wudong, who was behind him, opened his arms and leaped up. He landed in front of Huang Yu. As the great elder, Huang Yu had rich combat experience, and he was an 8th grade Yuan master. Even Li Tianqing might not be a match for him. However, when Elder Wudong landed, Huang Yu clearly felt that he was a small fish at the bottom of the sea that encountered a 100-meter-long whale. This aura was like a natural chasm that couldn't be crossed. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The other party only needed to lift his foot slightly to chop off his head. Huang Yu was shocked. Just as he was about to explode with Yuan Qi to defend himself, Elder Wudong's palm landed on Huang Yu's chest. Huang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back 50 to 60 meters, almost 8 meters above the ground. He flew directly to the other courtyards. Kill! The Huang family's great blade team saw that Li Zongjio had made the first move. Moreover, he had killed their great elder with a single move. They immediately roared. However, before they could make a move, Elder Wudong had already used the Wutong's sweeping leaves. Everyone was sent flying. Bang! 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 Weapons flew everywhere and the broadswords broke. Everyone fell to the ground. Su Yuliang, who was still outside the door, was surprised when he saw this. He was also glad that Li Zongjio had talked so much back then. At the same time, he clenched his fists in excitement. How could he not be happy when he saw his enemy's old residence being torn down like this? Kill them all. He even began to cheer for Li Zongjio in his heart. Chapter 202. The front half of the Huang family's courtyard was almost demolished by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio saw some maids and servants fleeing in all directions. Li Zongjio didn't attack these people. Li Zongjio's nickname was Evil Lord. He was not a demon lord. That kind of person was unscrupulous and would do anything. Looks like the head of the Huang family is quite good at hiding. Then, I'll just rob the treasury of the Huang family. Li Zongjio's mental strength moved and immediately found the treasury of the Huang family. Stop! Just as he was about to go, 2 figures jumped out. One of them was wearing a yellow robe and had white hair and a long beard. His eyes were filled with majesty. Although he looked a little old, he had a proud and youthful attitude. This was the benefit of cultivating Yuan force. The head of the Huang family, Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan walked out and saw the state of the Huang family. He was furious, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He knew that Li Zongjio's strength was not to be trifled with. I'm the head of the Huang family. Why are you looking for me? Huang Yuan said indifferently. An old man in a black robe stood beside him. The old man's black robe was embroidered with messy long worms. His eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake's. Head of the Huang family, this is the weird kid you mentioned. The black-robed old man took a step forward and said indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain. He was just a brat who had yet to grow his hair. Yet he had actually caused the head of the Huang clan, a dignified hero of his generation, to be reduced to such a miserable state. He was caught off guard and panicked. You're the head of the Huang family, right? Bring out the people of the Li family. Li Zongjio looked at Huang Yuan and said calmly. Since he had found her, it would be easy to handle. However, Li Zongjio's mental strength did not find Li Xuelan's figure in the Huang family. Therefore, Li Zongjio started to have doubts in his heart. Li Zongjio was not in a good mood. He must teach these people a lesson. How dare they kidnap someone? Li Zongjio was not happy. He must teach these people a lesson. How dare they kidnap someone? On the surface, everyone was competing with each other, and there was no problem with using any means. However, such an act of kidnapping had already touched Li Zongjio's bottom line. Young man, didn't your parents tell you to be polite when talking to your elders? Call your parents here. You're not qualified. The old man waved his hand and said disdainfully, he had no intention of talking to such a junior. He was not even qualified to talk to him. Elder Wudong's eyes widened when he heard the black-robed old man's words, and he gulped. This person really dared to say such words. He was simply too audacious. If this person knew that Li Zongjio had killed the Alliance Master of the Northern Medicine Tower and the City Lord of the Northern Medicine City in Northern Medicine City, he wondered if he would say something so stupid again. Not qualified. If they were to talk about qualifications, the old man wouldn't even be qualified to be a ghost in front of Li Zongjio. The chattering black-robed man finally attracted Li Zongjio's attention. Under normal circumstances, Li Zongjio didn't like to complicate matters. He preferred to go straight to the point. This way, the efficiency of the operation would be higher and it would save more time. Time was a very important thing. Seeing Li Zongjio's gaze, the black-robed old man smiled indifferently. Why? Are you looking for me for revenge? Well, I'm the leader of the Viper Gang. The leader of the Viper Gang? There wasn't any fluctuation in Elder Wudong's eyes. He had never heard of this name before. Since when did the Viper Gang appear? As for Li Zongjio, he didn't want to make things difficult for him. He already had a lot of memories. With so many memories of his past life in his mind, it was difficult for Li Zongjio to recall anything. As for the Viper Gang, he had no impression of them at all. Li Zongjio drew his 6-revolution steel blade and walked towards the leader of the Viper Gang. The eyes of the leader of the Viper Gang gradually turned dark and cold. If you take another step forward, you'll be declaring war on me. You better think about the consequences. Just as the leader of the Viper Gang finished speaking, Li Zongjio suddenly sped up and slashed his blade towards the leader's head. Boom! Primordial Qi exploded on the long saber. 7th grade of the Origin Master Realm. 7th grade Yuan Master. At your age, you should be proud of yourself for reaching such a level. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent this time. The leader of the Viper Gang snorted coldly. He raised his palm and slapped towards the trajectory of Li Zongjio's blade. In his opinion, Li Zongjio's blade couldn't even break through his defense. Whoosh! Li Zongjio's blade slashed across. The smile on the leader of the Viper Gang's face instantly froze. The blade seemed to accelerate in an instant. It landed on the black-robed old man's arm 1 step ahead of him. He didn't feel any pain. Instead, he saw a stream of blood spurt out. Puff! Blood spurted out like a fountain from where the arm was cut off. Only then did he feel the pain. The leader of the Viper Gang opened his mouth as if he was about to cry out in pain. However, Li Zongjio's blade had already pierced into the old man's mouth. The blade rotated in an instant. It crushed the old man's tongue and teeth into pieces. Finally, the blade pierced through the old man's neck. Pa! Li Zongjio picked up the old man's head and flesh. The black-robed old man didn't even have the chance to attack. He didn't even have the chance to take out the 3 poisonous arrows hidden in his left sleeve. It wasn't until the body fell that Li Zongjio saw the 3 poisoned arrows in Li Zongjio's palm. He could have fired them in the next second, but Li Zongjio didn't even give him a second to react. The leader of the Viper Gang fell to the ground. He didn't even have the time to close his eyes before he died. When Huang Yuan saw this scene, his back was covered in cold sweat. Even his lips were trembling. Facing Li Zongjio, who was so ruthless, he didn't dare to do anything. He didn't have the guts to lie. He also didn't have the guts to do anything to offend Li Zongjio. We were looking for your people, but your people disappeared. We are also looking for them. Huang Yuan forced himself to remain calm. What he meant was that Li Xuelan's aunt wasn't in the Huang family. It seemed that she hadn't been found yet. Not here. Li Zongjio glanced at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan nodded. When he saw Li Zongjio's indifferent gaze, Huang Yuan had a bad premonition. This time, he believed the words of the leader of the Viper Gang. He was already regretting his decision. He shouldn't have come to deal with the Li family. The strength of this young man from the Li family was too terrifying. No one was a match for Li Zongjio. However, it was too late to regret now. The others are innocent. Let the others of the Huang family go. Huang Yuan said in a deep voice, "Kill yourself." Li Zongjio said and left with Elder Wudong. In the Huang family, there was a moment of silence. Then a heart-wrenching scream sounded. "Master!" The head of the Huang family, Huang Yuan, killed himself on the spot. Chapter 203. Li Zongjio, who had just walked out of the door, happened to see the Su family head still at the door. Soon, Su Yuliang heard the miserable cries from inside, and a melancholic smile appeared on his face. He had finally endured until the death of that old man. It was truly carefree and incomparably delightful. However, the instant victory on the battlefield left Su Yuliang somewhat melancholy. His opponent for so many years had been defeated, just like that. This kind of unexpected victory indeed made one feel helpless. "I want your Su family to send someone to search for my Li family's elder, Li Xuelan." Li Zongjio pointed at Su Yuliang and said. Su Yuliang was stunned at first, but after hearing clearly, his expression changed. This Li Zongjio actually wanted to order him to do something. Who was he? The dignified Su family head. Although they had suffered a great loss, he was still a reputable figure in soaring Cloud City. Just as he was about to righteously refuse, Su Yuliang saw the miserable state of the Huang family. If he really said no, then the Su family would be the ones preparing for the funeral. I'll go." Su Yuliang forcefully swallowed the word no from his mouth. Then he turned around and left. At this moment, he also felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The Huang family head was dead, but whether the Su family head was dead or not was only a matter of a sentence from the other party. This brat is really so lawless. Is he really capable of doing anything? It was simply too terrifying. Wouldn't it be like a rampaging rhinoceros wearing iron armor in the city? It would rampage everywhere without any fear. Whoever it bumped into would naturally be in trouble. "There seems to be some movement over there," Elder Wudong said. Fighting in the city was generally relatively rare. As a Yuan general-level expert, Elder Wudong was naturally incomparably sensitive to the fluctuations of Yuan power. He quickly sensed the fluctuations of a battle in the distance. The two of them didn't waste any time and directly rushed in that direction. In an unknown alley, this place had already been completely occupied by the Viper Gang. There were at least 1,000 members in this gang, and these were only the official members. If some of the unofficial members were included, the number would be even more terrifying. Li Gui and the others killed their way into the Viper Gang's lair. However, there was no way for them to continue forward. There were too many enemies around them, and they were now trapped in a dilapidated house. Only Li Gui, Guman, and the other 2 guards were still able to fight. After this round of slaughter, it was indeed quite tragic. "Release the signal, Captain. If you don't release the signal, you won't be able to get out." One of the team members said. If he released the signal, it was very likely that the others would fall into the same dangerous situation. This was supposed to be a secret operation, but now there was no other way. "Hold on. I'll definitely lead you out of here," Li Gui said to the heavily injured team member. At the same time, he took out a whistling arrow and released it. Whoosh! A whistling arrow soared into the sky. "Guman, you stay here with them to protect the injured. I'll go attract their attention." After Li Gui finished speaking, he slung his long saber and charged out. His speed was so fast that no one could react. Guman wanted to refuse and chase after him, but with so many people behind them, it was impossible for him to just leave like that. "Li Gui! Captain!" The Li family's guards shouted one after another. As for Li Gui, he had already rushed out and met the Viper gang members face to face. "Over here!" Someone discovered Li Gui's figure and immediately chased after him. Li Gui also turned around and fled into the distance. Li Zongjio and Elder Wu Tong arrived at the residential area. Suddenly, they saw a whistling arrow soar into the sky. Li Zongjio's eyes flashed. "It's the Li family's distress signal." Li Zongjio's figure immediately rushed in that direction. The courtyard had already been breached, and there was a huge commotion. "The Li family's people are here. Brothers, come quickly and kill them," someone roared. However, in the next second, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the person. He raised his hand and punched, blowing the person's head apart. When the rest of the Viper gang saw this scene, they became even more furious and crazy. They waved their sabers and spears and charged towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio waved his hand, and a ray of elemental energy turned into a green light sword. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than 10 people's heads were cut off. Li Zongjio, who controlled elemental energy, was an expert in killing. Now that he attacked, he didn't hesitate at all. Li Gui was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The reason why he did this was to leave a way out for others. This seemed very noble, but if it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, he wouldn't be willing to use this method. After all, who wanted to die? Initially, he thought that he was going to die for sure. However, who would have thought that Li Zongjio would descend from the sky like a god of death? Li Gui was horrified when he saw Li Zongjio. This was something that he didn't expect. Even if the Li family's reinforcements wanted to arrive, it would take a long time. By then, the corpses would already be cold. When he saw Li Zongjio arrive, Li Gui was also surprised by his distress signal. "I didn't expect this signal to be so useful. This elixir can help you recover your strength." Li Zongjio threw out a porcelain bottle. This was an ordinary elixir that he used some leftover materials to refine. It didn't have any special effects, but at least it could help recover strength, blood, and energy. Thank you, young master." Li Gui was still in a daze. Why did the young master suddenly descend from the sky? Elder Wudong also struck out with his palm. Elder Wudong's with elemental energy was more suitable for group attacks. Sharp thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and directly pierced these people to death. Li Gui, who had just escaped, brought Li Zongjio back to the dilapidated courtyard and met up with Guman and the others. When Li Zongjio saw that his family's guards were seriously injured, he immediately took out some elixirs from the storage ring. These were all second-grade elixirs. They all came from the storage ring of the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance. In addition to the large amount of banknotes, there were many more valuable things that couldn't be sold for the time being. However, the use of these elixirs was endless. If these elixirs were to be sold, it would be extremely difficult to buy them back at the same price. "Distribute these elixirs. You should eat some too," Li Zongjio said. Li Gui took the porcelain bottle and knew how many elixirs were in it. All of them were second-grade elixirs. Only Yuan Shi experts could use these elixirs, but they were actually given to them. Wasn't this a huge waste? Young master, you can't do this. These are second-grade elixirs. Our lives are not worth it. The guards shouted one after another. Nonsense. You are all disciples of the Li family. How can these second-grade elixirs be worth the lives of the Li family members? Li Zongjio shouted. These guards were extremely moved. With such a young master, even if they had to sacrifice themselves for the Li family, it didn't matter. Just when these Li family guards were moved to tears, Elder Wudong had already started a massacre outside. He had killed all the members of the Viper gang in the surrounding area. TSK, this time when I went down the mountain, I've caused a lot of killing. Elder Wudong's figure landed in front of the Li family members. Originally, there were shouts of killing outside, but now it was completely silent. Just this alone made them feel a chill down their spines. Do you have any news of my aunt? Li Zongjio asked. Hearing Li Shuilan's question, the few of them fell silent. This matter was due to their incompetence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to find her until now. We are ashamed that we couldn't find any trace of Elder Shuilan. We suspect that she was captured by the Viper gang, so we prepared to explore the Viper gang's lair. Chapter 204. Li Zongjio's eyes lit up when he heard Gui's words. Venomous Serpent Gang. Why does this name sound so familiar? Li Zongjio felt that he had heard this name somewhere before. Didn't the old man from the Huang family say that he's the leader of the Venomous Serpent Gang? Elder Wudong reminded him from the side. Li Zongjio was enlightened when he heard Elder Wudong's words. That's right, it's him. How could I forget about him so quickly? I was wondering why someone suddenly appeared. Where is the Venomous Serpent Gang's lair? Let's go there immediately. We've already killed their leader in the Huang family. Li Zongjio said. Li Gui and the others were so shocked that their jaws dropped when they heard Li Zongjio's words. Isn't this too casual? It's good that he's powerful. Their young master was already so powerful. To them, this was undoubtedly a very encouraging thing. If their cultivation couldn't catch up, it would be difficult for them to fight against their young master's enemies in the future. He had to speed up the improvement of his strength. The Venomous Serpent Gang has more than 1,000 gang members nearby. We've killed some of them along the way. I heard that the Venomous Serpent Gang has the 4 great serpent protectors. They're located in the Serpent Cave Tower 800 meters ahead. Li Gui said. This was the information that they had gathered in a short period of time. Although it wasn't much, it was enough. Of course, this information didn't matter to Li Zongjio. He only needed to know the exact location. Let's go then. After the Li family's guards took the elixir, some of their serious injuries started to improve. This was surprising. The effect of a second-grade elixir was really amazing. With such serious injuries, they would need to lie in bed for at least 3 months to recover. However, with the help of the young master's elixir, they recovered in the blink of an eye. It was really amazing. No wonder the status of alchemists was so high. It wasn't without reason. In fact, the effects of these pills could only be said to be mediocre. The truly powerful pills could even forcibly increase one's cultivation. Even if you were a piece of trash, it would allow you to instantly possess the cultivation of a yuan zone. It wasn't that such pills didn't exist. However, it was a forbidden drug. Li Zongjio had mastered several types of elixirs that could quickly increase a person's strength. Some large forces would also use this method to cultivate a group of men of sacrifice. Men of sacrifice who were loyal to their families could achieve top-notch results. While gaining great power, he also had to pay a huge price. Li Zongjio and his men swaggered down the street. Li Gui and the others were also on high alert. After all, there were so many people here, and the young master was also here. You, a Jew, had to be even more careful. However, along the way, there was no one who appeared. On the other hand, the number of corpses lying on the ground was unimaginable. There were so many of them that it was hard to believe. Isn't this one of the 4 great poisonous snakes, the green-faced poisonous snake? Ligue saw a person lying on the ground in front of him. His chest had been pierced by a wooden stake. This was obviously the work of Elder Wudong. Elder Wudong didn't care. This person was only at the Yuanzhong realm. Killing him would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Hence, there was nothing to be proud of. The venomous serpent gang specialized in human trafficking. Therefore, Elder Wudong didn't hesitate in the slightest when he attacked. "All right. Just now, I saw these people sneaking around here and even kidnapping young girls, so I took care of them as well," Elder Wudong said indifferently. When these words were said, it was extremely shocking. He had dealt with them as well. This time he had dealt with an extremely tenacious local snake in Flying Cloud City. To Li Gue and the others, Elder Wudong was a legendary, peerless expert. With such an expert making a move, it was naturally very easy to get rid of these people. There weren't many people left in the gathering place of the Viper Gang. However, there were many hidden compartments in this gathering place. In these hidden compartments, there were many lost girls. Obviously, the Viper Gang had escaped. Most of the venomous snake protectors were already dead. Now that even the gang leader was dead, there was nothing more to say. The Viper Gang was no longer as powerful as before. They knew that they had offended the wrong person. If the Li family wanted to settle the score, they could easily uproot the Viper Gang, arrange for these people to be rescued. Li Zongjie said. Li Gue and the rest nodded. The threat of the poisonous serpent gang had been removed. After rescuing these young ladies, the reputation of the Li clan was gradually being raised within Soaring Cloud City. After all, they were able to be so righteous and directly exterminate the poisonous serpent gang. Rescuing these lost girls was an extremely great thing. Even the city lord's mansion didn't dare to interfere in the affairs of the Viper Gang. After all, the Viper Gang's gang leader wasn't simple. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was nothing more than a corpse. That's strange. Where are they hiding? Li Zongjiu calmed down at this moment. The Huang family wasn't here. The Viper Gang wasn't here either. Where could Bai Luoxue and Li Xuelan be? However, at the very least, they knew that the 2 of them hadn't fallen into the hands of the enemy. Spread the news that the Viper Gang was wiped out by our Li family. The Huang family's clan leader was in cahoots with the Viper Gang and was punished by the Li family. The Huang family's clan leader committed suicide on the spot. Yes, young master. The place where the 2 of them were hiding was a place that even Li Zongjiu and the others couldn't find. It was enough to show that it was a very hidden place. Right now, they could only spread the news and tell them that it was safe outside. You guys have to keep an eye out. They should be contacting you soon, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu still had some confidence in Bai Luoxue's words. With Bai Luoxue's intelligence, she wouldn't be caught by the enemy so easily. Instead, it gave Li Zongjiu an excuse to wipe out the 2 factions. Although Li Zongjiu didn't care, the entire Flying Cloud City was in an uproar. Is the Li family trying to turn the Flying Cloud City upside down? Terrifying. In less than a day, they wiped out the Viper Gang and the Huang family's forces. Now, the Huang family's reputation has been ruined. Their reputation has fallen. Everyone was discussing animatedly. If one wanted to get rich, they had to have some great income. The Huang family had a close relationship with the Viper Gang. Naturally, they would benefit from it. In fact, it wasn't gray income, but black income. With such a situation, the Huang family's reputation would fall to the ground. The Viper Gang was notorious. Now, the Huang family would suffer the same fate. It was impossible for the Huang family to make a comeback. The Li family's actions had established a lot of prestige in the Flying Cloud City. In the White Sky Clinic in the Flying Cloud City, Bai Luoxue, who was dressed in white, was sitting in front of a desk, flipping through the files in her hands. At this moment, a lady hurriedly walked in from the outside and presented a white scroll with both hands. "Young lady, the latest news!" Bai Luoxue raised her head and gently opened the white scroll. Li Zongjio and Elder Wutong came together? It seems like no one in the Flying Cloud City is a match for the Li family. Once the Li family joins forces with the Foggy Snow Pill sect, the Li family will definitely seize the overall power of the Flying Cloud City. Our white net is just in its early stages. We will definitely spread the white net all over the world. A trace of light flashed in by Luoxue's eyes. "Young lady, is there a need to tell Li Zongjio about our existence?" The lady couldn't help but ask. This white net was something that Bai Luoxue had secretly set up. She didn't start from the Sunset City that she was familiar with. Instead, she started from the Flying Cloud City. It would definitely be difficult to spread the white net throughout the Purple Mansion dynasty. However, there wasn't any fear or dread in Bai Luoxue's eyes. "You don't have to worry about this. Since the crisis has been resolved, send Elder Li Shulan out and contact Li Gui. Yes." Chapter 205. Yellow Plains Mine, Li Family Camp. When Li Tianqing told Lin Song, Qin Lai, and the others about what happened when they were mining in the back of the mountain, the faces of these elders were obviously very shocked and shocked. After all, it sounded a little unbelievable. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. No one could guarantee that they would come out alive if they barged in recklessly. If it's really a Yuan King grade relic, it must be extremely dangerous. Based on the current situation, even if it's not a Yuan King grade relic, it must be very dangerous inside. This matter is very important. We still need to report to the sect master. Lin Song said in a deep voice. As the peak master of Long Herb Peak, Lin Song's status was naturally above Qin Lai's. The relationship between the sect and Lin Song had to be based on seniority. If Lin Song wasn't around, Qin Lai would be in charge and not Elder Jin Shui. The others nodded when they heard Lin Song's words. Indeed, if it was really a Yuan King grade relic, it must be very rich. Even their Snow Alchemy sect coveted it. If they could get their hands on these things, their Snow Alchemy sect might be able to squeeze into the ranks of the second-rate sections. Lin Song paused for a moment before he continued. However, this matter can only be discussed after Protector Li returns. After all, Protector Li is our sect's Protector Changwu. If Protector Li doesn't agree, our Snow Alchemy sect won't be able to forcefully take other people's resources. After listening to Lin Song's words, they felt that it did make sense. If it was before, Qin Lai and the rest might not have such thoughts. If the Snow Alchemy sect wanted it, so be it. Did they have to give in to a small family? However, that was their attitude towards other families. The Li family had Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio didn't agree, they couldn't forcefully take it. Otherwise, they would be making things difficult for themselves. Moreover, given Li Zongjio's strength, he wasn't someone they could bully as they wished. After making a trip to Northern Medicine City, they were very clear about the situation. Li Zongjio's strength was far above theirs. Behind this kind of strength, there must be some unknown experience. It was not easy to provoke them. That's right. Why don't we wait for Enforcer Li to return before we discuss this? Of course, it would be best if we could reach a cooperative relationship. Qin Lai said. In the process of waiting, Qin Lai and the others also went to the Yellow Plains mine to investigate. They wanted to see what kind of man-eating creature existed in the mine. What a dense corpse aura. As soon as Qin Lai and the others approached, they had a bad feeling. The aura that was emitted from within made these Yuan Qi experts clearly feel a trace of threat. He could not help but stop in his tracks. Lin Song stepped forward and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. He put it in front of his face and sniffed it. What happened? Qin Lai stepped forward and asked. Li Tianqing stood behind Lin Song and looked at his strange actions. Could it be that Lin Song had discovered something? Or could it be that something had happened? Zombies are coming out. Lin Song frowned. We've checked the information. Those zombies are unable to leave the range of corpse aura. Li Tianqing said, that's before they absorb fresh blood. Once they're stained with blood, these zombies will have a stronger ability to move. Lin Song said. However, before he could finish his words, he felt the ground tremble. Rumble. Not good. A dangerous aura pointed directly at Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing raised his head and saw a figure jump down from the cliff in front of him. The figure's body was sticky and smooth. There was also a long tail at its tailbone. Whoosh! The zombie suddenly leaped towards Li Tianqing. Creeping earth fire. Qin Lai turned his wrist, and a flame grew out from the ground. It wrapped around Li Tianqing's body and pulled him over. A loud smack was heard. Li Tianqing fell to the ground, and the creeping earth fire broke. However, the ground where Li Tianqing was standing suddenly exploded with a loud bang. He saw a huge crater appear in front of him. The zombie landed on the ground, and its tail penetrated the ground, poking a big hole in the ground. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this situation. The strength of this living corpse was obviously more powerful than they had previously guessed. If Li Tianqing had stayed where he was, he would have already become a corpse. Hiss! The zombie turned around and bared its fangs at them. Seal off its escape route, Lin Song bellowed. Instantly, the three generals moved aside. The living corpse seemed to have a mind of its own as it retreated a few steps. At the same time, they were watching to see what was going on. Whoosh! The zombie took the lead and flew in another direction. As he flew up, his figure rapidly leaped towards the mountain wall. Chase! Don't let it escape, Lin Song said. Soon, Qin Lai's creeping earth flame chased after the living corpse with a boom. However, the living corpse's reaction and speed were extraordinarily fast. Flood of Jincheng Mountain. Elder Jinshui shouted and released all the Yuan power in his body. Immediately, the water formed by Yuan power above the zombie's head pushed the mountain peak and smashed towards the zombie. Squeak! With a low growl, the living corpse accelerated and slammed into the mountain rock. Boom! It actually penetrated the rock. Lin Song's Yuan power sword finger did not catch up with the zombie. It only landed on empty space. If one wanted to kill the zombie, they would need to have some strength. If the zombie escapes, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even the combined efforts of the three great experts were unable to stop this living corpse. This showed how terrifying the zombie's strength was. Just as the living corpse was about to escape, a shocking saber chi slashed out from afar and landed accurately on the living corpse's body. Pa! Suddenly, the living corpse was split in half. There were no internal organs in the corpse, only some viscous liquid and some dark blue blood. This was the situation that had occurred. Splash! The liquid spilled onto the ground. Qin Lai used creeping earth fire to burn away all of the liquid. Boom! Boom! Two figures landed on the ground. They were Li Zongjiu and Elder Wu Tong. Is this a zombie? Li Zongjiu looked at the zombie he had just killed in surprise. He was able to recognize it with a single glance. He did not expect that there would actually be a living corpse in this place. Didn't this mean that there was definitely a tomb nearby? You guys came back so quickly. Li Tianqing was surprised. They had only been here for less than 2 hours. During this time, they had also talked about other things. However, he did not expect Li Zongjiu and Elder Wu Tong to come back so quickly. Their efficiency was too high. Yes, we found the Huang family and destroyed the Viper Gang, but we couldn't find Auntie. They must still be hiding somewhere safe. I've already asked Li Gui to do his best to search for them. The Su family is also participating in the search. Li Zongjiu said. Viper Gang. It's a local gang that abducts and sells young girls. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you about the zombie. Li Tianqing nodded. Then he pointed at the mine behind him and told him everything. Initially, Qinlai and the others thought that Li Zongjio would be shocked after hearing the story. However, they realized that Li Zongjio's expression did not change much. Even after listening to the story, he only gave a faint, "Oh, Father, you can make the decision on this matter. I have no objections," Li Zongjio said indifferently. Not only were Qinlai and the others shocked, but Li Tianqing was also extremely shocked. What was going on in this kid's head? Did he not know how many things could change one's fate in the tomb of a Yuan king? How could Li Zongjio not know? Of course he knew, but he did not care at all. After all, it was just a Yuan king. What good things could he have? Just the Sky Blaze Lion King technique that Li Zongjio wrote for Li Tianqing was worth far more than the total value of the treasures in the Yuan King's ruins. How could he not appreciate it? Chapter 206. Since Li Zongjio had spoken, Qinlai and the others could go back and report this matter to the sect master. According to Li Tianqing's plan, the rights to excavate in the ruins were shared by everyone, but the Li family also needed to make a certain distribution. This was naturally not a problem. If it was just a small family, it would not be qualified to negotiate with the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. However, the Li family was different. The sect master had foresight and appointed Li Zongjio as the fog protector early on, binding Li Zongjio to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Ordinary people could not imagine or believe that Li Zongjio had such strength. It was unbelievable. Lin Song and the others went to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect to report the situation. They also needed to discuss the cooperation. Li Tianqing also quickly received news from Li Gui, saying that Li Xuelan and Bai Luoxue were fine and unharmed. At the same time, the poison in elder Li Xuelan's body had improved a lot. She was receiving treatment in the city. Since Li Zongjio had come, he would stay in the Huang Yuan mine for a while. It was a good time to refine the blood crystal in his hand before leaving. This blood crystal was refined from killing the mysterious black-robed old man in northern Medicine City. The qi and blood of an origin ancestor expert were all condensed in this blood bead. Just a single blood bead like this was enough for the cultivators of the Yuan general realm to fight for it until their heads bled. This was because the effect of this blood crystal could help people below grade 9 origin general level break through their shackles and raise their cultivation by 1 grade. Now, Li Zongjio also needed this blood bead to raise his strength. After the massacre in northern Medicine City, Li Zongjio had a premonition that Qing Yuan Mountain Villa would soon take action. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to deal with Qing Yuan Mountain Villa before that happened. If he wanted to be free and unrestrained on this continent, he would need to have a certain foundation. At the very least, his cultivation had to be at the Yuan general realm. As of now, Li Zongjio had already reached grade 8 Yuan master and was only 2 steps away from the Yuan general level. Inside a cave, Li Zongjio first set up a Yuan power restriction around the area. Once any energy came close, Li Zongjio would be able to react quickly. He took out the blood crystal. He wrapped it with his mental energy. The aura of the blood crystal was enough to attract all the meta beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles. Their noses were rather sharp, and they would be able to find it easily. By preventing the aura from leaking out, it could also ensure safety. He swallowed the blood crystal. Li Zongjio's face immediately flushed red. All of the qi and blood force gushed into his body. Heavenly void, divine record. Ancient tyrant, golden body. These 2 peerless absolute skills were circulating crazily in his body. Li Zongjio's aura was also constantly increasing. If it was about increasing one's strength, Li Zongjio was not without a way to do so. For example, the grade 4 medicinal herbs in his hands could be used to refine some very practical elixirs with the help of some spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. It could forcefully increase Li Zongjio's strength. He was confident that he could increase his strength to the Yuan ancestor level within a month's time. After all, the Li family's current situation was very good. Although it was only at the initial stage, As long as time passed and they settled down, the Li family would be able to soar into the sky one day. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had lived for a total of 3,000 years and had witnessed many changes in power. Therefore, if they wanted to develop and grow, they must have a solid foundation. 3,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. If a power developed for 100 years, it would be enough for it to grow to an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, Li Zongjio was not in a hurry. Moreover, Li Zongjio did not really want to follow his previous path. In this life, there was another extremely important thing, which was to find a breakthrough in cultivation. If he followed his previous cultivation method, even if he cultivated to the extreme, there would not be any changes. He would still be at the same level and would not be able to break through his own shackles. What Li Zongjio wanted was to break through the sovereign level and reach the saint level experts. Li Zongjio had not come into contact with them in his previous life, nor did he have any documents to understand them. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to follow his own method and walk according to his own steps in order to reach this level. In his previous life, he had refined the 4 great dragon souls. Now, 3 of them had directly turned into his innate original spirits. Moreover, 2 of the dragon soul original spirits had also given him the top cultivation elemental arts from his previous life. If he had the chance to fuse these 4 great cultivation elemental arts and gather them into one, he might be able to achieve the feat of 4 great dragons rushing to the saint level once again. Therefore, Li Zongjio was also cultivating these 2 great elemental arts at the same time. In addition to the grade 7 elemental art that he had learned, the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. The Heavenly Void Divine Form Record recorded a lot of cultivation knowledge. Most of Li Zongjio's knowledge of alchemy and formations was also obtained from it. That Dragon Soul Sovereign had only cultivated 1 elemental art to the peak in his entire life. If Li Zongjio wanted to cultivate this elemental art, it would obviously take a long time. Relying on the cultivation experience of the sovereign level, Li Zongjio could also bring a certain degree of convenience to his cultivation. At the very least, when he obtained such a peerless secret manual, he would not be at a loss like a newbie, and would even swallow it without thinking. Instead, he would be able to control it very well. The refinement of the blood crystal took Li Zongjio nearly a day and a night. All of the energy gathered on the grain-sized elemental bead in his body. Boom! The elemental bead seemed to burst open from within his body, following which a brilliant light circulated. In a flash, the elemental bead's level was raised. Currently, the size of the yuan bead had already directly increased to the size of a longan fruit under such circumstances. Grade 1 Origin General. As he raised his hand, he could feel the surging elemental energy. Li Zongjio felt the energy in his body. The feeling of regaining control of his energy gave Li Zongjio a sense of security. Only when one's cultivation reached the Origin General level could it be considered the true beginning. Relying on some grade 3 elemental skills, Li Zongjio could easily kill some Origin Ancestor level cultivators who had just entered the Origin level. Those 2 fellows from Northern Medicine City should be arriving soon. With my cultivation at the Origin General level, I should be able to use the soul control technique. Li Zongjio thought to himself. As the name suggested, the soul control technique could naturally control the existence of souls. As the evil lord, there was no need for morality when doing things. As long as he was happy, everything was fine. The 3 dragon runes should be equally occupied within this elemental bead. Why is there still an empty space here? If I'm not wrong, there must be a primordial spirit that has yet to be activated. Golden Dragon Soul, Blood Dragon Soul, White Dragon Soul, and the last one, the most difficult one to deal with, the Black Dragon Soul. By the time Li Zongjio came out of the secret chamber, it was already early in the morning of the 2nd day. A group of people from the Misty Snow Pill sect had also arrived at the Yellow Plains mine. Sect Master Chu Aoran had personally come. The three peak masters had also arrived at the same time. In addition, each peak master had also brought along their own disciples. The Li family had some potential. Therefore, some disciples of the Misty Snow Pill sect were willing to make friends with the Li family. After all, this was the family of their protector Changwu. However, Mo Chu from the Blazing Peak did not come. After all, he had lost face in front of Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, he hated Li Zhongjiu very much. The eldest disciple of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, Yang Hongyu, was very sensible. Not only did he come, but he also brought an origin weapon as a gift, which surprised Li Tianqing. "Uncle Li, we've met before," Lin Yao said. "Miss Lin Yao, you're really a lady from a respectable family. You're beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside." Li Tianqing looked at Lin Yao's heroic face and couldn't help but praise her. The appearance of the younger generation of the Misty Snow Pill sect was a sign of their attitude. "Haha, patriarchally, where is Protector Li Zhongjiu now? Why don't you follow us into the ruins?" Chu Aoran, who was wearing a dark green Taoist robe, said. Chapter 207. Zhongjiu is currently cultivating with all his might and is currently in seclusion. It's naturally difficult for our Li family to search for the ruins. Sect Master, since you've come personally, will make things clear. Our Li family will take 30% of the profits. We don't want the Yuan arts, but we hope that Sect Master will allow us to make a copy of the Yuan skills and pill formulas. Li Tianqing said. His words were very clear. The Li family was the one who discovered the ruins. At the same time, the Li family won't participate in the search, but they've given the right to search to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. They would only take 30% of the profits. Moreover, they didn't need the Yuan arts. After all, the Li family had enough Yuan arts. They shouldn't bite off more than they could chew. After all, they weren't a large sect. This set of Yuan arts could become the inheritance this time, so it was relatively important. Therefore, the Fog Snow Alchemy sect had a great need for it. If they could find this high-grade Yuan arts, they could even create glory for the sect. 30%, isn't it a little too high? Du Shuangjiang, the peak master of the Fierce Peak, said in a deep voice. He stared at Li Tianqing with a trace of unfriendliness. Although it was impossible to make a move directly, it wasn't impossible to frighten him a little. Chu Aoran didn't speak, and neither did the Fog Snow Alchemy sect's disciples. They knew that this was the time to negotiate the interests of the sect. Although Lin Song and the others were biased towards the Li family, they couldn't stand on the wrong side and make it too obvious. Letting the sect master haggle the price was naturally not something to be proud of. Therefore, the most suitable person to haggle was the peak master of the Li family, Du Shuangjiang, who had never appeared and had never interacted with the Li family. The joint mining was facilitated by Qin Lai, Lin Song, and the others. They could only play the role of a buffer. No matter which side they sided with, it wasn't a good thing for them. Therefore, when peak master Du Shuangjiang haggled, they could only stand aside and not make a sound. Li Tianqing seemed to have expected this. I wonder what peak master Du thinks. 20%, Du Shuangjiang said without the slightest hesitation or delay. This number was already very clear and very suitable. 20% is too low. Elder Li Taishu couldn't help but say. Even Yuan Ju and the others had given up on it because there was no need to fight for it. Li Tianqing raised his hand. Sure, it's our honor to be able to work with you, Grandmaster. 20% isn't much, but it's not little either. Li Tianqing agreed readily. Du Shuangjiang was stunned at first. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Tianqing to agree so quickly. After all, this simple request could involve hundreds of millions of resources. Du Shuangjiang was impressed by Li Tianqing's open-mindedness. Li Tianqing was a bold and insightful person. Most people were like this. If you let them take advantage of you, they would think that you were magnanimous. If he wanted to take advantage of you in the future, he would be embarrassed. Chu Aoran's face also revealed a brilliant smile, even though they were the ones who bore the risk this time. However, they were confident that they could retrieve the items safely. If they didn't even have the ability to do so, they might as well be buried inside. But I have a small request. Li Tianqing continued. Patriarch Li, please speak. Chu Aoran said, in the future, when the sect recruits disciples every year, please allocate a few more to our Li family. Li Tianqing said. Chu Aoran originally thought that Li Tianqing was going to say something, but when he heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. In the future, there will be 7 people from each of the 3 peaks. Each of the 3 main peaks of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect could recruit 7 people. That meant that a total of 21 disciples of the Li family could join the sect. This was something that made people excited. After all, the most powerful sect within 1,000 miles was the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Although the Li family also imparted martial arts, it wasn't as direct and professional as the sect. Thank you, Grandmaster. Li Tianqing was also very happy. These disciples of the Li family weren't without talent, but they didn't have the opportunity. In this small sunset city, even in Soaring Cloud City, it would be difficult for them to make a difference. They had to receive more advanced education in order to be able to display their strengths. This was the most important thing. In this way, in less than 3 years, the overall level of the Li family would improve. When that time came, they wouldn't even be able to produce a few Yuan master experts. This was really too shabby for a family. Excuse me, is this the Li family's camp in Sunset City? Just as Li Tianqing, Chu Aoran, and the others were all smiling and discussing happily, a voice suddenly sounded. An inquiring voice came from outside the house. Although the voice was soft, it was full of energy. Hearing this voice, Chu Aoran was the first to turn his head and saw 3 figures standing outside the tent. The 3 of them were slightly dusty, but the expressions on their faces were extremely determined. Their gazes were also not ordinary. A dangerous aura instantly filled the tent. Similarly, Luo Sha and the others, who had rushed from Northern Medicine City to Sunset City, and then from Sunset City to Soaring Cloud City, also placed their attention on Chu Aoran. Qin Lai and the others had seen him before, so it wasn't a big deal. However, when they saw Chu Aoran and Du Shuangjiang, the 3 of them clearly felt a threatening aura being released. The man in the dark green robe was actually a Sky Origin ancestor powerhouse. There was actually such an expert in the Li family. Furthermore, before they had come, they had also seen a peak level 3 Yuan beast in the courtyard of the Li family in Sunset City. With such strength, there was no need for them to hide in such a small place. They could even achieve something in Northern Medicine City. With the support of an ancestor origin expert, they would definitely be able to soar into the sky like a dragon. I am the head of the Li family, Li Tianqing. Who are you? Li Tianqing could clearly feel that the aura of these people was extraordinary. However, with Chu Aoran and the others here, there was naturally no need for them. If they really wanted to do something, Chu Aoran and the others wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, the price had just been negotiated. I am Luo Sha. This is Chang He and Luo Ri. The 3 of us are here to join the Li family Li Zongjiu. They were indeed people of the pugilistic world. Even though they were originally bandits, they still had the aura of a bandit. When they spoke, they were also straightforward. On the way here, Chu Aoran had also heard about Northern Medicine City from Lin Song. Now that he saw that these 3 people had actually come to join the Li family, he was shocked. He was even more shocked. It seemed that Li Zongjiu's methods were not simple. He had subdued these 3 experts with just a wave of his hand. The strength of these 3 people were all at the level of a level 9 origin general. With these 3 experts, who in this small flying cloud city would be able to stop them? Even the Fog Snow Elixir sect had to be wary of the Li family. This was because Qin Lai had previously said that Li Zongjiu had killed the city lord of Northern Medicine City, Ao Yom, who was at the peak of the origin general level. Although Li Zongjio's cultivation was not strong now, he had many tricks up his sleeves. The three of you, please come in first. Zongjio is still in seclusion. Please wait for a while. I will send someone to inform him. Li Tianqing said. Patriarch, there is no need. We will just wait here. There is no need to disturb the young master. Although they were not really sure yet, the three of them had already entered a state of mind. What they wanted was nothing more than to live. No matter who they followed, it was all the same. The man Chang He looked at Li Tianqing and exchanged glances with Luo Sha beside him. The appearance of Chu Aoran and the others was outside of their plan. According to their plan, they would stay with the Li family temporarily and stabilize Li Zongjio. When the time was right, they would directly fight to the death with Li Zongjio. They did not believe that Li Zongjio would not submit. In terms of ruthlessness, although Li Zongjio was ruthless, he was not as good as them. They had many tricks up their sleeves. Chapter 208. Although the arrival of Luo Sha and the others had caused some ripples, there had to be some changes in their thoughts after all. Even Chu Aoran was considering if he should view the Li family on a higher level. The arrival of 3 grade 9 prime general experts was indeed a problem that was hard to ignore. However, the most important thing now was to go to the ruins and search. If there were any good things, they could not wait. The Li family did not send anyone there, but only sent someone to guard the entrance of the cave. Luo Sha and the rest who had just arrived did not know about this. They just waited in the tent for Li Zongjio to appear. Li Zongjio stabilized his prime general aura. With the help of the violent yuan power in his body, he also refined some elixirs. These elixirs were usually used to replenish and increase yuan power and to aid in cultivation. When Li Zongjio appeared in front of the three of them, Luo Sha and the rest quickly stood up. When the three of them arrived, Li Zongjio had already sensed them. Their every move was under Li Zongjio's surveillance. The three of us are here to seek refuge with the young lord. How's the situation in Northern Medicine City? Li Zongjio asked. Northern Medicine City had lost the Alliance Master of Northern Medicine Tower and then a city lord. This must be a disaster. The city lord's death has been reported, but we came here directly instead of returning to the city lord mansion. Ao Yong was dead, so they naturally could not show up. Otherwise, they would definitely be arrested. The city lord was dead, but they were not. They could also directly report Li Zongjio, but that would not do them any good. Who knows, he might get into even bigger trouble. Therefore, after making up their minds, they directly came to Luoxia City. It seemed that this was the only path they could take. No matter what it would only lead to death. The new city lord will arrive in 2 days and will do his best to investigate the cause of Ao Yong's death. Don't worry, young lord, we have already erased all traces. Luo Sha said. They were naturally good at destroying corpses and evidence. They had done this many times over the years. But what? Li Zongjio looked at Luo Sha. Luo Sha wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if he didn't know if he should say it. It's just that we've heard that the new city lord is a young man. Young man? That person's name is Zhang Yu. He's 25 years old, an outstanding graduate of the Imperial Martial Pavilion's 16th batch. His background is unknown, but most of the information shows that he has quite a bit of relationship with the Qingyuan Villa. Zhang Yu, Qingyuan Villa? Li Zongjio noted the name down. They're just nameless soldiers. Since you've come, you're in charge of guarding my Li clan's mine. I'll temporarily give you the position of Li clan's guard. Li Gui, I'll leave the 3 of them to you, Li Zongjio said. Li Zongjio didn't care about the name Zhang Yu. However, the graduate of the Imperial Martial Pavilion piqued Li Zongjio's interest. There was no doubt about the strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Even now, the strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion was the 2nd strongest in the Xinyan dynasty. They even had the support of the Xinyan dynasty. If one could enter the Imperial Martial Pavilion, It would definitely be a glorious thing for the rest of his life. Even his future would be incomparably bright. The granddaughter of the Luoxia city's city lord, Yi Chao, was studying and cultivating in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. These people obviously came with bad intentions. However, to perform the soul-controlling skill, I'm afraid I'll need someone's help. Li Zhongjie stood up and walked towards a small wooden house halfway up the mountain. Since the entire mine had become the Li family's territory, they could do whatever they wanted with it. Halfway up the mountain was the place where Xiaoye and the others lived. If they wanted to perform the skill successfully, they would need the help of the 1,000-year water lotus. With the help of such power, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. One day later, Northern Medicine City. Currently, Northern Medicine City could be said to be filled with dangers. First, the Northern Medicine Restaurant was massacred. Then, the 1,000-Taste Herb Hall confronted the city lord head-on. The city lord actually attacked the 1,000-Taste Herb Hall. Then, the city lord was killed in the alley. With these major events happening one after another, it was hard for them to bear the burden. Even Lu Manxian of the 1,000-Taste Herb Hall couldn't understand the current situation. Their 1,000-Taste Herb Hall had received a large order and had recovered their trading volume. However, Lu Manxian didn't let down her guard. The city lord had just given an order to the 1,000-Flavor Herb Hall and started to target it. Not long after, the city lord had died. If this matter didn't happen to the 1,000-Taste Herb Hall, where else could it happen? Li family, Li Zhongjie. What's the background of this brat? Now that she recalled Li Zhongjie's self-introduction, Lu Manxian had a headache. How could there be such a troublesome person in this small Luoxia city? He had brought her so much trouble. However, with Lu Manchuan's power, although this storm would affect her, it wouldn't be a big deal. I heard that the new city lord was personally recommended by the prefecture master of Kuan province. Zhang Yu, there's actually such a huge power behind this person. Even Lu Manxian couldn't help but be surprised. To be recommended by the prefecture master, it was enough to know the status behind this person. It was definitely not simple. I heard that Zhang Yu is a disciple of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. When he was 23 years old, he had already broken through to the origin ancestor realm. Elder Gong Xing, who was dressed in yellow, said slowly, "Really? That's interesting. This person is definitely going to make a big move in Northern Medicine City. How is this storm going to blow? I'd like to see where it will end up." Lu Manxian said, "By the way, apply to the higher-ups. I want to open a branch in Luoxia City." Luoxia City? That kind of remote, small city has no resources other than a good scenery. What's the value of such a place? In the previous comprehensive rating, this city's rating was at the bottom. Elder Gong Xing didn't understand. This was too much of a waste of resources. They were businessmen. They couldn't just open a shop in front of Li Zhongjie just because they were slightly interested in him. After all, making money was the most important thing. "Don't worry. I have a feeling that it won't be a loss." Lu Manchuan's eyes flickered. If Zhang Yu were to ascend to the throne, he would definitely make drastic changes. If the 1,000 Flavors Herb Hall was burned, it might be affected. Since that was the case, she had to come up with an alternative plan to shift the focus of the work to other places. Gong Xing looked at the excited Lu Manxian and couldn't figure out what was going on in this little girl's mind. How could this kind of thing be trifled with? If there was even the slightest sign of failure, it would leave a huge mark on her performance evaluation. That was something that could ruin his future. However, since Lu Manxian was determined to do so, no one dared to stop her. After all, Lu Manxian was the chief here and was in charge of everything. Chapter 209. Late at night. The Li family's mine. Li Tianqing was also collecting the latest information. The mining of the ore had temporarily stopped, and the nearly 40 tons of Yellowstone ore in their hands could not be sold. Now, the Bai family was also trying their best to establish a sales channel, but there were still many areas that needed to be connected. Otherwise, they might encounter some scammers. Many people were really good at packaging themselves. They would pretend that they had the ability to purchase, and even the middleman was a liar. Both parties would work together to deceive the buyer. This was also why everyone liked this old customer and did not like to change employers. That would mean that they had to accept more risks. Business matters were also left to Li Tianqing and a large group of elders to discuss. Just as Li Tianqing was dealing with these matters, in a tent on the western mountain peak, there were 3 figures sitting there. With their strength, no matter where they went, they would be treated as guests of honor. If they joined the Li family, no matter how useless they were, they should at least be able to get the position of an elder or a deacon. Who would have thought that they would end up as the lowest level guards? Fortunately, Li Gui's eyesight was good. He could tell that the 3 of them were not simple. He did not manage them according to the way ordinary guards were managed. He just let them rest in the tent and pay a little attention to their vigilance. With some strong people in charge, the Yellowstone would naturally be safer. However, the 3 of them were not satisfied with the treatment they had now. What is Li Zongjio trying to do? Is he trying to show us his power? The woman, Luo Ri, said, looking at her husband, Chang He. The group of people today seems to have a good relationship with the Li family. What is the cultivation level of the leader? Chang He asked, looking at Luo Sha. They were all at the level of a grade 9 Yuan general, but Luo Sha's strength was obviously above theirs. If they were to fight one-on-one, neither of them would be a match for him. Moreover, in terms of age and experience, Luo Sha was the more experienced one, a Yuan ancestor level expert. Luo Sha said in a deep voice, although they were unwilling to admit it, this was indeed the level of a Yuan general. From the aura drifting around his body, one could tell that this person's aura had already surpassed the Yuan general level. It would be a piece of cake for such a powerhouse to kill any of the people at the Yuan general realm. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were definitely not that person's match. River Sunset sucked in a breath of cold air. They seemed to be people from the Fog Snow Pellet sect. If I'm not mistaken, the person leading them should be the sect master of the Fog Snow Pellet sect. I never imagined that this small snow elixir sect would actually have a sky origin ancestor. Luo Sha sighed and said, within a month we must subdue the Li family and obtain the antidote. Otherwise, we will all be under their control. Luo Sha was very clear that with the strength of the 3 of them, there were many things that could be used. Therefore, as long as his life was still in the hands of the enemy, he would definitely be controlled by the enemy, and it would be difficult for him to escape in this lifetime. Ao Yong himself was very powerful. However, Li Zongjio had only used some special methods to kill Ao Yong. His true strength was definitely not as strong as the 3 of them. Therefore, as long as he found the opportunity, he would definitely be able to subdue them. However, I think that Li Zongjio is also wary of us. Let's stabilize for the time being. Okay. The 3 of them nodded in unison. The torment and struggle over the past few days had exhausted the 3 of them. Now that they were in the Li family's camp, they could finally rest for a while. After chatting for a while, they returned to their own rooms and lay down on their beds to rest. Of course, out of habit over the years, they were also pretending to be asleep. There was danger at every moment. Even if it was the person living next door, it was very likely that he would be in danger. Therefore, he could not let his guard down at any moment. However, when they were sleeping today, they felt a little strange. While they were sleeping, they felt that their heads were a little heavy. Okay, Luo Sha's eyelids twitched. He subconsciously wanted to wake up. However, he suddenly felt that his head was hit hard. At the same time, a soothing feeling rose from his body. First, his body gradually sank down. Then, he slowly fell into a deep sleep. In front of the courtyard, above Xiaoya's head, there was a purple water lily. Now, the water lily was circling gently, as if it was emitting a fragrance from the dark night. It was calling all living things to sleep. Li Zong stood behind Xiaoya, looking at the house in front of him and the floating water lily above Xiaoya's head. He could not help but let out a long sigh in his heart. Innate mental strength was indeed strong. They're all asleep. Xiaoya opened her eyes and said to Li Zongjiu, who was beside her. She was able to survive because of Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was not willing to help, she would have died long ago. She would not have been able to personally kill her enemies just a while ago. This was the happiest thing for Xiaoya. Therefore, Xiaoya was extremely respectful and grateful to Li Zongjiu. She even silently swore in her heart that no matter what Li Zongjiu asked her to do, she would do it without hesitation. Continue to stay here until I come out, Li Zongjiu said. Xiaoya nodded. The original spirit of the water lily was still floating above her head. She slowly extended her power, releasing it into the air. It enveloped the house in front of her, preventing any power from seeping out. Li Zongjiu entered the house. First, he came to Chang He and Luo Ri's bed. He opened his palm and hung it 5 inches away from their faces. Soul-controlling technique. Li Zongjiu's eyes emitted a demonic light. There seemed to be an illusory figure emerging from the palm. It left Li Zongjiu's hand and slowly entered the heads of the two. It seemed to have seized the depths of their souls at this moment. Boom! It was like a ferocious beast coming out of the flood. It swallowed the souls of the two people. The two people were originally in a dream. However, when they were swallowed, they seemed to have been awakened. Very quickly, they continued to fall into the endless darkness. Boom! The soul-controlling technique had already left a mark in their bodies. On their chests there was also a mark. Li Zongjiu retracted his hand. These two people could be considered as settled. Not rusty yet. The reason why some experts in the previous life were so afraid of Li Zongjiu was because Li Zongjiu had some incomparably evil tricks in his hands. For example, this soul-controlling technique. If one was hit by this soul-controlling technique, he could directly erase the memories of the two people's souls. Then, he would plant his own orders in their souls. He would completely become a puppet that he could control. He could even take their lives with a thought. Li Zongjiu walked towards Luo Sha. Just as Li Zongjiu approached Luo Sha, he saw a few drops of blood on the side of Luo Sha's bed. When Li Zongjiu got closer, he saw that there was a silver needle hidden in Luo Sha's fingertip. Luo Sha had subconsciously inserted the silver needle into his finger. When Li Zongjiu saw this scene, Luo Sha suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and struck towards Li Zongjiu. However, the speed of this palm strike was very slow. The sleeping effect of the 1,000-year water lily was still there. Hence, Luo Sha found it difficult to stabilize his body. Li Zongjiu took a step back and dodged the palm strike. At the same time, Luo Sha took out an even longer silver needle from his sleeve and pierced it directly into his heart. Chi! When the needle landed, it directly pierced the acupoint at the heart. In an instant, the blood in Luo Sha's heart increased, and he regained consciousness. Not bad. Li Zongjiu took a step back and saw this scene and said indifferently, "This Luo Sha was indeed a ruthless person. Just these methods alone were much stronger than ordinary people. The silver needle hidden in his hand was to prevent others from using this kind of trick. I knew that you were up to no good. You want to control me? Dream on." Luo Sha stared at Li Zongjiu and said in a deep voice. Chapter 210. When Luo Sha came to his senses, he immediately knew that Li Zongjiu must have used some underhanded means behind his back. Luo Sha was indeed like a sheep entering a tiger's den. However, it was almost impossible for a wolf cub like Li Zongjiu to devour him. It was simply wishful thinking. A fool's dream. You are smart, but you won't have the chance to escape, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. His eyes had already sentenced Luo Sha to death. Since he had already walked into this room, how could he let him leave just like that? You? Luo Sha asked himself. He might not have much confidence in dealing with this strange Li Zongjiu. After all, This was still within Li Zongjio's territory. However, if Luo Sha was determined to leave, even a Sky Origin Ancestor level expert would have to pay a certain price to stop him. If I, Luo Sha, want to leave, no one can stop me, Luo Sha growled. At this moment, two figures appeared behind Li Zongjio. Chanhe, Luo Ri, what are the two of you waiting for? Quickly take him down. Luo Sha shouted when he saw that the two of them had woken up. However, the two of them did not say anything and immediately chased after Luo Sha. Their Yuan force intertwined. Li Zongjio stood on the spot. Although the two of them were under the soul control technique, they still had all the experience and had their own instincts. Boom! Luo Sha faced the two of them head-on. Their Yuan force intertwined, and he felt that they were suppressing him. After the two of them joined forces, their strength was actually so strong. My body. After exchanging blows for a while, Luo Sha was unable to rush out of the area under his feet. He could not even rush out of the room. Furthermore, his body gradually became heavier. This caused Luo Sha's heart to sink. Not good. We must take that brat down. Luo Sha's gaze fell on Li Zongjio. If he was entangled by the two of them, there would definitely be no way out. Hence, he had to capture Li Zongjio. That was the only way out. A terrifying Yuan force exploded on the spot, causing the entire room to shake violently. Chanhe and Luo Ri were immediately pushed back by the explosion of Yuan force. After using this move, the Yuan force in Luo Sha's body had already been emptied. Die! Luo Sha abruptly leaped towards Li Zongjio as he frantically released his Yuan force. Reaching out his hand, the Yuan power in his hand seemed to have transformed into a sharp claw, grabbing onto Li Zongjio's shoulder. Li Zongjio did not move, while Luo Sha's Luo Ri and Luo Sha's and Luo. After capturing Li Zongjio, Luo Sha was obviously very proud. Let's see where you can run to. Just as Luo Sha was about to subdue Li Zongjio, he suddenly saw a ray of light appear above his head. This light was bathed in a gentle aura. This is the aura of the 1,000-year water lotus entered Luo Sha's body. Luo Sha's entire body went limp as he fell to the ground. If the 1,000-year water lotus wanted to hypnotize someone, it did not even need to take advantage of the fact that the person was half asleep. It could forcefully hypnotize the person. This was the power of the 1,000-year water lotus. Young master, are you all right? Xiaoye hurriedly walked in and asked. Xiaoye did not expect Luo Sha to suddenly go berserk. Hence, she increased her strength and directly knocked Luo Sha out. The power of the 1,000-year water lotus was like a hallucinogen. Inhaling a little would cause you to fall unconscious. However, if you inhaled a large amount, it could cause you to hallucinate and die. Xiao Ye's previous attacks were considered gentle. However, this attack was for real. I'm fine. Your water lotus is quite powerful, Li Zongjio said. He already knew that Xiao Ye had great potential. However, he did not expect this. Luo Sha, who had the strength of a grade 9 origin general, did not even have the strength to fight back in front of Xiao Ye. If Xiao Ye were to become an assassin with such abilities, she would be able to kill people without them noticing. That would be too terrifying. Go out first. I'll cast the spell first, Li Zongjio said. Xiao Ye nodded. However, when she turned around and closed the door, she was elated. This was because Li Zongjio's praise was as sweet as honey to Xiao Ye. What she was most afraid of was being useless. When she first followed Zhu Yan and the rest, she was not strong enough. Hence, she was always a burden to the team. Now that her strength had increased, she was also worried that she would return to the days when she was useless and specially protected. As long as she could be useful, Xiao Ye would be happy. The 1,000-year water lotus just now was enough to knock Luo Sha out for 10 days to half a month. Even after he woke up, his mind would definitely return to normal. Fortunately, he met Li Zongjio. When Li Zongjio turned him into a puppet, It would not matter even if he was an idiot. Soul-controlling curse. Li Zongjiu chanted the incantation. Then he formed a seal and hit Luo Sha's face. Energy surged into Luo Sha's body. Then, the power of a curse seal condensed on Luo Sha's chest. When the curse seal appeared, Luo Sha, who had been lying down, slowly opened his eyes. The three of them lined up in a row and stood on the spot. From today onwards, the three of you will be the death warriors of the Li family. If there is any danger, you will take the lead. If you want to kill, you will step in. Whoever dares to hurt the people of the Li family, you will exterminate their entire family. Li Zongjiu's words were like a curse that was engraved in the minds of the three of them. When the three of them opened their eyes one after another and regained their senses, there seemed to be a trace of loss in their eyes. They looked at each other in this room. The thought of secretly harming the Li family from before had already been thrown out of their minds, completely disappearing without a trace. What was left was to be loyal to the Li family and treat themselves as the Li family's guards. From this foundation, it could be said that these people's souls had been cleansed from head to toe. In the next few days, Li Zongjiu was also freely cultivating in this yellow or mine. Firstly, he wanted to see who would dare to harm the Li family. At the same time, Li Zongjiu could also observe the situation of the three of them. After all, the cultivation in his previous life was different from now. The effect of the soul-controlling curse was still to be observed for a period of time. If there were any problems, the Li family would probably be in trouble. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had to ensure their safety. Safety first, considering that the Li family also needed to develop. Previously, he had a total of 2 billion gold coins in bank notes. He gave the 4 elders 100 million each and spent 200 million on medicinal herbs. Now he had 1 billion left in his pocket. Li Zongjiu handed it all to Li Tianqing. After all, the development of the Li family needed this money very much. Using money to pave the way was the safest way to go. Where did you get so much money? Oh my God, our Li family has been in business for so long, but we have never seen so much money in one go. Li Tianqing almost jumped up from his seat. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. These bank notes were all real gold and silver. Moreover, they were all bank notes from Bounding Bank. There was a row of words engraved on the bank notes. Bounding Bank, unparalleled in the world. This was enough to show the power of Bounding Bank. All right, this is just a small amount of money. You have to look further. When the sect leader and the others return, I need to go out. Li Zongjiu said. Go out? Where to? To Tianqin Medicine Manor. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can go to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor just because you want to? Who gave you the confidence to do so? Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjiu's confident face and was extremely displeased. Although this was his son, could this kid restrain himself a little? He said that this Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor was like his back garden. He could go there whenever he wanted, and he could poop there whenever he wanted. I'm not bragging. This is because I want to go. If I don't want to go, I won't go even if he invites me. Chapter 211. Li Tianqing naturally had nothing to say. He did not know where this kid had learned to be so thick-skinned from. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would recruit disciples every year. In 3 months' time, which was the beginning of autumn, there would be an autumn enrollment. However, there was no recruitment point in the small Luoxia city. After all, it was the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, and it had to be grand enough. Normally, it would be set up in some second-grade cities to have recruitment points. Of course, disciples from various cities were also welcome to come along. This was also the peak period for robberies. However, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor did not care about this. If one did not even have the strength to reach the registration point, then there was no need to come to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It was not just the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The Imperial Martial Pavilion and the Sacred Flame Sword Sect would also recruit disciples at this time. When all the major forces gathered together, it would usually be very lively. Enrollment was concentrated. Although the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was said to be more inclined towards alchemists, it also had a yuan power cultivation course. There were also countless geniuses who cultivated both martial arts and alchemy. They simply had too many talents. One had to use such a method to share the talents. One could imagine how monstrous these people's talents were. The exploration of the ruins by the Fog Elixir sect and the others went smoothly. After about a week, they walked out of the cave unscathed. Previously, he had guessed that it was a Sword King level tomb. However, in reality, this was merely the remains of a Grade 9 Sky Origin ancestor powerhouse. Although he had been a half-step Sword King, he had still died at the last crucial moment. There were not many dangerous restrictions inside, so there was no need to elaborate on what they had encountered. On the contrary, the things they had obtained made Chu Aoran's face look better. When they walked out, there was a smile on his face. First of all, the Grade 4 Origin art was definitely not going to escape. As for the Origin skill, Chu Aoran and the others gave the Li family a month to copy 2 Grade 4 Origin skills and 5 Grade 3 Origin skills. Grade 3 Origin skills. To the Li family, this was already priceless. This kind of value was unimaginable in other places, and they actually sent 3 at once. This caused the Li family to be overjoyed. Looking at his father's excited face, Li Zhongjie could not help but shake his head. It seemed like he still had to increase his knowledge. Otherwise, he would only be a country bumpkin in the future. Whether or not the Pale sect had handed over everything wasn't important to the Li clan. What was important was that the information before them was enough for them to digest. Other than that, according to the agreement, this 20% had already been given to the Li family. He did an inventory check. This included 20 low-grade primordial stones, 1 mid-grade primordial stone. This yuan stone was a crystallization of highly concentrated and dense energy. In reality, it was also a type of ore. At the bottom of this yuan qi gathering place, this yuan stone would automatically be formed. The effect of this item was very direct. He would speed up his cultivation. The origin energy produced by the origin stones could be directly absorbed and refined by cultivators. It was dozens of times easier than absorbing the origin energy from the heaven and earth. The higher the grade of the origin stone, the greater the amount of origin energy within it. Just the value of a low-grade primordial stone was not something that could be calculated with gold yuan coins. This low-grade primordial stone was already equivalent to a grade 3 spiritual herb. No one would use this primordial stone to exchange for gold yuan coins. After all, it was on a different level. It was just like how no one would use a top-grade primordial art to exchange for thousands of buns. Only a few powerful factions could possess primordial stones. The reason why the Xingyan dynasty was so powerful was because the Xingyan dynasty's dragon vein was located at the intersection of 3 primordial stone mines. The emergence of these primordial stone mines became the foundation of the Xingyan dynasty's strength. It was normal for a grade 9 origin ancestor to have some primordial stones in his hands. Other than the primordial stones, there were also many spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. The lowest grade of the elixir was grade 2. The Snow Fog Pill sect even took out a grade 4 elixir. For a sect, this was already very generous. If Li Tianqing had insisted on hiding this information and led his team to charge in, he might have ended up in a miserable state. Even if he succeeded in the end, there would definitely be losses. However, it was different if Chu Aoran came. It was a win-win situation for everyone. The only difference was whether they won more or less. It would take a month to copy the primordial skill. During this period of time, Peak Master Lin Song and Elder Qinlai were ordered to stay here temporarily to protect them. Firstly, it was to ensure the safety of the primordial skill. Secondly, it was to ensure that the Li family did not escape. They did not care about the grade 3 primordial skill, but the grade 4 primordial skill was extremely important. The contribution that Protector Li and the Li family have made to the sect this time is immeasurable. I will record it in the sect's merit book. Sect Master, you are too kind, Li Zongjio said with a smile. In terms of strength, the current Li Zongjio might not necessarily have no chance of winning against Chu Aoran. However, it was not easy to build a good relationship with Chu Aoran, so he had to stabilize it. He couldn't just rely on benefits. Occasionally, he had to exert some pressure to let the other party know his strength. This time, we will leave the two elders here. We will return to the sect first. If we have time, we will come back to the main sect often. Chu Aoran said. Li Zongjio nodded in agreement. Protector Li, I am Yang Hongyu. If there is a chance in the future, you are welcome to visit Kingstown. Yang Hongyu came in front of Li Zongjio and said respectfully. He was not as boring as Mo Chu. Yang Hongyu knew from his family that Li Zongjio was destined to be extraordinary. He could only be on good terms with such a person. If he could be on good terms with him, there would be endless benefits. Whether he could be on good terms with him would depend on how sincere he was. Yang Hongyu, right? I will remember it. Li Zongjio said. The person in front of him looked familiar. He remembered that he had defeated an opponent in the sect's martial arts competition. However, it was impossible for Li Zongjio to remember his name. Fortunately, Yang Hongyu was tactful and mentioned it himself. I remember that your family head is good at making origin weapons. If there is a chance, I will go. Li Zongjio said. Yang Hongyu was overjoyed when he heard this. Okay. I will definitely welcome you, Protector. The strength of the origin weapon was also very important to a cultivator. If the saber in his hand became stronger, it would be easier to kill people. Li Zongjio had relied on the power of the 6th grade steel saber in many battles. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to take the lives of these people with his bare hands. Therefore, this handy weapon could also bring him a lot of advantages. I still have to make some preparations before I leave. Li Zongjio thought, based on the current strength of the Li family, they would be able to gain an advantage if they were to encounter an ordinary force. However, if they were to encounter a few forces that were to join forces, it would be very difficult for them. In order to get out of this predicament, they would have to create an ancestor origin level elite. Based on my current origin energy, it should not be a problem to refine a grade 4 elixir, Siam's Inner Elixir. Siam's Inner Elixir. It might not have a high status among grade 4 elixir pills. For an ancestor origin level elite, its effect would be very limited. However, for a cultivator at the peak of the origin general level, it was simply a divine elixir that they could only dream of. Even if they had to go bankrupt, they would still want to obtain it. When he had killed Fu Chunlei and the others, he had obtained a grade 4 elixir pill. Its effect was not as strong as the Siam's Inner Elixir. However, it was just a dream-breaking heart elixir. Its effect was equivalent to half of the Siam's Inner Elixir. Just this dream-breaking heart elixir had already made Ao Yong so excited that he had even risked defending the 1,000-taste herb hall to capture Li Zongjio. This was enough to show how important this elixir was to an ordinary cultivator. Chapter 212. Li Zongjio handed the Dream Heartbreaker elixir to Changhe. The elixir's effect was enough to allow Changhe's cultivation to reach the peak of the origin general realm, or even the half-step origin ancestor realm. It would still take some time for him to reach the origin ancestor realm. However, among the three of them, Changhe was extremely talented. Only Long River's strength was slightly stronger. Luo Sha had a stronger foundation, which was why he had been able to persist until now. He was even stronger than them in terms of cultivation. If they were on the same level, Luo Sha would definitely not be Changhe's opponent. After the three of them from Northern Medicine City had become puppets, they did not look any different. They could even think and make some judgments. The amazing thing about the soul control technique was that it could control the other party's mind and soul under such circumstances, so that the other parts of the body would not be affected. It was as if it had undergone an extremely thorough brainwashing. Li Zongjio personally opened a cauldron to refine the elixir. However, in order to refine a grade 4 elixir, not only did one have to have sufficient conditions, but one also had to pass the test in terms of hardware. It was impossible to succeed in the Huang Yuan mine. Li Zongjio did not even have a cauldron in his possession. Therefore, he had to make a trip to Flying Cloud City. Li Zongjio sent someone to inquire about it. There was a pill refinery building in Flying Cloud City, which was the property of the Dixian Merchant Alliance. The Dixian Merchant Alliance was the only merchant alliance in Flying Cloud City. Their interests were intertwined. Originally, Li Gue had wanted to send someone to accompany Li Zongjio so that they could take care of each other on the way. However, Li Zongjio refused. Just do what you are supposed to do. No one can make things difficult for me in this small Flying Cloud City. As for the map of Flying Cloud City, Li Zongjio had already roughly memorized the route when he had been searching for Li Xuelan's aunt. Therefore, the place they were going to this time was called the Mirror Moon Building. Li Zongjio knew where the Mirror Moon Building was. It was said that the Mirror Moon Pavilion was under the jurisdiction of a director of the Merchant Union. Li Zongjio was not interested in knowing who was in charge of this. He only wanted to know if there were any conditions that would allow him to refine pills. The Mirror Moon Pavilion announced that there was a profound grade cauldron in the pavilion. Even refining a grade for medicinal pill wouldn't be a problem. It was placed here as the most precious treasure of the tower. Not everyone who knew alchemy could afford to buy a good cauldron, but some precious herbs were not wasted. Therefore, there were often places like alchemy buildings that only cost a small amount of money. He would be able to use some top-notch cauldrons to increase the success rate of refining pills. This was a very clever idea. At the same time, the alchemy building could often provide flames that came from the Yuan rune array. Even if some alchemists possessed medicinal cauldrons, their own origin energy was not strong enough. Therefore, there was no way to stimulate a strong flame to refine medicinal pills. At this time, the appearance of the Yuan rune formation was required. Usually, the cost of engraving a Yuan rune array was also very expensive. However, it could provide a strong flame to aid in refining pills. The fame of the alchemy building basically came from the environment in which the pills were refined. In other words, the strength of the Yuan rune array and the grade of the cauldron. For example, in the Earth-Fire Pavilion of the Li family in the Luoxia city, there was an Earth-Fire Yuan rune array. Although it was extremely dilapidated, it was still very old. Although the Earth-Fire Yuan rune array was in tatters, the power it produced was still very impressive. Once again, he returned to Flying Cloud City. Li Zongjio did not attract anyone's attention. Li Zongjio pursued a low-profile life and high-profile work. However, after doing things in a high-profile manner, one's low-profile character would be rewritten. Once something happened, one would not be able to keep a low profile. This must be the Mirror Moon Pavilion. It looks like the scale is not bad. Li Zongjio glanced at the 7-story cylindrical building in front of him. In comparison, the Li family's alchemy building paled in comparison to the Mirror Moon Pavilion. After all, it was a place specially provided for alchemists. There were not many people coming and going. Even when people walked out of the building, the passers-by would look at them with admiration and respect. After all, these people were all alchemists. "Good morning. How may I help you?" Li Zongjio had just walked in when he saw a young girl with a sunny smile on her face. At the same time, she handed him a cup of hot tea. The place where money was spent was indeed different. Even the service was so considerate. "Thank you. I would like to rent an alchemy room." Li Zongjio took the hot tea and said, "All right, please register and make your choice here." The young girl said, "We have beginner alchemy rooms, intermediate alchemy rooms, and advanced alchemy rooms. What kind of rooms do you need?" Can your advanced alchemy rooms refine grade 4 pills?" Li Zongjio asked. For grade 4, The young girl was obviously very surprised. Li Zongjie was young, but his tone was not small. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to refine grade 4 pills. Grade 4 pills. In the entire Flying Cloud City, there was only one advanced grade 2 alchemist. He wasn't even a grade 3 alchemist yet, but he wanted to refine grade 4 pills. However, when the young girl saw Li Zongjie's young appearance, she also thought that Li Zongjie was here to book a room for his master. "What's wrong, little sister Xiao Xiao?" Just as the young girl was about to continue asking, Li Zongjie heard a voice from behind. Li Zongjie also turned around and saw a young man. He also had a smile on his face, but there was a light layer of rouge powder on his face. This made Li Zongjie frown, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps to the side. Li Zongjie was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of these men who were even more sissy than women. Li Zongjie also felt a sense of disgust when he got close to such a man. What was his name again? What was his name again? Li Zongjie was most annoyed by these things. It wasn't that he discriminated against them, but he just didn't like them. There were no other personal reasons. "This is our Mirror Moon Pavilion's business team leader." The young girl hurriedly introduced the man to Li Zongjie. Then she said to the man with the white powder on his face, "This young master wants an alchemy room that can refine grade 4 pills." In just a few words, he had already explained the matter very clearly. The pale-faced man nodded and waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Xiao to leave first. When Li Zongjie saw the man's fingers, his eyes widened. "Fuck, is that fingernail polish?" Li Zongjie was shocked in his heart. The man's fingernails were dyed with colorful paint. He didn't know who invented this paint, but it could be applied to the fingernails to maintain a bright color. If Li Zongjie wasn't knowledgeable and knew about the existence of this nail polish, he would have thought that the kid's fingers were poisoned. "Young master, our Mirror Moon Pavilion satisfies all alchemists' needs. Naturally, we have alchemy rooms that can refine grade 4 pills. However, you can enter the other alchemy rooms after paying. Only this alchemy room requires a qualification check before you can enter. Are you refining pills yourself, or are you here to help someone else apply?" the pale-faced man asked. He naturally saw the look in Li Zongjie's eyes. Since he dared to look at him like that, he would make a move and let him know what it meant to regret. "I'll use it myself. In that case, please prove that you are capable of concocting rank 4 medicinal pellets. If not, then please leave." Although he had a professional smile on his face, there was a trace of schadenfreude in his eyes. This was because he had purposely raised his voice so that the surrounding people could hear him. Chapter 213. This man was called Yi Baixiang. Although he didn't know what his parents had in mind when they had given him this name, he knew that it wasn't a very good idea. Ordinary people would find it rather awkward to hear it. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was Yi Baixiang. Besides being the team leader of the Mirror Moon Pavilion, he also had another identity. He was the master of the Mirror Moon Pavilion, the last disciple of the Mirror Moon Pavilion. With this identity, he would be able to get along with both the good and the bad in Fane City. Everyone would have to give him some face. Therefore, when they came out, they thought that someone like Li Zongjie was just a nobody who came out of nowhere. He wanted to suppress him in terms of aura. However, Yi Baixiang noticed that Li Zongjie was looking at him with disrespect, who said that men couldn't use makeup to preserve their youth. He thought that this was pretty good. As for the people who looked at him with contempt, he had to take them all down. This was what Yi Baixiang was thinking. He had to let Li Zongjie know how powerful he was. He had to let this impolite and ignorant brat know who had the final say in the Mirror Moon Pavilion. "Prove it." Li Zongjie frowned. The other party was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Could it be that this kid was tired of living? However, he had to keep a low profile. Li Zongjie reminded himself to keep this in mind. Otherwise, if he made a move, there would be a bloodbath. Just as Li Zongjie was thinking about how he should prove himself, or how he should tear this brat apart, another person walked into the Mirror Moon Pavilion. This person seemed to have noticed the situation inside and immediately turned to leave. However, Yi Baixiang, who had seen everything clearly, called out to him enthusiastically. "Family head Su, you've come at the right time. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? My master is still in seclusion after what happened last time." This time he said that he had to invite family head Su over for a chat. Yi Baixiang ignored Li Zhongjiu. He quickly walked towards the person in front of him. Su Yuliang used his sleeves to cover his face. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see or hear anything, but Yi Baixiang was too fast. In just a few moments, they had already appeared in front of Su Yuliang. This made Su Yuliang anxious. What should he do? How could he be so unlucky? Could it be that this flying cloud city was really so small? This was simply too much. Why was it that he kept bumping into this fellow wherever he went? Su Yuliang had come to the Mirror Moon Pavilion in the morning to buy some pills. Although he didn't need to do these things himself as the head of the Nan family, there were still some transactions that needed to be done by the owner of the Mirror Moon Pavilion. The last time something had happened, they had wanted to ask the Mirror Moon Tower Master for help. However, the Mirror Moon Tower Master happened to be in seclusion. No one knew whether she was in seclusion or not. Even if you knew that the other party wasn't in seclusion, what could you do? After all, the other party's power was there. If he made a slight move, he would still have to put his butt between his legs and go up to him. Therefore, when Yi Baixiang walked up to him, she had no choice but to stop. She had to face Li Zhongjiu, who was behind her. Head of the Su family? Head of the Su family, what are you looking at? Yi Baixiang couldn't help but ask. Why was Su Yuliang always acting like a desolate god? Or was it because he had been scared out of his wits? Haha, Prince Yi, I just remembered that I have some matters to deal with in the family. I'll take my leave first. Su Yuliang's expression seemed to be very stiff. He wanted to turn around and leave. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't let him. He stood beside him and coughed. Su Yuliang's heart skipped a beat. This time he couldn't avoid it. If they didn't even greet each other, the Su family wouldn't be able to survive in the future. What do you think is going on? Li Zhongjiu was clearly the enemy who killed their old ancestor. Now, when Su Yuliang saw Li Zhongjiu, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, the consequences would be very tragic. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, if he wanted to destroy the Su family, it would be a matter of minutes. Moreover, almost half of the Li family had been moved over. The scale and speed of their growth was obvious to everyone. If this continued, there would definitely be forces in the Flying Cloud City that would be squeezed out by the Li family. Previously, the Huang family had sensed this danger. In addition, they wanted to make a fortune out of it. So, they joined forces with the Viper Gang. Right now, the venomous Serpent Gang had been reduced to ashes, and the Huang family themselves had been splashed with a bucket of shit. They had ended up like this. They couldn't blame anyone. Hee, so young Master Li is here too. Su Yuliang directly ignored Yi Baixiang and walked towards Li Zhongjiu. He gave Li Zhongjiu an awkward but warm smile. Li Zhongjiu heard this and nodded indifferently. You came at the right time. Just now this transvestite. No, this person asked me to prove my strength. Tell him. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Su Yuliang immediately cursed Yi Baixiang's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Fuck, who is this person? How dare she do such a thing? She was obviously trying to provoke Su Yuliang. Who was this Yi Baixiang? She was just a sissy. If not for her identity as the master of the Mirror Moon Tower, she wouldn't even be fit to carry Su Yuliang's shoes. She didn't have any qualifications. She didn't have any abilities, but she heard that this last disciple of hers would sometimes close the door and do things that outsiders wouldn't know about. Everyone was well aware of this, but they didn't expose it on the surface. Usually, when they met, they would chat and laugh. However, no matter what she did or said, she just had to provoke this malefic star. It was simply unbearable. It was fine if she provoked him, but she just had to provoke him when he was here. This made Su Yuliang feel extremely sad. How could something like this happen to him? Young Master Li? When she heard how Su Yuliang addressed Li Zongjiu, Yi Baixiang started to wonder where exactly this fella came from. However, the Li family did not exist in Soaring Cloud City. Even if there was, it should be a very small surname. Who knew where they had migrated from? Who knew where this young master had come from? Did he think that he could act so arrogantly just because he knew the Su family head? Hee. There is no need to doubt young Master Li's qualifications. Rest assured, young Master Yi. I cough. I can prove it. Of course, he could prove it. The Su family had so many experts, yet they hadn't been able to take down Li Zongjiu alone. Instead, he had killed the old ancestor. Now, everything had been exposed. What do you think is going on? Now, he actually had to personally prove Li Zongjiu's strength. This made Su Yuliang feel even more embarrassed. Patriarch, oh Patriarch, I'm really sorry. In order to protect the Su family and ensure that they have a way out, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer this loss for the rest of my life. Hee. The Su family head's words are naturally trustworthy. However, according to the rules of the Mirror Moon Tower, he has to show off. All right, kid. I won't make things difficult for you. If you can refine a grade 3 elixir, I will rent the Supreme Alchemy Room to you. As Yi Baixiang spoke, she actually used her right pinky to pick at the thing between her left thumb. Upon hearing Yi Baixiang's words, Su Yuliang subconsciously took 2 steps back, afraid that Yi Baixiang's blood would splatter on his body. How could there be such a person in this world who couldn't wait to die? Chapter 214. Yi Baixiang saw Su Yuliang retreat, but she didn't care. She thought that Su Yuliang was suppressed by her aura. After all, her aura was there. It was very normal for the tiger's body to tremble for a moment. Her real target was Li Zongjiu, who was standing in front of her. Although he looked smart, he was behaving foolishly. He did not even show the slightest shame or embarrassment on his face. Those who did not know would have thought that he was a noodle stall. Li Zongjiu pondered for a while. Eventually he shook his head and sighed. Keeping a low profile was in fact relative. In some situations, talking was not enough. When necessary, one had to use a knife. Li Zongjiu took out his 6 revolution steel blade. When the blade was unsheathed, a terrifying aura was released from the blade. The cold and gloomy aura was real and bone-chilling. This was clearly just a 6th grade steel blade. However, in Li Zongjiu's hands, it had killed many powerhouses and absorbed an unknown amount of powerful blood. The aura of the blade itself had also grown imperceptibly. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see this murderous aura. Only people who had seen a lot of blood would be able to keenly sense it. For ordinary people, this aura would make them feel incomparably fearful. How dare you use a knife in the Mirror Moon restaurant? Men, take him down! Yi Baixiang shouted loudly. She pinched her fingers and pointed at Li Zongjiu. Finally, she had a chance to take him down. Either Li Zongjiu could not refine a grade 3 elixir pill, and she would be humiliated before throwing him out. Or Li Zongjiu would become angry out of humiliation. Sure enough, after finding the opportunity, of course, he would throw Li Zongjiu out. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu swung the long blade in his hand. Before she could see the trajectory of the blade, Yi Baixiang saw something flying. Swoosh! Patter! It fell not far from the ground, and Yi Baixiang finally saw it clearly. It was a finger. 3 fingers were lying on the ground. Why did the ring on one of the fingers look so familiar? When he looked at his outstretched orchid finger, it was already empty. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain. Ah! Yi Baixiang immediately covered her finger and screamed, "My hand! My hand!" The guards of the Mirror Moon Pavilion, who had heard the news, also glared at Li Zongjiu. Just as he was about to draw his sword and kill Li Zongjiu, he heard Su Yuliang snort coldly. "Humph! Don't blame me for not warning you. Once the saber leaves its sheath, you will die without a doubt. Su Yuliang's words were full of color. The guards also knew Su Yuliang's identity. If it was an ordinary person who said this, they would let it go. However, since it was Su Yuliang who said this, they had no choice but to take it seriously. After all, family head Su had a pretty good relationship with the Mirror Moon Pavilion. The guard captain was also acquainted with family head Su. Ahem. The guard captain immediately pretended to cough a few times. The guards who had gathered around could not help but stand to the side. Sir, according to the rules of the Mirror Moon Pavilion, no weapons are allowed. Please put away your treasured saber. As for the incident of accidentally injuring our people, please come to our meeting room and explain. The captain of the guards immediately became very polite. However, this matter still had to be resolved. After all, Yi Baixiang's identity was not simple. If they did not deal with her appropriately, they would not have a good ending. What are you doing? Are you crazy? This brat cut off my finger. Hurry up and kill him. Otherwise, I will ask my master to kill your entire family. Do you believe me? Yi Baixiang's face turned ferocious. She covered her severed finger and roared at the guard captain. These people were also frowning. They were not subordinates here. They were just employees. They were hired to carry out basic guard duties. Yi Baixiang was usually arrogant and made people unhappy. Now, she even threatened them with their families. This was the biggest taboo in the underworld. Hurry up and kill him. Kill him. If he doesn't die, all of you will die. With my master's strength, do you think you can escape? Yi Baixiang roared. Just as she was roaring, a dazzling saber light suddenly appeared. Yi Baixiang instinctively took a step back, but she hit the pillar behind her. Thump! A dazzling long saber pierced through Yi Baixiang's throat and nailed her to the pillar. You have dirted my saber. Li Zongjiu kept his saber. Yi Baixiang's eyes widened as she stared at Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu kept his saber and walked away. He did not care about Yi Baixiang's gaze at all. Even in death, Yi Baixiang still couldn't believe that she would be killed by someone in her own territory, the Mirror Moon Pavilion. Xiang-er. Suddenly, an old and hurried voice came from the staircase. Looking at the body that had fallen to the ground, he turned into a gust of wind and landed in front of Yi Baixiang without hesitation. However, it was a pity that Yi Baixiang was already dead. The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master had a faint sandalwood fragrance on her body. However, this sandalwood fragrance was only used to mask her body odor. Were there any normal people in the Moon Mirror Pavilion? Li Zongjiu glanced at the old man kneeling on one knee. It seemed like they were very close. Otherwise, he would not have knelt down. Moon Mirror Pavilion Master, Su Yuliang could not help but gulp. The old man in blue robes was the pavilion master of the Moon Mirror Pavilion. To outsiders, he only called himself the Moon Mirror Pavilion Master. Apart from being in charge of the Moon Mirror Pavilion, he was also a powerful alchemist. He also had many reputations and identities in the city. His most feared identity was that he was one of the 10 board members of the Di Xian Merchant Union. Since he was a board member, he was at least a sky origin ancestor. When Li Zongjiu killed his way into the Su family, Su Yuliang had sent people to seek help from the master of the Mirror Moon Pavilion. Who would have thought that the master of the Mirror Moon Pavilion would close the door and refuse to see him? However, this layer of relationship could not be severed. Su Yuliang had a bad premonition as he looked at the old man kneeling on the ground. Li Zongjiu might not be able to escape today. However, given the strength of the Li family, it was impossible for them to fight against the Di Xian Merchant Union. As long as the Di Xian Merchant Union was still around, the Li family would not be able to seek revenge on the Moon Mirror Pavilion Master. Did you kill him? The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's cold voice reverberated in the hall. It was as if a gust of chilly wind had appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, all the doors and windows were shut. Yes. Li Zhongzhou's reply was as if someone had asked him if he had eaten, and he had replied that he had. It was so normal and natural that even the tone of his voice did not fluctuate in the slightest. The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's aura was released. The aura of a sky origin ancestor was completely revealed. The Yuan power outside his body surged. She was a true sky origin ancestor. Everyone present was shocked. The guards could not help but take a few steps back. Some of the customers who had come were also very shocked. However, this matter seemed to have nothing to do with them. Furthermore, they were able to witness such a wonderful fight and witness such a huge event. They were also somewhat excited. The girl called Xiao Chao, who had served Li Zhongjiu earlier, was also hiding behind a table. She had never imagined that Li Zhongjiu would actually be so brazen as to actually draw his weapon in the Mirror Moon Pavilion. Furthermore, he had even killed their manager and the last disciple of the Mirror Moon Pavilion. He had not even spoken much. Most importantly, she had a very good impression of Li Zhongjiu at first. She had thought that Li Zhongjiu was a polite disciple of a large family. Who would have known that he was a perverted demon who killed without batting an eyelid? Only people like Li Zhongjiu could kill without batting an eyelid. Very well. How dare you kill my people in my territory? Speak. Who sent you? The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's gaze was like an angry lion or a vicious wolf. He stared at Li Zhongjiu in the dark, as if he could chop off Li Zhongjiu's head with his gaze alone. However, such a gaze was nothing more than a clown's trick in front of Li Zhongjiu. He simply did not take it to heart. I was sent by your grandfather. Li Zhongjiu replied nonchalantly. The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly realized that Li Zhongjiu was actually making fun of him. How audacious! You're courting death. The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's aura condensed into a flame in front of him. Within the flame, there seemed to be a ghostly face struggling to break free. Su Yuliang could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene. Was this the Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's ghostly fire origin energy? It was rumored that the Moon Mirror Pavilion Master had encountered such a fortuitous encounter in a graveyard. By chance, he managed to cultivate this ghostly fire origin energy. Once swallowed by the ghostly fire, even his soul would be completely burned away. Then he would be devoured by the ghostly fire. The more energy the ghostly fire absorbed, the stronger it would become. Such terrifying strength. The Moon Mirror Pavilion Master's strength is really strong. That brat is dead for sure. Sigh. I wonder where this brat came from. He actually dared to offend the Dragon King. That brat looks like an idiot. I wonder where he came from. He deserves to die. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been killed by him. The spectators could not help but comment. The ghostly fire was accompanied by a terrifying power as it charged towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu seemed to be frozen in place. He did not even have the ability to resist. Boom! The palm pressed onto Li Zhongjiu's body. Everyone widened their eyes, prepared to admire Li Zhongjiu's painful expression as he was refined by the ghostly fire. However, this scene did not happen. Chapter 215. Li Zhongjiu used his body to receive the palm strike. He didn't even resist and simply stood there. The painful scene of his soul dispersing didn't happen. This shocked everyone. Could it be that the Mirror Moon Tower Master's strength was just a paper tiger? Although it looked powerful, it didn't have any power. What? The Mirror Moon Tower Master stared at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. Li Zhongjiu didn't move at all. His clothes didn't even have a single trace of being burnt. The most vivid feeling was that her own Yuan power seemed to have disappeared into the sea. She couldn't find any effect at all. It had disappeared just like that. Li Zhongjiu's body was like a vast sea that was continuously devouring the Mirror Moon Tower Master's energy. My Yuan power was actually completely absorbed by his body. Wherever the wisp Yuan power spread, she could clearly feel that the energy was gradually disappearing and merging into Li Zhongjiu's body. How did Li Zhongjiu do it? Could he be a Yuan beast? Or did he cultivate some evil Yuan art? It was so terrifying. Is this all you've got? Li Zongjio seemed to be curious and interested. However, he was doubting the Mirror Moon Tower Master's strength. The Mirror Moon Tower Master's face had already turned purple. She had actually been doubted by a junior. This damn thing actually dared to doubt the Mirror Moon Tower Master. In that case, the Mirror Moon Tower Master will let you know what true power is. You asked for it. The Mirror Moon Tower Master had already completely lost herself in the anger she felt after being provoked by Li Zongjio. The Yuan power within her body surged once again. Li Zongjio's hands flew up and down as a terrifying force was mobilized from within his body. His arms seemed to have become an incomparably ferocious flamethrower. The raging flames that were spewed out instantly enveloped Li Zongjio's entire body. Boom! The flames were like a giant python that swallowed Li Zongjio whole. The source of this giant python was the Mirror Moon Tower Master's hands. Taste my ghost python primordial swallowing fire! The dark blue flames illuminated the Mirror Moon Tower Master's old face, making it appear extremely ugly. Just looking at it made people feel disgusted. Li Zongjio was engulfed by this Yuan power, as if he was a terrifying creature that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Without any sound, it was as if his entire body had been turned into ashes by this move. That was why there was no movement at all. Boom! This flame lasted for dozens of seconds. Such a powerful output had already formed a terrifying state. Only a Yuan general level expert could possess such a foundation and endure for such a long time. The surrounding people all had envious gazes as they praised the strength of the Mirrored Moon Pavilion Master. Even the temperature in the hall of the Mirrored Moon Pavilion was rising rapidly. However, the only person that did not relax was the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master. He could clearly feel it. Under the power of his ghost python primordial swallowing fire, Li Zongjio's aura did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it continued to strengthen. This strengthening aura made him feel fear. Li Zongjio was like a monster that continuously devoured other people's Yuan power. How could such a person exist? How could this be possible? This Li Zongjio should have exploded and died. It should have been completely refined by him, and not even its bones should have been left. In the next moment, the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's expression was no longer solemn. Instead, it turned into a terrified expression. Boom! The flames rapidly disappeared, as if they had been swallowed by a whirlpool. And when the flames completely disappeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's 2 arms were forcefully torn off. Pa! Pa! The 2 arms were forcefully pulled off by Li Zongjio. Most importantly, the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master was still standing in his original position, maintaining his original state. The only difference was that his arms were directly pulled off by Li Zongjio. What? Oh my God, this is too violent. How could the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master be defeated? Everyone's eyes widened as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yuliang was once again frightened and took a step back. He could not believe that Li Zongjio had actually pulled off the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's 2 arms. The 2 arms were thrown onto the ground. Li Zongjio still stood in his original position without moving, but the expression on his face showed that he was enjoying it. He took a deep breath as if he was enjoying the process. Whoosh! The flesh that was hidden under his clothes was also constantly flipping. During this process, many changes and transformations took place, allowing Li Zongjio to clearly feel the power contained within. The ancient golden tyrannical body art is indeed powerful. Li Zongjio also sucked in a breath of cold air. As someone who had personally experienced it, he was also very clear about how dangerous the situation was. When the body absorbed this power and fused with the flesh, it was as if his body was about to explode. However, when he circulated the ancient golden tyrannical body art, his body was like a rubber ball that could never be broken. He forcibly suppressed this power, and in the end, This power turned into energy and poured into his body. Li Zongjiu's physical body was also strengthened at this moment. In the end, he used the last of his remaining strength to directly pull off the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's arms. He did not even need to personally do it. The Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's arms were torn off. It was really terrifying. You made your move. Now it's my turn. Li Zongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile as his voice fell. The Mirror Moon Pavilion's master did not have time to feel the intense pain in his arms. When he saw the terrifying light in Li Zongjiu's eyes, his heart suddenly quivered. Swoosh! His figure moved forward and punched the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's head. However, the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master's head did not explode on the spot. Instead, with a loud bang, his head slammed into the wall along with his body. His entire head smashed through the wall, and almost half of his body was sent flying out. After a series of jerks, his body finally stopped moving. When everyone saw this scene, they were so quiet that they did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They stared fixedly at Li Zongjiu. Who exactly was this Li Zongjiu? Who would have thought that he was so powerful that he could directly cripple someone? This was simply too terrifying. Even the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master could not do anything to Li Zongjiu. Who else could be Li Zongjiu's opponent? He actually killed the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master in the Mirror Moon Pavilion. How would this end? Who's the boss here now? Li Zongjiu opened his mouth and asked. At the same time, his eyes also scanned the surroundings. The surrounding people also shrunk their heads, not daring to make a sound or show their faces. They were afraid that if they showed their faces, they would be killed by Li Zongjiu. It was as if in their eyes, Li Zongjiu had already become a murderer who liked to kill very much. Not getting an answer, Li Zongjiu also turned his gaze to Su Yuliang. Su Yuliang knew that he could not avoid it, so he said, although the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master is in charge of it, it is the property of the Di Xian Merchant Alliance. Although the Mirror Moon Pavilion's master is dead, the Di Xian Merchant Alliance will soon send someone to take over. Li Zongjiu paused and nodded. Then he searched his body. Since it is a property, it can be transferred. In the future, the Mirror Moon Pavilion will belong to the Li family. This is the money for the purchase. Help me pass it to them and tell them about the situation here. Li Zongjiu did not know what the Di Xian Merchant Alliance was. Moreover, he was not interested in the Di Xian Merchant Alliance. However, he was very interested in the Di Xian Merchant Alliance's permit. Now was not the time. When the time came, he would directly take over. Even if he had the permit now, the Li family would not be able to establish a merchant alliance. He could not be too hasty. However, Li Zongjiu's actions were completely provoking the Di Xian Merchant Alliance. Su Yuliang took the deposit ticket from Li Zongjiu's hand. There were numbers written on it. 100,000. He wanted to buy the Mirror Moon Pavilion with a mere 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 216. In anyone's opinion, this would be an extremely stupid thing to do. How could such a thing succeed? It was obvious, just thinking about it. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it was obvious that he wasn't joking. He was serious. If this matter didn't succeed, then Su Yuliang would probably be in trouble again. However, Su Yuliang also suddenly realized that he had become Li Zongjiu's subordinate. Just because the Su family had been defeated by Li Zongjiu, did they have to be restricted for the rest of their lives? This was too funny. How could I, Su Yuliang, let this happen? However, Su Yuliang only roared in his heart. When it was time for him to actually go on stage, his words took a 180-degree turn. All right, I'll go inform them now. Su Yuliang turned around and left. If they fought to the death with the Li family, then the Su family would definitely be defeated. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A great man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Under such circumstances, he would pretend to be a coward for now. When the opportunity arose, he would definitely uproot Li Zongjiu and the Li family. He wanted to see how capable these country bumpkins were. Since Li Zongjio had killed the Mirror Moon Tower Master, there was no way he could escape. Since he couldn't run away, he could only bring Li Zongjio to the Di Xian Merchant Alliance. This thing was just a challenge. How could he really buy it? Furthermore, this had nothing to do with Su Yuliang. So many people present had seen that Li Zongjio had killed the Mirror Moon Tower Master. No matter what happened, the first unlucky person to suffer would be Li Zongjio. Right now, Su Yuliang could only place all his hopes on the Di Xian Merchant Alliance. When the big shots of the Di Xian Merchant Alliance made their move, Li Zongjio would have to wait for his death. You are the guard captain here, right? Clean this place up. Everything will proceed as usual. Li Zongjio glanced at the guard captain, who was at a loss of what to do. Your old employer is dead. From now on, I will be your new employer. Everyone's salary will be doubled. His words were indifferent, but they brought incomparable excitement to these people. He was actually able to get double the salary. Wasn't this too awesome? They didn't do anything. Even when the old employer died, they didn't do anything. It was this choice that allowed them to receive double the salary. If they had acted just now, they would probably only be able to collect settlement fees. Is what you said true? The captain of the guards said in a deep voice, My Li family's name is right here. How can it be fake? Li Zongjio said. Everyone else was cheering, but the guard captain didn't feel happy too early because he knew that this matter wasn't over yet. Unless Li Zongjio could show his strength and prove that he could protect the Mirror Moon Pavilion, then he would be able to go against Di Xian Merchant Alliance and even survive under the attack of Di Xian Merchant Alliance. Li family? The Li family that destroyed the Green Snake Gang? The Li family that snatched the Xian or mining rights from the Su family? The Li family that trampled the 3 great thief kings under their feet? Some of the people present were shocked when they heard Li Zongjio's words. This was because Li Zongjio actually came from the Li family. Now, it wasn't a secret that the Li family wanted to enter Flying Cloud City. Even the things that they had done these days had been widely publicized. Under such a publicity environment, many people knew the name of the Li family. No matter what, the Li family had destroyed the Green Snake Gang. After all, it was a righteous act. In the eyes of the people in Flying Cloud City, this reputation was very trustworthy and admirable. Many people thought of many things. Li Zongjio of the Li family had forcibly occupied the Mirror Moon Pavilion. Could it be that he was declaring war on the Di Xian Merchant Alliance? The captain of the guards, Wang He, also gave the order to clean up the surrounding area. The corpses were moved away, and the bloodstains were wiped dry. Some of the marks or broken bricks on the floor were also cleaned and replaced. These things were done very skillfully. Although the owner of the Mirror Moon Pavilion was dead, the structure of the Mirror Moon Pavilion was still there. All the staff were still there, so there was no problem in operating normally. Some people who were refining pills in the alchemy rooms didn't even know that the Mirror Moon Pavilion had a new owner. That's why we shouldn't let people casually show off their strength. Look at how miserable they ended up. Someone looked at the cold corpse of Yi Baixiang and said, Li Zongjio really didn't know why this person wanted to court death like this. It was obviously a very simple matter, but he had to provoke Li Zongjio. If a person continued to be so self-righteous, then sooner or later, he would meet someone who could deal with him. Li Zongjio was the person who had come to deal with Yi Baixiang. You're called Xiao Chao, right? Bring me to the Supreme Alchemy Room. Li Zongjio said. The Supreme Alchemy Room was the most expensive room in the Mirror Moon Pavilion. It was said to be able to refine grade 4 pills. Ordinary alchemy cauldrons couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of grade 4 pills. Once it exploded, the problem would be serious. If it wasn't serious, the cauldron would be destroyed. Needless to say, the pill wouldn't be preserved either. If it was serious, the person and the pill would die together. If the cauldron exploded at the end of the refinement of a grade 4 pill, The power of the explosion would be enough to raise everything within 100 meters of the Mirror Moon Pavilion to the ground. This was not a joke, but a real example. Many alchemists who were not strong enough wanted to forcefully refine elixirs. In the end, their bodies would explode and they would die. However, the Supreme Alchemy Room in the Mirror Moon Pavilion didn't have that kind of trouble. The Mirror Moon Pavilion had spent a lot of money to build such a signboard. However, after it was built, the effect wasn't very good because no one could afford to rent it. Renting the Supreme Alchemy Room for a day would cost 6 million gold yuan. Who would want to refine pills with that kind of money? Therefore, the Alchemy Room was only a signboard. Normally, the owner of the Mirror Moon Pavilion would use it occasionally. However, just activating the flame Yuan pattern array in the Supreme Alchemy Room would consume a large amount of energy, ores. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to open it. This is the Supreme Alchemy Room. Xiao Chao brought Li Zongjiu to the third underground floor of the Mirror Moon Pavilion. Just like the Li family's alchemy building, it extended underground. The purpose of this was to make it easier to set up the Yuan pattern array. Secondly, if the cauldron really exploded, doing this would reduce the number of casualties. Otherwise, if the explosion were to spread, who knew how many people would be buried with it? If it was the third underground floor, it would at most be treated as an earthquake and the losses wouldn't be great. Moreover, it could also effectively reduce the range of the explosion. After all, the surroundings were filled with thick soil. It wouldn't be that easy to charge out. Once this door is closed, no one outside will be able to hear the sound inside. If you want to come out, you need to open it from the outside. You just need to press the button on the wall, and the lights here will light up. Xiao Chao said. The Supreme Alchemy Room also had to be considered for safety. Therefore, the outside of the room was also made of steel plates and soil that were dozens of centimeters thick. With such a terrifying defense, even a Yuan general expert would find it difficult to escape if he was trapped inside. In the event of a disaster, this place would become the perfect place to take refuge.